behalf of Joe Gabowski and the other organizers, and symbolically all the species on Earth, I'm pleased to welcome you to the second annual Global Biodiversity Festival. With each passing year, the consequences for biodiversity can be seen as ever more dire. Climate change is only the first of 3 biological crises humanity is bringing upon itself. The second, caused in part by climate change, is the worldwide growing freshwater shortage. The third going on now is the growing extinction of biodiversity of life forms around the world. The destruction is occurring at multiple levels of biological organization. The approximately 2 million species known to science and given a name is estimated to be only about 20% of the species still living. Science needs far more experts, especially on insects and other invertebrate animals, on fungi, and on bacteria and other microbiota. There's an ant. As biology increases its basic knowledge of biodiversity, the analysis of ecosystems is going to grow in proportion, allowing conservation biology to study back and forth between species and ecosystems. Cutting deeper this way, biodiversity studies will increase in depth and exactitude.
All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to year 2 of the Global Biodiversity Festival. My name is Joe Grabowski. I'm one of the founders of the festival. I run a nonprofit called Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, and I'm an explorer with the National Geographic Society. So I'll be your host for a good portion of the weekend and what weekend we have in store. So the Global Biodiversity Festival started last May with 68 speakers from around the world. This year, it has grown to a 72-hour-plus live event, 150-plus speakers from all 7 continents and over 50 countries around the world. So we're going to bring the weird and the wonderful, the challenges life faces, and some good news conservation stories to you all weekend long. We have the best storytellers on the planet, scientists, explorers, conservationists, filmmakers, photographers, people from the world of finance, and much more who are going to be joining us. So I really hope you enjoyed that intro from the incredible Edward O. Wilson. I can't imagine or think of anyone I'd rather have open the festival. Edward Wilson, he's the University Research Professor Emeritus at Harvard. He's the guiding force that shapes the mission of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation. And in his long career, he has transformed his field of research, the behavior of ants, and applied his scientific perspective and experiences to illuminate human circumstance, including human origins, human nature, and human interactions. So he's a pioneer spearheading efforts to preserve and protect biodiversity of this planet. So not only founding the E.O. Wilson Foundation, also the Half Earth Project, pushing us to protect half of the planet. And not just any half, but what we need to be doing is making those good decisions, preserving critical ecosystems on both the land and the sea. And if you don't have a copy of the new Naturalist, the graphic novel illustrated version, I highly suggest you pick it up. It is a great illustrations and a great adaptation of Naturalist. So definitely do check that out. So here we are. We are getting ready to go live with our first speaker. I do want to give a quick shout out. globalbiofest.com is where you need to be to find all of the schedules, speaker bios, how to donate to this nonprofit festival. We'll be pumping out all kinds of information as we move on through the weekend. But we do want to make sure everyone knows about Global Bio Fest. All right. I'm going to bring our first speaker in just a moment. We have the amazing KM Reyes joining us. She's a political scientist. She's a National Geographic explorer. She's the co-founder for the Center for Sustainability PH. Let's bring her in live from the Philippines. I'm so jealous of where she's hanging out right now. Hey, KM, how are you?
Hi, welcome. Hello from the Philippines.
All right. Well, so good to see you. It looks like you're enjoying a little bit of time outside. I know you've been out in the field, so we're pretty lucky to steal you from your field work for a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't quite left yet. I'm not ready to go back to the real world.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, KM, I'm going to let you take over for a little bit. I want to remind everybody who's tuning in, there's the live Q&A bar. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Any questions you have for KM, hopefully we'll have time for a couple at the end. Put them in there and we'll work those in. But for now, KM, it's all you for a little bit.
Perfect. Okay, so hi everybody. Thank you so much for joining the Global BioFest and joining my talk. I'm so excited to be here. So many inspiring speakers and other people that I look up to in the field that are going to be with us this weekend. So I'm so excited to be also watching other people's talks. But to get it started, let's get straight into my deck, into my presentation. So I'm going to share my screen with all of you. Let me find my PowerPoint, and here we go. So as Joe very lovely said, I am KM Reyes. I am a conservation lobbyist, a community organizer, a National Geographic explorer, and the co-founder of the Center for Sustainability PH. We're an organization based here on Palawan Island in far western Philippines. And I want to talk a little bit to you today about my experiences in rainforest conservation, and specifically at the moment, because we are at this very important time, not just in terms of biodiversity in general and all of the really bad news that's happening around the world that feels like quite apocalyptic, but also because at a governmental level, we are in the middle of negotiating the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. So this is a really important time for us as citizens, as voters, to be looking at our politicians to see what they're doing to protect biodiversity, not just at the local level, but also in terms of our international commitment to biodiversity. But before we get into that, I do want to share a little bit about our biodiversity here in the Philippines, because it is incredible. So the Philippines, originally pre-colonization, was covered 95% in pristine rainforest. Now, unfortunately, only 3% of Philippine forests are left. So yes, it is quite dire. But despite this, the Philippines is still one of only 17 mega diverse countries in the world. There's only 17, and here in Southeast Asia, there's only 2 others, Malaysia and Indonesia. And we boast the highest concentration of vertebrate diversity on Earth. So if we just take a moment to think about that fact, it's to say that here on a small piece of Philippine land, you'll see more diversity of fauna than anywhere else on the planet. And just earlier, Edward O. Wilson was talking about the importance of looking at our invertebrates and vertebrates also here on the planet. And so this is where a lot of the action is happening in the Philippines. Very briefly, I want to show you some of my personal favorites here in Palawan. So we have the Palawan monitor lizard, which reaches to 6 to 7 feet. We have the Palawan horn frog, which is part of a vast array of our amphibians and herpetofauna here in the Philippines. The Philippines is really special. We have over 100 species that have been described with frogs, and actually 85% of them are endemic to the Philippines. That means that you only see them here in the Philippines. So it's so important to protect this area. We also have the Philippine pangolin, which hopefully, if you don't know, you should know, is the #1 poached animal in the world. It's critically endangered. All of our different pangolin conservationists around the world have been doing an amazing job trying to raise more awareness about that. So I hope that you're informed. And it's also a really important turning point, I guess, the pangolin, because it was originally seen as one of the species that could have contributed to COVID because of the fact that it's a highly poached animal. And then we have the Asian small-clawed otter. We can never get past very cute species. That is also CITES, which means that it's protected for trade because it's got very cute fur, and also in the pet trade, it's also under threat of extinction. And then I want to end it with our very majestic Philippine eagle, which is our national bird. And so it's not just biodiversity, though, as I said earlier, that's under threat. Philippine forests are actually home to 15 million indigenous peoples, and they are spread out across 110 ethno-linguistic groups. And of our protected areas, actually 1/3 of these areas are ancestral domain. And one of the biggest issues with our ancestral domains and our protected areas in general is that they are and continue to be under threat. Whether there is tenurial rights to the area, they're still under threat. And so major threats, because of different issues like enforcement and lack of resources, is illegal logging, agricultural development, mining, and illegal poaching. Mining is also a really big issue because a lot of the time we are going into ancestral domains because these are the last places in the Philippines that are really, really valuable. And so for that reason, the Philippines is also identified as one of only 34 global biodiversity hotspots, meaning that it is an area with high biodiversity, but it's threatened by human habitation. So as a result of all of this dire news, and us who grew up here on the island of Palawan, we wanted to do something different. We wanted to make a change. As I said earlier, or maybe I didn't, but Palawan is known as the Philippines' last ecological frontier. It's a little bit of a dubious title. It's also known as the best island in the world, though, and we are home to 2 UNESCO heritage sites. But a lot has changed. And because of the fact that we are home to some of the most valuable lands left on the planet, there's also a lot of work to be done. And there's a lot of things that have changed that we wanted to change. So this is my team. We are the Center for Sustainability PH, a women-led youth environmental nonprofit from Palawan Island, known as the Philippines' last ecological frontier. And our mission is to conserve land. We want to protect the Philippines' last 3% of remaining pristine rainforest through legal establishment of protected areas. And most importantly, our work comes from communities, is for communities, and goes to communities. And it's also really important to remember that our team is actually 50% indigenous to Palawan, and 85% of our team is also from local communities of Palawan. So we very much walk the talk and are part of the communities that we're working with and trying to create change in. So just to locate you, we are here in far western Philippines, and the area that I want to talk to you a little bit about today is the Cleopatra's Needle critical habitat. And we're based here, our office is in Puerto Princesa, so about 50 kilometers away is our site. So this is Cleopatra's Needle critical habitat. It is the highest peak of Puerto Princesa City, so it's 1,593 meters above sea level. It is a huge area that we've worked very hard to protect. It's 41,350 hectares. So if you can imagine, for those of us who are overseas, it's like 1/3 the size of LA, of Los Angeles. So it's a huge area. If you can imagine our small team of 6 covering this entire area. This area is really, really important because it's home to 31 IUCN threatened species, 61 Palawan endemic species, as well as home to the indigenous Batak. And there's only 200 members left of the indigenous Batak, and they protected this area since time immemorial. And I would even argue that in many ways, they're even more threatened than many of the species that we've been able to protect. The other thing is that the Cleopatra's Needle critical habitat is now the Philippines' biggest critical habitat because of the fact that it's teeming with biodiversity. And this is a big part of the work that we did. And so I want to talk to you a little bit now about how we protected the area. A lot of what people ask often is, how do you do it? How do you establish a protected area? Now, something that I want to keep very clear throughout this is that we opted to protect the area as a critical habitat as a stopgap solution. Originally, what we wanted, or what we would love, is for the area to be recognized as Indigenous domain, and ideally as an Indigenous and community conserved area, but the law isn't present here yet. It's currently in the Senate. And so we were looking for a stopgap because this area is running out really quickly. And so we decided to pursue a critical habitat because it's the fastest way to do it, besides going for Indigenous domain, which takes between 1 to 2 decades because of the bureaucratic process. So to talk a little bit about how community organizing works, basically, we go in, we identify our communities. As I said earlier, many of us are from these communities. Cleopatra's Needle is also an area where many of us grew up in and around. And to get out there, we have to go out quite far, 50 kilometers on our motorcycles, and then going out, crossing rivers, about 10 river crossings average to get to our communities. If you have a look here, I've got a green bag there, and that's with a sack of rice. We never come empty-handed. To enable to bond with our communities, we need to share lots of meals and cups of coffee. So we've become expert coffee drinkers, and we're working with all sectors of our communities. So that's from the women's groups to the youth groups to the male leaders, which is predominantly the biggest group. Many of the decision makers are male. And we're also working at all times of the day. This is a meeting that which commonly happens. We hold them at night because our Indigenous communities are very busy during the day collecting their different livelihood resources. And so this is the time when they really have time to think about what they want to do with the future of their area. Also, part of the community organizing is finding ways for the communities to bond with us and understand that we're on the same page and what do we want to do for the area into the future. And one of the things that we did was the Saving the Almasiga Tree project. It's a reforestation project, and we're able to reforest the area with over 15,000 plus seedlings. The Almasiga is the key livelihood species of the Batak. It produces a high value resin, which is actually one of the most commercially valuable non-timber forest products of the Philippines. It fetches a very high price. But because of the incursion of outsiders, it's being very unsustainably harvested, and they're disappearing from our forests. And so this is one of the big parts of getting the communities on board and for them to see how we work. After we do the community organizing, we get them on board. The really fun part is the research. And with this, we deal with lots of different stakeholders, from government to academe, to local, international, and national scientists. And we go into the area, and we hike up firstly. Again, usually takes about 1 to 2 days to get up and set up our base camp. We go fully packed. We're usually up there for about 10 days to 2 weeks. And we're basically looking at all levels of biodiversity. Again, to protect an area this big, we need to justify every square inch of that forest. And so we're looking at avifauna, we're looking at insects, we're looking at herpetofauna, we're looking at mammals, we're looking at flora. There's lots and lots of different biodiversity that we're dealing with in this area. And then this is us at base camp, putting it all together, going through the specimens. And I also want to take this moment to shout out to one of our really important projects, which is a Knowledge is Power to the Forest project. And this is basically a culmination of all the research that we did and all the community organizing that we did. And that was to train our forest rangers, our Indigenous forest rangers, to be able to conduct biodiversity research themselves while on patrol. Why is this important? Now, during COVID, I think it's really obvious that many of us aren't able to get out to our research sites. Already on a good day, government and academe find it really hard to reach our area at Cleopatra's Needle because it is so remote. And what we're seeing now is that because we have these Indigenous communities empowered and the capacity is there for them to patrol the area as well as research the area, they're also working from home like we are, and their home is the forest, and they continue to defend the front lines even when we're not there. And finally, last but not least, once we have the communities on board and we have the scientific research done, the proof of science, then we do the lobbying. And this part is quite challenging because we are women led, and most of our work happens with male leaders that in a very patriarchal society that are sometimes 2 or 3 times our age. Again, we're a youth organization, and we're working with different decision makers at every level. But getting that piece of paper was really the hardest and most daunting part. It took us about 12 to 18 months of hard lobbying, flying to Manila, speaking to anyone that was willing to talk to us about protecting this area. So we got that piece of paper finally in 2017, and we worked with countless funders, supporters, government agencies, nonprofits to do that. It was definitely a huge effort with many, many different people on board. But unfortunately, protecting Cleopatra's Needle isn't enough. We actually need to protect more. And currently, as I said, we're working at the moment at the international level, at the UN, is working on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And what they're saying is that we should be protecting 30% of the planet by 2030. I definitely agree. What I'm going to argue to you today is that to do that, we need to put Indigenous and local communities front and center. And besides it being a human rights issue, environmental justice issue, the reason why we need to do that is because it's simply cheaper. Some very quick stats. Firstly, Indigenous peoples represent 5% of global population, but protect 80% of global biodiversity. So this is already testament to what is happening to our global biodiversity that's nearly at extinction. These areas are still being protected where there are Indigenous peoples present. Indigenous lands represent 37% of global natural lands and store 25% of the world's remaining above ground carbon. And as I said earlier, Indigenous lands are constantly under threat. And this is because of these carbon and other natural resource treasures that are there. Already with that 37%, we have our 30 by 30. We have our 30% protected on land. So we need to protect those areas. And why? Most importantly, statistically, deforestation on Indigenous lands is half compared to lands managed otherwise. So a study that came out in 2018 by the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous peoples showed us that statistically, this is what happens when Indigenous peoples are in charge of forested lands. And most importantly, they do it on less than a quarter of the budget. So conservation institutions. And when I say conservation institutions, that's multilateral aid agencies, government agencies, environmental ministries, international non-government organizations. They're much more effective because they're protecting their ancestral domain. Like currently at Cleopatra's Needle, we've run out of funding. They continue to protect the area. So even when there's no funding, they're still there at the front lines defending the area. So to do this, what I say that investing in Indigenous communities looks like is firstly recognizing and defending Indigenous tenure rights, and this has to continue over and over. It's an ongoing process because Indigenous tenure rights are constantly under threat from different kinds of interests, especially mining interests now in the Philippines. Secondly, there needs to be more laws for Indigenous and community conserved areas so we can bridge that gap between environmental as well as Indigenous rights. And I'm hoping that that's going to be in the 30 by 30 framework. And finally, most importantly, we need to have simple cash transfers. We need to lower the barriers for Indigenous peoples to be able to access funds to protect their areas. And what I mean by that is trust-based philanthropy and controlling less the funds that go into conservation and really giving that to Indigenous communities that can do it much more effectively. And it's been proven. But while we're lobbying for that piece of paper over at the UN, I just want to let you know to finish off that we are actually still working on new areas. So number 63 is Cleopatra's Needle. We're now at CS working on number 64. So Victoria Anapahan Mountain Range, and it's a proposed protected area called Gunsad. And so it's about 8,000 hectares, and that's what we're working on now. It's an incredible watershed that's about 1.5 times the island of Manhattan. If you want to know more about this, as well as the rest of our work at Center for Sustainability, you can follow us on social media, find out more about Cleopatra's Needle, about Indigenous conservation and Indigenous rights, as well as Gunsad and our reforestation work. And that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Sharing.
KM, great. What an amazing presentation. What amazing biodiversity you have. And what great work you're doing to protect that, especially working with Indigenous communities, since I think they really are the key to protecting so many of those important areas. Okay, well, the Q&A is open, so feel free to put some questions in the chat. We actually have one here already that we can jump into. So the first one, your ideas, your project that you're working on, how do you feel it can best be applied to the 30 by 30 campaign?
I think that the best way for it to be applied, thank you for that question, because it's really, really important, is that this is a policy that we're hoping that countries will sign on board. Actually, 50 countries have already signed on. But we need to figure out the meticulous details of what is in that policy. And what needs to be in that policy is Indigenous peoples and local communities are front and center. And so that this is a jumping board for countries to onboard that international policy. Currently, from what I've seen that's being negotiated, that's not explicitly in there yet. It needs to explicitly be in there. The Indigenous communities are going to be the first ones to have dibs, I guess, on protecting our front lines and being empowered to do that.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. So let's go back to Indigenous communities, because, it is such an important piece of the work you're doing. And what I'm always curious about, and I think others are as well, is, what kind of process was it to kind of earn trust and start to be able to work in the communities? Because it's not easy sometimes.
No, it's really, really hard. And you're working with different factions. A community is not a behemoth. It's like you're dealing with different groups and different interest groups within each community. It takes time. And I think that's the hardest part that especially we're struggling with now because of all of this urgency, because of this feeling that we are reaching an apocalypse. It's the fact that we're not giving time to Indigenous communities. It took us 2 years to get the communities on board, and it was yes, and then it was no, and then it was yes, and it was no. And basically it was drinking cups of coffee, sharing bowls of rice, and really talking to them. And for them to see that we're really genuine, that we just want to be there for them. We don't want to take the lands away from them. We don't not want to recognize their Indigenous rights. And it's building those relationships and listening to them, going to them and actually listening to, what they want. And that's how our Saving the Almasiga Tree project happened. That's how our Knowledge is Power to the Forest project happened, because it was like, what can you give us so that we're in charge of the projects? And that's all they want. They want their rights to be recognized, and their talent and their contribution to biodiversity, it's not recognized often. It goes to bigger speakers, it goes to Western science. Indigenous peoples are not recognized for their contribution to global biodiversity, and this is the time to change that.
All right, let's try and squeeze in one more question quickly, because we've got a few more that are coming in the chat. But I do want to add that probably when they see your sweet motorbiking skills, that probably helps too. Yeah.
I've drawn that bike so many times, and I actually think that it's endeared them. They're like, oh, okay, this girl's serious. She will drown her bike for us.
All right, very cool. So, you mentioned getting that piece of paper, getting land protected. So, after the land's protected, like Cleopatra's Needle, does that close the door for things like loggers and miners?
No, the truth is that it's a protected area is a living, breathing space, just like anywhere else. It's dynamic. And that's the reason why it's so important to have the front lines capacitated to protect the area. Because what's happening now, especially with COVID and government agencies aren't able to go out and look at what's happening, the Indigenous communities are at the front lines, and they're the ones that are holding the line. Now that there's a lot of funding has run out at the moment because of what's happening with the pandemic. The Indigenous communities are still there holding the line, even though there's no funding left for them, because it's their ancestral domain. If they don't protect it, who will? So that's been probably the most important lesson that we've learned, that even though, especially with COVID, we're not able to go out there, they're still calling us going, okay, this is happening. What do we do? And then we start brainstorming. Okay. And we don't need to go out there. They can just go ahead and do it, but we're here as their sounding board. We're here as their support. But they're the ones that are out there on the front lines really doing it.
All right. Well, I want to pop up the link here if people want to check out your website. There's a donate option there. Very important if you want to support KM's work. It's a great work. It's incredibly important work. So you can check out the website and you can donate right there. And KM, you set the bar pretty high. I think a lot of speakers are going to be scrambling to try and get outside now and find a more lush background. So thank you so much for taking a little break from the field and with us, really kind of kicking off the the Global Biodiversity Festival proper.
Such an honor. I'm so excited to also be inspired with everybody else. So many of my heroes are in this festival, so I'm very excited.
All right. Well, Cam, thank you so much. Enjoy your time in the field, and I'm sure we'll be connecting soon.
Sure. Happy BioFest.
Thanks, Cam.
Bye.
Okay, there we go. The BioFest off and running. What a great way to start it in the Philippines, in the field, and spending a little time with KM, who's doing absolutely incredible work. You know, a reminder that the Global Biodiversity Festival is a nonprofit festival, and all the funds that we raise over the weekend are going to organizations, including KM. So please do think about stopping in on the website and making that a donation. There's many ways to do it. You can find on the website under support conservation, lots of different ways to do it. And we also have a fun little option of text. You can text in the US biodiversity to 44321, or in other countries outside the US, it should work in most countries. It's a bit of a bigger number, 1-917-999-0700. Same word, biodiversity. It'll bring you to a page where you can go ahead and make a donation to the general fund for all the amazing conservation groups that we have joining us through the course of the weekend. Okay, let's keep this thing moving. We have so much to get through. This is such an exciting event that we have coming up. This morning, I got to spend a little bit of time with Celine Gamble. So Celine is the project manager at the Zoological Society of London. She's a visiting researcher at University of Portsmouth's Institute of Marine Sciences, and she's working on a pretty amazing conservation project, restoring oyster reefs, which play just an incredibly important role in coastal waters. I learned a ton from filming her presentation this morning. So I am going to share that now, and then we'll jump into our next event. So please enjoy our presentation from that Celine and I did this morning.
My name is Celine Gamble, and I'm a conservation project manager at the Zoological Society of London and visiting researcher at the University of Portsmouth's Institute of Marine Sciences. ZSL is an international conservation charity dedicated to creating a world where wildlife thrives. I'm based in the ecosystem restoration team in our conservation policy department, and the work of our team ranges from European eel conservation to fish monitoring and marine mammal monitoring on the River Thames, and to marine habitat restoration around the UK, such as oyster restoration. And today I'm going to be talking about restoring the UK's forgotten oyster reefs. So when I say the word oyster, what first springs to your mind? For some, I'd like to guess that most people are familiar with oysters served in a restaurant along with a glass of champagne. And this is because of our rich oyster eating history all around the globe. Humans share an intimate love affair with oysters, and the Romans were particularly keen on eating oysters, and records show that they ate them in their thousands during feasts. In the 19th century, more than 200 million native oysters were sold annually on the London market, even when the population in London was less than 2 million. There's a famous quote that I quite like called, "I do love oysters, it's like kissing the sea on the lips." And that was from Léon-Paul Farquhar, a French poet and essayist. So we know that oysters have been eaten for an incredibly long time. But what most people don't know is that underwater in their natural habitat, oysters come to life, capable of forming reef-like structures supporting a wide range of biodiversity, contributing towards cleaning our marine habitats and supporting other marine wildlife. For the beady eyes of you, you may have seen the spiny seahorse in the bottom hand corner, the small corner on the side, and that's an image taken in France in Quiberon Bay. And this seahorse, I love that he's kind of like checking out this little assemblage of oysters. So here is an image from the Netherlands, and it's an image taken by WWF, an ARC project, an oyster restoration project in the Netherlands. And it's showing that they've seen kind of evidence of mixed beds of oysters of different species and also mussels as well. So before I get further into my presentation, I want to cover what an oyster is. So oysters are sessile bivalve mollusks. And as you can see here, the true oyster family you can see here the true oyster family tree. And as a group, they're over 500 million years old. There are almost 30 different species of true oysters in the world. In the UK, you can typically find the European native oyster, and the Pacific oyster. And the Pacific oyster was introduced from the Pacific coast of Asia. However, the native oyster is the only native oyster found in the UK. Here on the right, you can see a biogeographic range map of our native oyster, showing that they're native to the Atlantic coast from Morocco to Norway, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. So oysters are characterized by their water filtering abilities, by filtering on particles in the water column, such as algae and detritus, taking them out of the water column. Here you can see a time lapse over a 4-hour period, with the left tank showing the clarity of the water without any oysters inside, and the right showing the water being cleaned by around 20 to 25 oysters. And so a single oyster is capable of filtering around 200 litres of water per day, which is around the size of your average bathtub. So when you times that by the millions of oysters that can come together when a reef is formed, you have an ecosystem and habitat that is powerful enough to vastly improve our coastal water quality. So to show this in a kind of real-time example, this is an image of Chesapeake Bay in the United States, and it's highlighting all about water quality and how good oysters can be at cleaning up the coastal waters. So historically, healthy oyster populations previously cleaned and filtered the entire volume of this bay in just 3 days. However, now with the demise of the native oyster, it now takes over a year to filter out the same kind of bay area, given the current numbers of oysters. And in this particular area, we know that there's dead zones of kind of nutrient buildups, which has led to all kinds of catastrophic impacts on the surrounding marine habitat. So oyster reefs once dominated many temperate and subtropical estuaries on Earth, and centuries of resource extraction, coastal degradation have pushed this ecosystem to the brink of functional extinction worldwide. So there was a study that carried out a kind of review of the conditions of reefs measured across 144 bays and 44 ecoregions. And worldwide, the condition of oyster reefs has been kind of categorized as poor or worse. And overall, over the past 150 years, our global oyster reefs have declined by 85% due to overexploitation, disease, and habitat loss. Of those remaining, over 1/3 are so depleted that they no longer function as ecosystems, particularly those in Europe, North America, and Australia, indicating that oyster reefs are a really threatened marine habitat globally. So here's a nice example of a remnant oyster reef. It's an Australian flat oyster reef in Tasmania. And as you can see, the kind of three-dimensional structure that oysters can build, forming a range of marine flora becoming attached to it. I really like having this image as kind of almost what we're trying to achieve here in the UK, but sadly we're not as far along with our oyster restoration projects. So this brings me back to Europe. So our European native oyster species has declined by 95% since the 1950s due to similar reasons to the global decline. And in the UK, we have just a few remaining populations, which can be found in the west coast of Scotland, the south coast of England, in areas such as the Solent and the River Fowl in Cornwall. And essentially the way that oysters have been fished means that we take out the live oysters, but we also take the shells out of the system. And it's that oyster shell, which is the preferred settlement kind of substrate for the oyster larvae, so the baby oysters, to settle on that shell and grow. So whilst we take those shells out, we're actually taking a really important part of the need of the oysters out of the system. And it's thought that oyster beds once ringed the British Isles, and we think that we've lost around 20,000 square kilometres of oyster reefs. This map is the Oslam Piscatorial Atlas from 1883, and it shows the shading of areas that we thought we had oyster reefs around the UK. So our native oyster is on the path to local extinction, and large-scale restoration efforts are required to bring them back, which in turn will benefit not only people, but also obviously the wildlife that they support. So it's not just water filtering that oysters are really good at. Oysters are recognised as ecosystem engineers due to the range of services they provide through the hard structures they create and their biological processes. This infographic shows all the different services that oysters can provide. I'll pick just a few for this purpose of this presentation. So it includes, for example, biodiversity enhancement through the complex structure that they support, providing a shelter and food for a diversity of different species. They can also increase fish production by providing suitable feeding and nursery grounds for fish, including fish of commercial importance. And also they can stabilize sediments, for example, reducing the resuspension of sediments, which improves that water quality and clarity that I mentioned earlier. And of course, they are an excellent source of protein and have been enjoyed as a food source for many, many years. And I like to say, because although they're small in size, they are capable of making some big changes in our marine ecosystem, helping keep our oceans healthy and resilient, particularly during this time. So the time for restoring our marine ecosystems is now. So we're entering the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which is aiming to prevent, halt, and reverse the degradation of ecosystems on every continent and in every ocean. And it's all about creating a narrative about restoring our ecosystems. And they have this hashtag called #GenerationRestoration. So we're really pleased to be an official supporter of this UN Decade. And this this graph here is from a paper called Rebuilding Marine Wildlife. And it's showing the growth in global restoration projects over the recent from the 1960s to 2020. And you can see that globally, there's been an increase in all kinds of different marine habitat restoration, including mangroves, seagrass, salt marsh, coral reef, and kelp and oyster reefs. And globally, we can see that there's now 1,700 oyster restoration projects. And that's not just in Europe, but it's also in the United States and Australia as well. And actually, in Europe, we're taking a lot of our learnings from international restoration efforts as well. So over the past 5 to 10 years, we've had 11 oyster restoration projects pop up around the UK and around 23 projects across Europe. And we've set up the Native Oyster Network for UK and Ireland, which is aiming to facilitate the ecologically coherent restoration of the oyster in the UK and facilitate information sharing between the projects that we run. We also work very closely with the European sister network called NORA, and all just aiming to information share and learn more about the species and effective restoration methods. So earlier I touched on the ecosystem services side of restoring oysters. And these ecosystem services they provide have a benefit on various different stakeholders, including the local community, recreational fishers, coastal communities, and commercial fishers. So whilst we're really hoping to rebuild this habitat to support other marine wildlife and creating healthy coastal ecosystems, there's actually a range of beneficiaries that come along with restoring oysters. So that's the reasons behind why we're trying to do this. So as I mentioned, the networks that we've set up, we've basically produced how-to handbooks, including all the information someone would need to set up their own oyster restoration project. And we've also created guidelines on biosecurity and best practices within the sector. And these publications are both available to download on our website with the link on the screen. And we hope that these publications and guidance will help facilitate further oyster restoration projects in the future. And these publications were actually built upon expertise and guidance documents that were put together in the States and Australia as well. So another part of our project, we've partnered with divers all around the UK, along with the BSAC divers group. And we basically ran a photography competition to try and learn more about existing populations around the UK, trying to help us understand, any remnant populations that we may have, because at the moment we have very small, limited pockets around the country. And that had great success. We had many, many submissions, and we're actually going to be extending that further in the coming months and summer. So in the next few slides, I'm just going to cover the barriers to oyster restoration and include a few case studies of projects around the UK. So in order to achieve restoration, we had to take a look at the barriers to oyster population recovery. So I think I've mentioned it at previous slides, but essentially we have a low number of mature reproducing oysters. We have so in terms of that, with the reproducing oysters in the summer months, they release billions of oyster larvae into the system. But the fact that we have low numbers of them mean that we've got a larval source issue. Second to that is a lack of suitable habitat to grow on. So that's that shell substrate that I mentioned earlier. Because that's also been taken out, we don't have the suitable habitat for the oyster larvae to grow on and thrive. And third and finally, because dealing with such a heavily declined population, oysters have become lost from living memory of many kind of coastal communities around the UK. And that's kind of part of the shifting baseline syndrome. Many people have forgotten that these biodiverse ecosystems provide us with huge benefits, and people are most kind of familiar with them as a food product. So a lot of our work is trying to communicate the other benefits that restoring healthy oyster reefs may have. So I'm going to show you a range of different projects from around the UK. So this project is a community-led project in Loch Craignish in Scotland. And it shows that it doesn't take huge, well, it is huge efforts in these communities, but these local communities are really championing bringing back their native oyster locally. So another project is the Essex Native Oyster Restoration Initiative. And in Essex, there's a huge kind of cultural and historical importance of the native oyster. And these images on the screen now are local oyster fishermen. They're 7th and 8th generation oyster fishermen, a father and son, and they are heavily involved with the oyster restoration project that we've set up there. And the vision of this project is to restore self-sustaining populations of native oysters in Essex that provide ecosystem services, sustainable fisheries, and increased biodiversity, whilst also recognizing their importance culturally as well. So yeah, these are the oystermen that we work with locally there. So here on screen, I've got a video of the culture deployment. So when I was mentioning that substrate kind of issue, this is how you can start to kind of build up that seabed, deploying the culture onto that seabed, which then once it's settled on in the summer months, it can encourage that larval settlement to kind of settle on and start to grow. And this is all done within a restoration box that the project has set up locally. Let's go play again. And this brings me on to the third and final project that I'd like to kind of showcase today. So this is the Wild Oysters Project, a collaboration between ZSL, the Blue Marine Foundation, and British Marine. And basically this project has set up restoration hubs in England, Scotland, and Wales. And we've introduced oyster nurseries. So here's an image of an oyster nursery, which contain 30 mature native oysters, which we then suspend underneath marina pontoons. And they, in the summer months, will start to release their baby oysters and oyster larvae back into the system. Further to that, we are carrying out seabed restoration. And to do that, we're carrying out baseline surveys to understand what kind of shell substrate we have in the local environment, and then identifying what we need to do to try and make it more suitable for the oyster larvae to settle on and grow. We've also developed a public outreach and education program using the expertise that we have to kind of develop education materials in line with the national curriculum in the UK for Key Stage 3 and Key Stage 4, inviting students to come down to these marina pontoons for a classroom session and to learn more about the marine environment, and hoping to kind of inspire the next generation of marine stewards. So we're really excited that as part of the project, we've partnered with an industry partner called British Marine. They're a membership organisation for the UK leisure, super yacht and small commercial marine industry. And they've provided us with the kind of knowledge and introductions to 6 marina pontoons around the UK. And these marinas have basically allowed us to modify their pontoons. You can see here in the image, we've created a little hatch where you can put the oyster nurseries and clip them in safe and secure underneath those pontoons. And that was down to a huge body of work that we've carried out through the Blue Marine Foundation and the University of Portsmouth to understand how oysters can live and thrive in these kind of micro-habitat systems. And by partnering with our marine industry partner, it's also allowed us to develop communications alongside the industry. So trying to encourage marine industry and sea users to be more proactive by making space for nature in marinas, and also trying to consider ways of reducing pollution and their impact on the marine environment. So here's another video you can see, and that was taken by the Blue Marine Foundation as part of the Solent Oyster Restoration Project. And it shows what the oyster nurseries look like, having been underneath the pontoons for a few months. And when you pull up these oyster nurseries from underneath the pontoon, you often bring with it a whole ecosystem that comes up, essentially because when it's underwater, it creates a mini ecosystem capable of providing home for hundreds of different species. And in this particular site, the nurseries have previously had critically endangered European eel species and spiny seahorse kind of found in amongst their oysters in the nurseries. In this video as well, I think a bit later on, you can see various different fish species kind of interacting with the nurseries. And we've recorded many, many different marine species interacting with our nurseries. So we've also uploaded this footage onto our website, and I've got a link in some following slides on essentially we've uploaded this onto our website where we want people to help us to categorize and learn more about what's going on in these videos. So a chance for people to get involved with the project. So that leads me to kind of speak out how you can get involved with these projects. So as I mentioned, we're really keen to try and share oyster facts and kind of debunk and share the kind of benefits that oysters can provide us with. So if you want to share that on social media with the hashtag wild oysters, we'd be grateful. You can follow our progress online or help to volunteer at one of our sites if you are based in the UK. If you are based further afield, you can visit our website to help us with our citizen science and help us to review some of the video footage that we've captured from our nurseries. And here you can see our Twitter handle and website details there. And that leads me to say thank you very, very much for this opportunity to present at the festival this year. Thank you very much.
All right, Celine, thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and you've definitely sold me. So many ecosystem services that those oyster reefs do provide. And I was impressed, you showed a few images of, a healthy-ish reef with all that color. It almost rivals that of a coral reef with the amount of life and color and habitat that they do provide. So really, really cool. I've got a lot of questions, but we'll start off with a couple and we'll see where we go from there. So my first area that I want to touch on is just the timeline for a healthy reef. Obviously, coral reefs, they build up over time, layer upon layer upon layer. What's kind of the timeline for a healthy oyster reef? Is it decades? Is it hundreds of years? What's that kind of look like?
Yeah, so in the UK, we're still at the early stages of trying to find out, how long it's going to take. And some of the projects have been set up for about 5 to 10 years now. And we're still trying to learn more about understanding if it's, been successful. So I would say that it's decades, but particularly with the European native oyster, we're still learning. And we don't have those oyster reefs to kind of, to try and benchmark across. So a lot of our learnings are from the States and Australia. But yeah, I would say that it's decades, but we're still learning lots. All
right. I'm curious about services. You mentioned lots of services that these reefs provide. And I know coral, along the coast can be a great barrier against erosion and storm surge and things like that. Do the oyster reefs get large enough to provide a similar service like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know in Australia and the States, different oyster species inhabiting different areas of the kind of coastal zones. So definitely the ones that are more kind of intertidal would definitely, when the oyster reefs are kind of thriving and healthy, they can definitely provide a good barrier for storm and coastal erosion. In the UK, unfortunately, because we're dealing with such a heavy decline, that's not a service that we're reporting yet, but hopefully in years to come, if we are successful in restoring the ecosystem, then that's something that we'd also hope for.
Okay. So I thought those nurseries were really cool that you were putting together, putting under the pontoons, and just seeing the life that kind of surrounded them in such a short period of time. I'm wondering about the life, the life cycle of those nurseries. How long do those mature oysters kind of keep doing their thing? Do you have to replenish it from time to time? How does that work?
Absolutely. So we're putting in the oysters around 5 years of age, and oysters can, grow up to around 15 to 20 years old. The work on these nurseries, we've been gaining data for about the last 3 or 4 years. So we're still learning about that. Every now and then there are mortalities, so we have to replace them, and that's part of our monitoring. And actually, when there are mortalities, it's really helpful in learning about what's going on in that local site, particularly in the different regions. So the data that we're collecting in England, Scotland, and Wales is really interesting in learning more about the oyster species. But yeah, for now, the kind of oysters remain in those nurseries, and they would eventually grow to a size that perhaps they are too large. So other projects are actually doing the seabed restoration that I mentioned with the shell substrate. Mm-hmm. Other projects are putting oysters on top of that shell substrate. So that would be an option for oysters that if they kind of grew out of the oyster nurseries, as it were.
All right. Yeah, that's awesome. They're sounds like they can be there for a bit, and they're just pumping out just billions and billions of larvae. That's great. So I saw that it looked like there were kind of two parts to the restoration. One was laying down that substrate, a nice spot for the larva to settle, and then it looked like the nurseries, or maybe directly putting some of those mature oysters into the system. Is part of it release of larvae, or is that kind of too difficult to do?
So with the shell substrate as well?
Yeah, well, I'm almost thinking like, sometimes they take sea turtle eggs and then raise them and release the young. I'm wondering if the same thing can be done, in captivity, capture a bunch of larvae and release it at a specific site. Or is that too hard, too small?
Yeah, so it's actually really interesting. At the moment, we've had the first kind of oyster hatchery for restoration purposes be established here in the UK and in the Solent by the University of Portsmouth and the Blue Marine Foundation. And that is exactly that, trying to rear the brood stock, create those, capture the oyster larvae, grow them on, and then release them at a really small size. So we call them seed oysters. So that is something that's happening, but it's still very early stages. And I guess at the moment, with the nurseries, that's what we're trying to create, like brood stock suspended in the nursery and releasing that larvae. But there is a way of doing that more artificially, because they are quite a sensitive species, particularly the larvae. We're still learning how to do that, but that is something that's been set up within the last few months here in the UK.
All right. And one more question for you, Celine, just about maybe the challenges of, obviously the water quality has changed. With there being less of kind of that reef ecosystem. Temperatures are changing a little bit with global warming, changing sea temperatures. Are there any kind of obstacles like that to re-releasing?
Yes, there is. And there's lots of considerations in terms of trying to understand, because we're working with such a declined population, understanding where they would have been, and obviously in the face of changes to marine environment, understanding the kind of repercussions of that. And the good thing with oysters, and we're still obviously learning, is that they are quite resilient to changes in their environment. They can be quite hardy. So learning more about the kind of temperatures that can impact them, for example, with temperature changes in the ocean, that influences when they release their larvae. So learning kind of things about that is really important. So yes, that is kind of a barrier and learnings as we go along. But also at the stage that we're at in the UK now, it's more about scaling up and trying to, have more restoration sites around the UK to try and, rebuild the ecosystem.
All right. Awesome. Well, Celine, it's an absolutely great project. It's definitely an important project for those coastal waters around the UK. And it's, awesome to see citizen science involved, people getting out and playing a role, whether it's identifying things or getting right out and helping to restore some of those ecosystems. So thank you so much for sharing that work with us. It looks like there's lots happening, lots to learn, and we're definitely going to have you come back and join again and update us in a future festival. So thanks so much, Celine, for joining us and sharing that story with us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thanks, Celine.
Thank you.
All right. Well, from the warm rainforest of the Philippines to the cold coastal waters of the UK and exploring oyster reefs. Thank you so much to Celine for joining us today. It was nice and early this morning. We were able to do that together, and I learned so much about oyster reefs. You always think about coral reefs and how important they are. There's sponge reefs and the role that they play. Never realized the role that oyster reefs were playing in coastal ecosystems all around the world. So really great to bring that in and hear that there is work being done to bring things back. So good stuff. I do want to share a couple little things. First thing I want to do is give a little shout out to Lenovo EDU. They're one of the sponsors for the festivals. So the Lenovo EDU goal is to create a community that expands access to engaging and innovative educational resources, inspiring learners and teachers to take education into their own hands. So their Field Expert Series brings the excitement of learning about the world directly to the community through direct engagement with the field experts themselves, through interactive activities, unique digital content, content and virtual events like the Global Biodiversity Festival. So I'm going to cue up a little video here. Let's take a little sizzle reel and check out the Global EDU community. Okay, so huge shout out to Lenovo EDU, and obviously, check out their community. Big community growing in the US, in Australia, in the UK, a great spot for like-minded educators and others to collaborate, to share resources, to find inspiration. So definitely worth signing up and joining the community in your area, your neck of the woods. So along with many of the options for donating to the festival, we do have a print sale going right now. We're calling it Prints for Conservation. So if you head to the website, globalbiofest.com, and look under Prints for Conservation, you can see we have a whole series of prints from photographers, from the scientists, that you can purchase for $100 US. That will include the printing, that will include the shipping, and then everything else from that donation goes directly to conservation. So take a look, make the donation there. There's a few different options for doing that. And then shoot us an email. You'll find the email there. Let us know which print you were hoping to get. And of course, your address. So US, Canada, Europe, UK, we're sending there. And if you're somewhere else and you really want to print, just contact us and we'll figure out a way to make it work, make that conservation donation count. Okay. We have another great event coming up. This time we're heading to the United States. We are going to spend a little bit of time with Callie Broadus. So Callie is recently was just named an Explorers Club Top 50. So someone to look out for in the world of exploration, doing really exciting things. She's a founder of the Reserva Youth Land Trust. So working to create the world's first fully created reserve by youth raising donations around the world. So this will be in the Choco Rainforest in Ecuador. She's pulled together this amazing group of kids, students from around the world, different expertises, who are doing amazing things to raise environmental awareness, raise funds, and she's given them a platform to share the work that they're doing, to go on expeditions to Ecuador. It really is an amazing thing that Callie's doing. I first met Callie at National Geographic. She was a book designer there, but she told me very early on about this exciting idea for Reserva, and it's been incredible to watch it grow and come into its own over the last little while. So I'm going to bring Callie in now. Hey, Callie, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Looks like you're joining us from Washington, D.C. today.
Yeah, you know this spot.
I know the spot. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're looking into what they call a kitchen, which is about 9 feet long and 3 feet deep.
All right. Well, very cool. Callie, thanks so much for joining us. Reserva is such an incredible organization. It's grown so much since you launched it. Couldn't be more excited to watch what's happening. And of course, we love when we can do live events either from Ecuador or when you get back to see all the incredible photos and biodiversity and new species. It's amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really amazing to be part of it. So thanks for letting me share. It's a real indulging. It's kind of like when someone gets home from their vacation and someone's like, please, can I see your photos? Like, yeah, yeah, you can. So thanks for having me on.
All right, good stuff. Well, I'm going to get out of here for a few minutes. I'm going to let you take over, and then we'll see what comes in through the live Q&A chat.
That sounds good. All right, I'm going to screen share here. Share screen. All right. And let's see, I'll just see if I can do this in a full screen mode. Oh gosh, I don't know how to use this. How to do a slideshow. Well, at any rate, you can see it. So, so what I want to talk about today is youth-led biodiversity conservation, and the idea for Reserva, this organization that I started about almost 2 years ago now, is that conservation, and particularly private conservation, where you're directly funding a local organization to purchase land and put it into permanent conservation. It's the most secure form of securing lands that it can't be developed. I think it's a really effective tool to both combat climate change and biodiversity loss, but also to relieve our feelings of anxiety around those ecological crises we're facing. And for too long, this is something that's kind of been gatekept by, frankly, rich old white people. It's something that is easy for people to donate to and get involved with because organizations reach out to them and ask them for their monthly $500 contribution, and it's worth it to reach out to those people. But I think half the world is youth, and it's worth it to reach out to those people as well, even if they can't give a $500 monthly donation. This is a form of outlet of combating problems that we face that is extremely satisfying to contribute to. So I started Reserva because I felt that youth needed to be involved in biodiversity conservation in the same way that that people with big salaries have been able to contribute to and be part of for a long time. So Reserva is an organization that works to empower young people to make a measurable difference for threatened species and habitats through conservation, education, and storytelling. That's our mission statement. And it all was organized around this flagship project to create the world's first entirely youth-funded nature reserve. And initially, when I came up with this idea, it was really just to do this one project. I thought it was one and done. It would be a really cool way to merge my job at National Geographic with one of my volunteer activities, or I'm on the Rainforest Trust Council, and I thought, what a cool idea to merge National Geographic kids and this really effective form of conservation and bridge that gap between young people and tried and true methods of biodiversity conservation. After working through the idea with the help of my friend Bella Lack, who's in the UK, and a youth council that we began to assemble, it really turned out that this shouldn't just be one project, one reserve. We decided we wanted to make a network of these reserves around the world. But of course, we had no idea how possible it would be. We didn't know how difficult it would be to raise money from kids with kids. And so we had to start somewhere. I approached Rainforest Trust and told them this idea, and they said, "That's crazy. Why has no one ever done that before?" So we took out the binder of all the projects that were being proposed to Rainforest Trust and found a project that wasn't too big for us to attempt and wasn't so small that it wouldn't be significant. And in fact, even though it's 244 acres, which might sound small compared to many of the other large reserves around the world, but it is in pound for pound the most biodiverse place in the world, the most endemic place in the world. The species that live here live nowhere else. This is in the Chocó cloud forest of Ecuador. And this little black arrow points to right where it is in Carchi province. It's in the very, very northwestern tip of Ecuador, and it literally borders Colombia. So this top photo up here at the water, that's the lower border of the reserve, of the site. And then these white rocks, the site's called Peñas Blancas, which means white rocks in Spanish. And that's the southern but uppermost edge of the site. So it's in this biodiversity hotspot. And basically the way that the geography has formed over the last many million years, the species that exist in this site, it's very difficult for them to travel down the Andes Mountains because of changes in temperature and humidity. And it's very difficult for them to travel up into the higher elevations of the mountains because of the temperature. And so the species that live there tend to evolve and become very distinct for where they live. These are some of the the species that are found on this site that are particularly important. I had to include this picture by Sean Grazer of an ocelot, even though it's a least concerned species, just because this camera trapping is so good. This is one of the awesome cats that's on our reserve. We also have pumas, jaguarundis. There have been anecdotal reports of jaguars, but we also have brown-headed spider monkeys, which are critically endangered. That's this monkey in the top right, howler monkeys, capuchin monkeys. But the things that you see most often when you go there are birds, and we see a lot of them because we've started a monitoring program, and herps. So these two toads in the upper left and bottom right are critically endangered. So the upper left is Rebocolami. It's a toad that was previously thought extinct, rediscovered by Ecuadorian scientists, and lives on our site. It's one of, I think, 2 locations where this toad is known to live. And in the bottom right, Atelopus coine is critically endangered globally. It's one of the most endangered amphibians in the country. And it's just gorgeous. It's about the size of your part of your thumb, like that last knuckle bit. But the reason this reserve exists is largely because of the orchids. And so this species of Dracula orchid up here is the genus that gives this reserve its name. It's called Dracula Youth Reserve. That's our segment. And it's part of a Dracula Reserve network. They're trying to create a wildlife corridor to make mobility for larger species, but also preserve the incredible, astounding orchid diversity that lives in this region. So that's how our partner works. We work with a partner, could not do this without them. We work with a partner called Ecominga. And what Ecominga does is we fundraise, we send the money to Rainforest Trust, they match it dollar for dollar, and then they send money to Ecominga, and Ecominga buys the land, hires local and indigenous people to protect it, and ensures that it is not poached. Mining companies aren't sneaking onto the land to test for gold, that it's secure. And these are the people who are doing that every day. So Don Hector, Nilo, Milton, Giovanni, David, and Rolando are patrolling every day. They come from largely El Chical, which is the area where this site is found, but also from the surrounding areas as well. Milton, here in the top right, is probably the strongest person I've ever met. And he is from the Awa indigenous community, which lives directly adjacent to our site. So we're incredibly proud to be working with them, and they've been very understanding and excited by the opportunity to work with a group of youth who are doing this for the first time. This is the person we've been working with most. His name is Javier Roballo, and he's the reserve manager. So he's in charge of hiring people and identifying the sites, organizing expeditions to determine how diverse is this area, what species can we confirm are living there, and then organizing a purchase. So most of the land that's being purchased for this reserve is by, in fact, I think all of it up to this point is by people who want to sell. There is heavy mining interest in this area. Mining companies are trying to buy up as much land as they can. And so a lot of people who are in a more impoverished state and who just want some money to be able to feed their family, they are largely cutting down their own forest to plant low dollar crops or to graze their cattle, or they want to just sell and get out. So this land that we're buying, most of the time it's because people would rather see their land go into conservation than see it destroyed by mining companies. So Javier has really been an incredible ally in this this experience, the last 2 years of bringing youth into conservation. And I just love this quote from him. And when I asked him, why were you okay with bringing us on as a partner when we had literally just started? I don't think we even had a business license before Javier said, yes, we're in. But he said, we can't spread a message that we don't practice. We cannot spread something we don't really believe. I have a lot of trust in young generations. We cannot go to big meetings and say that we want to involve young people if we don't give them the chance. And that is really the ethos that we want to embody at Reserva as an organization. So after this, I'm just going to show these little slides, and then I have a short video just to take you into the reserve. But I'm going to say a little bit more about our organization first and kind of what we do on a day-to-day basis. So these are our protectors from not from the reserve, but from around the world. We are organized and run by a youth council of right now about 60 people from about 16 different countries, from Pakistan to Ecuador to the UK to Kenya. And all these young people they're between 7 years old at the youngest and up to 26. And they've all become incredibly close friends. And we get together once a month to discuss fundraising strategies, to plan team fundraisers, to hear updates from Javier, and sometimes even from the team on the ground. Or when some of us are on an expedition, we might be able to get a little bit of Wi-Fi and call in. And so we have these monthly check-ins to make sure that everyone is involved and really getting a firsthand experience of what are the steps that go into conserving a critically threatened piece of land. And so what they're largely doing is fundraising. They're just getting money together because you can't conserve land without money. And so the way this is done is we've had over 400 people, probably more now, I guess probably 500 people who have individually just donated. This picture in the middle is from Junya and Keanu, who are gosh, they're gonna kick me for getting their ages wrong if I do, but I believe they're 8 and 10, and they are in India. And this was all the money that they earned from their chores. And they gave it to me in a little envelope and told me that they wanted to save the rainforest. So sometimes it's just a personal donation. Every $3 saves about a classroom-sized area of rainforest, which might not sound like a huge amount to an adult, but it's massive to a kid. When you can run around it, when you can literally lie on the ground and roll from one end to the other and see how many times you can roll over, that is so tangible. And it's a huge relief to know that you've done something that can protect an amount of land that you can really feel and understand. And then we also have kids who are doing individual fundraisers. So on the left, Justin Sather, he has raised, gosh, probably $7,000 now. I think he's on his 6th or 7th acre of land. And he and his mom are working together to get on TV, to get into the newspapers, and to bring awareness to the state of frogs in this area. He's incredibly passionate about frogs. So sometimes it's an individual fundraiser like that. Sometimes it is someone like Joe Wilkins in Wales, who just ran 45 miles along the coast of Wales to raise money for the forest. And he raised about $3,000 for Reserva and another $3,000 for a mental health organization. And that effort spawned this idea for a run for the rainforest. So a lot of the funding that we get in is from those individual fundraisers, but probably a quarter of it is from group fundraisers that we undertake together as a youth council. So one of them is actually going on right now. It's called Run for the Rainforest, and you can sign up on our website. It's $15. It's matched 4 times right now. So your $15 donation generates $45 in funds for conservation. And you just go run a 5K or a 1 mile dash and tag us in it, and we'll have some cool prizes at the end. But we've done a few of these group fundraisers. So we did a concert for conservation. And if you're familiar with Olivia Rodrigo, who had the top song in the world there for a little while this year, she came on, and Lizzie Daly was an incredible host, hosting. I think we had over 2 concerts. We had 20 people come on to perform, and we raised over $2,000 for conservation. And then a trivia night where we had Natalie Bolt come on, and it was a really fun time. So we put these events together, and it takes a lot of organizing, and it builds some really good skills in terms of how to raise money when you don't necessarily have it to give. And then, we know that not everyone is going to be able to donate to this effort, and especially little kids, people who can't have a summer job, especially people who are living near our site, folks from developing nations, people who don't have access to a credit card, or who don't have a network through which they can fundraise. All of that is a reality, and all of that, those are all kids and youth that we still want to be able to empower. There's no reason that should preclude them from being able to make a difference. So we started this effort called the 1 Million Letters for Nature campaign, and we're trying to collect 1 million letters from youth all around the world saying what they love about nature, and describing why world governments need to commit to protecting 30% of our planet by 2030. So the US has just jumped on to 30 by 30, and I think there are about 50 nations that have signed on, but we need all of us to get on board as a benchmark toward preserving 50% of the planet, which is the mark that most scientists agree we need to hit, keeping 50% of the Earth in its wild state, and to be able to continue on as a civilization. So we're collecting these letters from kids, and then every letter we receive, we match it with $3 toward the reserve. So even if you can't donate, or if you have donated and you just want to do more, just write a letter. And in fact, if you're really little and you don't know how to write a letter, you can just make a sign like what Evie and Ruby did here. No guns, no chainsaws, no bikes, animals only. And that really conveys what is in the hearts of kids and youth around the world. And so we're trying to bring these letters to the UN, and we're really proudly supported by National Geographic Campaign for Nature in this effort to impact the UN Biodiversity Convention, and hopefully amplify that work that we're doing on the ground through this storytelling campaign. And it's not all about fundraising for us. As I said, our mission is to empower youth through conservation, education, and storytelling. And so some of that education and storytelling comes into play as campaigns that don't involve fundraising. So this was my favorite one, just as one example. Some Ecuadorian scientists from the National Institute of Biodiversity in Quito have been studying the frogs of the Chocó for many years. And one of the frogs they found is this Helocyrtus frog that was new to science. And because the frog is, the species is most abundant on our site, they offered us the chance to name it. And of course, usually that's something that is reserved for the scientists who discovered the species. Oftentimes they're named by, they get to be named in honor of a large donor, or, of someone who was particularly relevant to the conservation of that species or that area. And so it was a huge honor that they gave us the chance to name it. And the idea was, oh, you should just use this to raise some money for the reserve. But we really wanted to involve as many people as we could and give them the opportunity to be involved in science and to appreciate how biodiverse this area is, because I think a lot of people don't realize that there are places in the world left that you can still discover a new species of frog just going on a 5-day expedition, or indeed sometimes several new species of frogs. So we opened a competition to youth around the world and asked them to read about this frog, learn about its habitat, about the people who live there, the people who work to study it, about its physical characteristics, its environment, and then suggest a scientific and English or Spanish name with a justification for their entry. And we had a judging panel go through, and ultimately we got 622 unique entries, and they were from 36 countries. They were all free. And I thought we'd get a lot of Froggy McFrogface, but we didn't. We got incredibly sincere, creative entries that made it excruciating to judge. But in the end, a 19-year-old from Ecuador won with the name Helocyrtus conscientia, and that paper should be published very soon. So stay tuned for that. I'm just going to kind of plow on because I'd love to show a little bit of video. But while we're there, we actually get to go on expedition with our partner. It was important to me that not only do we involve youth in conserving this place from abroad, but also that we can work with our partners on the ground to find ways to creatively integrate youth into their work there, because this is the next generation of stewards of this landscape. So I'm actually just going to skip over this and play a video so that you can see. Here we go. Hopefully you can see this. So you can see what the site looks like when we go there. So this is Peñas Blancas, and you can see it's just a vertical cliff. We hike up the left-hand side of the screen there, and usually we're hiking through the clouds, and our site begins right at the edge of those white rocks at the very top of the ridge, and you go down the back side, and our site is in the back there. You see a ton of bird life. This is the plate-billed mountain toucan. It's the species that graces the cover of the book Birds of Ecuador by Bob Ridgely. And the birds are some of the main things that we work with. So on this last expedition, our partners started a bird monitoring program where they're identifying birds flying into bird nets, taking measurements, and studying the overall health. It's a great way to get people, especially the rangers, to get up close with the wildlife. One of the other things we do is we work with a herpetologist to study this toad, which is Atelopus coine that I mentioned. And every single one of these that we find is an absolute treasure because they're so endangered. So my job on these expeditions, and the job of our youth council, so they come either as scientists or as storytellers, as my assistant, is to document these animals. We photograph the left side, the right side, ventral, dorsal, front, back, and document them in their environment. And then the scientists can let them go, knowing that they've been able to register the physical characteristics of these frogs so they can later be identified and tracked. Sometimes we get lucky and we get to find snakes. We actually found 13 snakes on our last expedition. And that's always a treat. And then there are a lot of other species as well. There's, of course, glass frogs. There are big butterflies. There are all kinds of stuff. But the best part for me is bringing the youth council. So this is Pearson and Natalia. This was the very first snake that we found on our last expedition. It's a mountain sipo. And bringing these young people along always kind of adds just a really fun element to the expeditions. And you can tell how much harder the scientists and the team on the ground work when there are young people around, because it's kind of like, the next generation is watching you. This is the work that they're doing is to preserve these areas for the next generation, and to have them there right in front of you. It kind of puts the pressure on, and it's a really good time. So I'm really looking forward to doing more of that in the future. It's kind of a just straight run through our work, but we are on social media at Reserva YLT and reservaylt.org. So come check out, read more about what we do in a less of a rapid fire way. And that's what I have. And hopefully Joe is still there. But
of course I'm still there. Callie, thank you so much for that great presentation. It's always great to see that the work you're doing, the impact it's having. I'm not going to lie, I was rooting for Froggy McFrogface, so I was a little bit let down that everybody put such a good effort in and came up with so many great names.
Like 4 of them. I think one of my favorites was, there was, I think his name was James Dougal, I want to say, from Ireland, and he put Hilliday Fudge, and he named it after his dog who had recently passed away. He said, Fudge and I were best mates, and I promised him something big when he passed away, and this is what I could think of. So it was really something to read through all those names.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine it wasn't an easy decision. So those tuning in with the live chat, feel free to pop in some questions for us. We can probably squeeze in maybe 1 or 2 more before we pop into our next event. Just tell us what it's like being out there in this amazing area of the world, untouched in many ways, so many species. What's it like to just try to get from point A to point B when you're in the cloud forest?
It's difficult. It's all on your feet. It's manual. It would be a lot harder without the incredible support of the team on the ground. Just Milton, for example, he's Indigenous, and he grew up in these mountains. And when he was 8 years old, he started working in these mountains. That's what he did, started carrying things. And so he didn't get to go to school. He learned how to walk, and it's incredibly steep. It's like that mile that takes us from the bottom of the mountain up to the top of those white rocks, it took us about 6.5 hours just to get from the bottom to the top over 1 mile. And Milton, when we left, Milton had already gone out to our site and come back. And it's like 2.5 miles, took us 8.5 hours. He had already gone out and come back. And when we started, he grabbed like gallons of, I don't remember what we even had. Like there was a camp stove. There was all kinds of heavy stuff, probably 80 pounds. And he took it out there and was back before we were halfway up the first mile, took more stuff, went out. And so people who know how to run on this terrain, who know how to move in this, like, it's incredibly wet. It's one of the wettest regions in the entire world. People who know how to cover it are, they find it a lot easier, I think, than the rest of us. But we're lugging camera gear. We're always wearing rubber boots and looking out for snakes and trudging up slopes like this. Yeah, it's really cool. It's surreal to be walking on trails that were just cut through an area that no scientist has explored before. And I can't say nobody has explored it before because people have been living there for thousands of years.
Sure.
But,
yeah, absolutely.
But it's beautiful. It's wet, it's cloudy, and it's all the sounds of birds and insects. And hopefully next time that I'm there, the sounds of monkeys. That's my big hope. Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. All right. Well, I do want to pop this up here. I know you shared the link as well, but there we go. reserva.ylt.org. Check it out. I mean, the work is incredible. The youth are incredible. Donate there if you think Callie's work is pretty awesome, because, well, it is. And then, of course, Reserva is one of the groups that we're supporting over the weekend. So, you know, anything you donate to the site, to the general fund, will be spread around some amazing conservation organizations around the world, of course, including Reserva and all the great work done by the youth.
Can I add that tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern, we're going to have an awesome team of our youth council presenting the Dracula Youth Reserve Power Hour. So they're going to be diving into the site, going over sloths, birds, the musicality of birdsong. They'll talk more about those two toads, and they'll go into why these orchids are so important. And so 5 youth council members, don't miss them. They're pretty awesome.
It's going to be a good one. Well, Callie, thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait for hopefully someday, not in the too distant future, when you've pulled it off. I know it's going to be amazing. So thanks so much, Callie.
Not distant at all. Yeah. If you want to be part of this first reserve, you are running out of time. So hurry over to the website now.
All right. Excellent. Callie, have a great night. Looking forward to Power Hour tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much.
See ya. Okay, well, we're moving around. We've already been on 3 different continents. Let's go to a 4th. Why not? That's what we can do. We have the power to do that. So I'm so excited for this next event. My friend, Isai Madriz, he is an entomologist. He is a zoologist. He's a National Geographic explorer, a Fulbright fellow. He likes to get out. He's in Chile, in Patagonia, get out on expedition to spots that people rarely travel to. He does it solo a lot of the time, unsupported, which is pretty wild, pretty amazing. And he's out there. What's he looking for? He is looking for, well, he's going to tell us, jewels, amazing species of insects that are often overlooked, and not just finding them, but finding their different life stages. So pretty amazing stuff. We've done lots of live stuff with him from the field with classrooms around the world, rappelling down waterfalls and using pack rafts to navigate rivers. I'm going to bring him in now. It looks like he's hanging out in a shed or an office full of gear and equipment. I'm sure all that comes in handy for that, solo expedition stuff.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, actually, well, thank you for the invitation. Yeah, this is my my nerd cave. Back there, that's all the expedition stuff that I use, depending on where I go. And you're not able to see it, but like all the insect-related equipment is over here.
All right.
Yeah,
well, who needs a bat cave when you have a nerd cave?
It's even better, like bats. There's guano, and here there's none. They're just insects.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Well, Isai, I'm going to let you take over for a little bit. I got a tiny sneak peek of some of the amazing photos you're going to share with us. We're excited, so I'm going to let you take over.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe. All right, well, let me start. So my name is Isai Madriz, just like Joe mentioned. I do a lot of exploration in remote areas of Patagonia trying to look for insects. So I'm going to, my presentation is going to be slightly different. I'm just going to focus on images. My goal is for you to actually see how beautiful insects are, because I use a lot of macro photography to show the beauty of the unexplored world, things that we just almost stepped on. So you guys are in for a treat. A lot of the photos that you're gonna see are of new species. So my work is finding new species out in nature to try to identify the keystone species, those lineages that have been alive for millions of years. And Patagonia is one of those places that has a lot of them. So you're going to see a lot of those images. So all these are images of insects from southern Patagonia. All of them except for a couple are from the Aysén region. So without further ado, let's start sharing the screen so you guys can actually see my screen. So let me see. Okay. So I think, Joe, can you see this? I just want to make sure that you guys are seeing this.
We got it. Looks good.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay. So yes, jewels of Patagonia. Just like Joe said, I try to look for not only the adults, like the one that you see here, I try to look for the immature life stages, larvae and pupae. And that is a challenging part because I try to put them in a ecological context. I try to see where you find them, what they do, what is their ecosystem services, like what is their niche or what they do in nature, in order to understand how to preserve all these rare lineages, rare species. And when I find one, I usually find a lot. So starting where I am, where I'm broadcasting from is from southern Patagonia. So the southern tip of South America, right here on your right, you see the southern Patagonia ice field. So the area within the red rectangle is where I do most of my work. So in order to do this, I have to carry anywhere from 30 to 60 kilos of gear on me at all times to try to document what I do. In order to transect all this fragmented area, I use pack rafts. So it's an inflatable raft that you can actually put in your backpack whenever you're in land. Incredibly amazing technology to do the kind of work that I do. And whenever there's roads, I actually use my bamboo fat bike. So I just carry everything that I can in order to be self-sustainable. So in this presentation, I'm going to take you from the ocean all the way to the mountains to actually reach the mountaintop glaciers. So we're going to pass through forests like you see in here, and in order to reach those areas where the biodiversity dwindles, but the ones that you find there are incredible. So this is a group that we went out last year looking for the glacial stonefly, one of the only true insects found in the ice fields in Patagonia. So this is what I try to look for. Those little jewels that nobody has seen before. Even though this one is very well known, it's just beautiful and I had to put it in there. So what I do is I just get on my raft and I just go into uncharted waters to try to reach really secluded areas. So that's just me carrying everything, and I'm going to I'm heading to that glacier on the top left that you see on the very end over there. So what I try to do is once I reach those areas, I camp and I begin my work. I try to find the insects that start populating the recently deglaciated areas around the northern Patagonia ice field. That is my focus right now. So from the glacial lagoon, I start making my way into the forest, and this is one of the average scenes that I get to go through. By the way, these are areas that you need a permit, a scientific permit, in order to get in. So most of this have not been explored by many people, and I can tell you, no entomologists usually go there because of everything that you need to do. So I look for areas that look like this, just like ancient, primitive-looking forests. And once I find those, even though they're beautiful, I focus on the small parts. So I focus on the floor, all that biodiversity that is growing on the actual tree bark itself. And in there, once you move it around, you start finding things like this. It's just so amazing, you know. So those horn-like structures, they're actually the respiratory structures. It's just crazy. Imagine that's like their noses. It just blows my mind every time I go and see things like this. I don't know if this species is described. I need to go and get it again in that remote area where I found it. Try to rear it to get the adult, because the vast majority of taxonomy is being done with adults like this one. So this one, even though it looks like a ginkgo leaf, it's a fern. It's an endemic fern that you see down here. So this little structure right here, those are the sori. So that lets you know that it's a fern, and that is one of the oldest groups alive. It's a perisomatid. That's a new species that I found. So that's a pretty cool thing. So going deeper into the forest, you find areas like this. And as an entomologist, you start asking yourself, where do you begin to look for insects in this forest? And the truth is, they're everywhere. That is the beauty about this. So in the previous presentation that you saw with Kaylee, she's talking about like new species everywhere. You know, like, yes, the tropics are extremely biodiverse, but when it comes to insects, there's so many insects that we still don't know. And in the forest, you start finding things like this, other little tiny jewels. The larvae of this insect is a wood borer, and right here is on top of a endemic fungus. I found it because when I'm out in the field, I eat those fungi, the little tiny balls. They're delicious, and this guy was just feeding on my dinner, so I just kicked them off my dinner and just ate it before I took a photo, of course. This is another one. So these are just beetles that you end up finding around here in Patagonia and nowhere else. You do see them crossing over the international line into Argentina, but since most of my work focuses on the temperate rainforest of southern South America, you usually find most of that in the Chilean side. And this one, I'm sure a lot of you have already seen it. This is the Darwin's beetle. I'm actually I've been doing research on this for 3 years now, on trying to figure out how long it lives, what it feeds on. And even though Darwin collected it in the 1800s, we still don't know how long it lives. So that lets you know that even something as well known as this beetle, it's completely misunderstood in some areas of its development. But then, this is the cool part. You've seen beetles, you've seen wasps, bees, but flies, they're just amazing. So this is a fly. So crane fly, primitive crane flies, that is my specialty. I focus on the primitive crane flies from the world. And down here in Chile, you find 3 genera. I found a new species, and it's this one. This is a new species. As you can see, they're beautiful. They're about 2 inches long, so they are quite large for a fly, but they're just beautiful. This is another one. So all those 3 are the 3 different genera that you find down here. And when you look at them close, just look at that, like how beautiful this species is. What you see, that yellow part right there, is pollen. So they actually lap liquids up from wherever they can find them, to find nutrients and to be able to survive. How long they live, that's part of the work that I try to do here. What they feed on, where you find them, and what they actually do out in nature. And in order to do that, I have to cross areas where there's no roads whatsoever. So moving along, in my bag is everything that you see in this photo. This is my field lab. I have my tent, which is that super cool structure floating on top of me right there. That gives me a little canopy to put my microscope below, so I can actually identify down to species level the groups that I'm focusing on. So once I find it, I try to collect it at different times of the day. So this is, of course, at nighttime. What you see on the back, that white water part is water. So I find it, I try to understand what they do during the day and night. And then in the morning, I just put on my dry suit and I just jump into the glacial fed rivers, trying to look for insects. And this is where things just go crazy. They just go nuts. They're amazing. You end up finding little insects like this. So this is going to be a beetle when it grows. This is a larva. they're just kind of wild. And then this is a family of mayflies that you only find down here in southern South America. So this is a predatory mayfly, and those yellow structures right there, that is what they breathe with. Those are their gills. So you can actually see those yellow paddles, and in between, as you can see right here on the top left, those are the gills. So imagine that. Imagine having respiratory structures like that. They're just crazy, and the colorations is they're not only yellow, they vary all the way from yellow to purple. There are other stoneflies down here that just look amazing. This is just look at it. It's just like a tiger, and it's holding onto the vegetation. So now, what you see right there, that is the average size of those larvae that you just saw. So they're incredibly small, and that one right there is a torrent midge. So you find it in the torrential parts of the streams and rivers, and this is what they look up close. So going back, just look at that. Look at the size of that larva, and look at the actual larva, what it looks like. Those circles are ventral suckers. So they use that to hold on to the rock, where they actually graze on top of whatever is growing on the rock. So they're little kind of tiny, like miniature chubby cows. They're just amazing. It's one of my favorite groups to look for, because it just takes me to amazing locations. So moving along from the rivers that drain into the ocean, I start going up in altitude to try to reach those glaciers. And sometimes I have to call in my super cool nerd friends that have they're just amazing with ropes. I'm learning from them. So everything that I do, even though I try to do it alone, when I find places like this, I just need to call up on help. It's like we cannot let this opportunity pass by to rappel down waterfalls. So just like Joe told you in the introduction, we did a live event rappelling down this waterfall to try to find insects that live on the vertical surface of these waterfalls. So I do sometimes call on the local tour and field guides to actually help me to try to look for all these insects. You're going to see some of the features. So those are two. That's Harold and that's Kesia. They live here in Puerto Rio Tranquilo, the same place that I do. And whenever the chance arrives, we just go out and look for things like this. So this little insect actually lives in the moss that is growing on the splash zone of the waterfalls. Now we're trying to see if you can find them at specific altitude in the waterfall itself, and they're all over the place. There's some insects that you find in specific areas. This one right here, you find it at the bottom of the splash zone, but never where the water actually hits the rocks. So that is an adult that just came out of its pupa. The pupa is what it's standing on. And when you actually look at this is the beauty about what I do, because you try to look into the different life stages, and this might not look like a jewel, but look at the pupa. Those are the pupae. They're beautiful. Once you light them the right way, they seriously look like jewels. So every time I find this, I get super excited because they're just magical. They're beautiful. They're amazing. And knowing that no one has actually seen this before, it just blows your mind. Just like I read somewhere, the best discoveries are those that you do yourself, regardless if someone else has seen it or not. For you, it's mind-blowing. And then if you know that no one else has seen them, they're even cooler. So this is another one. This is a group that I'm doing a revision. I'm doing an actual postdoc on this group, Dixits. That is a droplet of water. That lets you know how small things are. And look at that, the tail end of the insect. So they use that to breathe, like this part right here. It's just crazy. So I'm taking you through a whole array of insects, not only flies, not only beetles, but like all the insects that I find around. But we move up. We have to move up. I mean, I would love to continue talking several hours about this, but we move up to the mountaintops where we find all those glaciers, the glaciers in the ice field. And once we reach those areas, the biodiversity starts dwindling down as you go up in altitude. So the closer you get to the glaciers, the least amount of biodiversity you're finding, but the biodiversity that lives on the ice, or just on the areas that the ice has cleaned up, the recently deglaciated areas, it's incredibly important to know which species start repopulating areas where the glaciers retreat. So as we know right now, glaciers are retreating faster. So I'm trying to understand what insects start populating those areas, so we can actually understand how the biodiversity survive in this area of the world that is being thought to have been completely covered in ice at one point in the geological history. So that's, that's for later on. But nonetheless, we reach the glaciers, and sometimes I just take a team of people that really want to know about the biodiversity they have around. Most of these people right here work as tour guides on the glacier. They wanted to know the biodiversity in that area, and we were looking for specific species. And this species is the glacial stonefly. It's Entomology. So in order to find it, we were looking everywhere for it. So the picture on the left is actually an ice cave. So I went all the way to the end of the ice cave, as far as I could just reach, and I started looking for that. So I actually found one. That's why you see me there very focused on trying to pick something up. The one on the right is another one of my assistants. That's Nacho. We both saw one specimen, and he just bit me to it. We both seem to love going into crammed areas. In this case, just happened to be ice. And right there, we ended up collecting this. So this is Entomology. This is the glacial stonefly. Once you start looking into the microsculpture or the morphology, once you start looking it up close, you start finding how beautiful this thing is. So if you actually look at this, look at the joints. They just look like little like hydraulics. This insect actually lives its entire life cycle on the ice, on and in the ice. You only see them coming out of the ice and during the daytime when they're adults. When they're larvae, or when they're larva or nymph, whichever you want to call. There's a big debate. We can get into that later. When they are immatures, you find them really close to the water if they ever leave it, and they try to feed on anything that is around. So they feed on all that pulverized rock that the glaciers scrape down from the mountains. That's what they feed on. And there's some other things that end up falling onto the ice, and these insects just feed on it. So they're scavengers. They feed on that pulverized rock, and at the same time they feed on another insect that is found there. I will not disclose that. That's for later on, but we did find something really cool. Actually, one of my Harold ended up finding that species. So I'm gonna leave that for later on because it's really cool. So just going back a little bit, that photo was actually taken on glacial ice. So it takes a long time for me to try to get all these photos. All the photos that you're seeing, by the way, are of live insects. I do not take photos of dead insects, because then the coloration starts disappearing. All those red areas, once the insect dies, they start losing all the colors. So I try to get as much of the colors as possible while they're alive, which turns into a challenge, because every photo that you have seen here, it takes me anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks to obtain, because the insects do not cooperate. I still haven't figured out a way to bribe them to not move. So it's quite challenging to do that. So as you can see, it's a monumental task what I'm doing down here. In this area of the world in southern Patagonia, there are very few entomologists in this region, the Aysén region. I'm the only entomologist living here most of the time, well, year-round, basically. I go to the States as much as possible, but I am based between here and the Chicago area. So I need to just call on send out my nerd signal and try to figure out who I can recruit, and who better to recruit than little tiny kids, because they're just amazing. They really love the insects. And what I try to do, what you see right there, that is my niece. The weird thing on the right of your screen is a 3D model of what she is holding on the left side of the screen. That is one of the torrent midges that we find down here. So what I try to do in order to get kids engaged in the biodiversity that surrounds them, especially in remote rural schools down here in Chile, I take their biodiversity that is around their school, put it in little vials, and take it to the actual classrooms so they can actually see it. So my wife and I, she's an educator. She specializes in kids with learning needs. So she specializes in autism, and we try to be as inclusive as possible. So what you see right there is the insect on the left, the 3D model on the right, and we also do a virtual 3D model. So we take tablets into the classrooms so kids can actually zoom in as much as they want. And those weird glasses, those little geeky, nerdy glasses, I take them too, because, there's nothing better than just to fully geared up a child to go out into the field like we see here. So this is Mati. He lives here in Tranquilo. His parents are back there talking about non-insect stuff. So Mati is my only ally. Him and I, when we go out in the field, we just look at insects, and he just got into the insects. So once you start seeing kids getting into insects, it's beautiful. It's just amazing. So what I'm trying to do with this is trying to engage the kids to see beyond what they know. Basically, you start looking into the parts that they've never seen before that is all around them. Insects, not only vertebrates. The vast majority of the biodiversity that is still to be described, they're invertebrates. And insects are going to be a large part of it. So this ends the presentation. I want to continue talking about it more, but without these people and this companies and parks, I would not be able to do this. So I wanted to thank everyone in this slide and everybody else that works in these companies, because without them, I would not be able to actually do the kind of work that I do. And I can explain that a little bit more once we get into the questions. So if you have any if you want to reach out, there's my email. You can reach me through my name on any of the social media platforms. I have not gotten into other ones for the lack of time, not just because I don't want to. So with that, well, I just want to go back to Joe. But of course, sorry, forgot about this. These are other. This is such a cool picture that I just cannot show it. These are the pirates. So sometimes some people actually go out on zodiacs to remote areas. I have to just tag along. And as you can see right there, Lepe, yes, that is one of the coolest people to be around with in the field. So, and sometimes it's not only about invertebrates. We find cemeteries, graveyards. And I will leave that there. So, yeah.
All right. Very, very cool. The Pirates of Patagonia. That's great. Very cool. Isai, you're in these places. It's so remote that what you're looking for is so small, and the differences between species can be so small. How long does it take you to decode whether it could potentially be another species?
Well, it depends on the groups that I'm working for, or that I'm working to look for. So I have a world expertise in some groups, like the primitive cranefly, so I know by looking at the species if it's going to be new or not. There's other ones that I need microscopes, and other ones I have to come back into my nerd cave and actually do some research so I can just go back out again and find those species. So I have to go back to those places several times. That's why the things these expeditions take me to the same places. So if I didn't get the right shot, I can actually go back with more equipment and hopefully with someone that comes along with me, so we can actually tell the story of those species.
Okay, well, I mean, insects are so small and difficult to find sometimes, to know how much are in an area. Do you know, I imagine there's lots of work to be done to figure out what the populations are like, but do you know if there's any endangered species in Chile or in Patagonia?
Yes. So part of the work, this is the scientific part that I didn't get into. Probably 95% of all the photos that you saw are new or endangered species. I focus on insects that very few people have ever seen alive. The world experts on those groups have never seen them alive. So I go out, try to get a better understanding of what they do out in nature so we can actually protect them. So right now, as a scientist, I cannot tell if they're endangered because I don't have all the scientific proof to show it. But the fact that you can only find them in this incredibly rare areas lets us or suggests that they are highly sensitive to human impact, to anthropogenic impact.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I need to put together a story in order for people to really understand what we're looking for and what they do out in nature. That is the challenging aspect of it, that because I'm alone and I'm independent, I mean, being independent allows me to be out there, but by doing all this on my own, there's so much I can do. So that's why I'm trying to recruit more people. I'm super happy that I'm going to have a student finally, you know, in a few months. So now I can just go out in the middle of nowhere with someone else.
Amazing. Well, Isai, next year, we're going to have to do this live from the field for year 3 of the Global Biodiversity Festival. I won't settle for anything less than you crouching in a river or rappelling down a waterfall. So mark that in your diary now.
There's plenty of areas around here that I can take you to. Yeah, it's going to be, it will be mind-blowing. I can tell you that. I think that is the best way of actually getting people out into the field. If they cannot physically be there, why not make a live broadcast so they can actually tell me, just go and look under that rock, so I can just go and get it for them, so they can see what I'm finding. So
yeah,
it's
all right. Well, Isai, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have our first event from South America. Keep up the good work. Looking forward to new pictures and, of course, new events. So thanks so much, Isai, and have a great night.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. Yeah. See you later, guys.
See ya. All right. Well, let's keep things moving along. I mean, what an exploration of biodiversity we've been on already. We've been in the ocean exploring oysters. We've been in the rainforest of the Philippines. We were just in Patagonia. We've been in the cloud forest in Ecuador, learning about how youth can really, you know, they have the power to make a difference and create reserves. And it's just amazing. So I'm really excited for our next event. We are going to learn about a pretty elusive species and one that I think is just spectacular. We're going to spend some time with Shafkat Hussain. He's the founder of the Snow Leopard Project. He's a Rolex laureate, and he's also an associate professor of anthropology at Trinity College. So I'm going to pop him in now. How are we doing, Shafkat?
I'm doing very well. How are you, Joe?
I'm good. I'm good. It seems like I only saw you a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. Well, it's great to have you joining us. I know your field work can take you to Pakistan. Is that right?
Yes.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm going to let you take over for a little bit, and then we'll see if we have a few questions to throw your way.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joe and Paul, for inviting me and giving me opportunity to share my work with the audience. So I'm going to try to now share my screen. Okay. Can you all see the? Can you all see my screen?
There we go. Looks good.
All righty. So I'm going to talk about a project that I helped establish about 2 decades ago in 1999 in northern Pakistan, and it's called Project Snow Leopard. It has now evolved into a larger organization, which is called Baltistan Wildlife Conservation and Development Organization. So I'm just going to talk about what this project is all about, and so far what we have been able to achieve. So this is the map of global snow leopard range. As you can see, it is found only in Central and South Asia, and mainly in the Himalayan and Karakoram and Kunlun mountain system, but also at the steppes region of Russia and Mongolia. And in Pakistan, if you can see in the left middle of your screen, that's Pakistan, and it's found in the northern areas of Pakistan where the Karakoram, Himalayas, and the Hindu Kush mountains meet. This is what the landscape looks like. It's very arid, high altitude desert. And you can see these green oases, which are basically human habitation. Because of human habitation, there is greenery. So it's sort of counterintuitive. Usually we see that where humans go, there is degradation, but in this case, humans have converted this very desolate landscape into flourishing villages. This is what a village looks like. Very small agricultural fields, only less than, I think, 2% of the area is arable in this region. So people are subsistence farmers. They grow various crops in their fields and also have fruit trees and fuelwood trees that they grow on the boundaries of their fields. They also keep livestock, and they follow a transhumance cycle of migration, where they keep their livestock on high pastures in the beginning of the summer and bring them down and in fall, in October. And sometimes this happens to their livestock. As you can see, there are about more than a dozen dead sheep and goat. And this is another case. These are blurry pictures because these are taken from cell phone cameras of local herders. But as you can see, snow leopards kill domestic livestock, and in some instances it engages in what is called surplus killing, meaning that it kills more than what it can actually eat. So people and farmers get incensed, and they do this. In the top picture, there's a carcass of a goat which farmers found, and in the second one, you can see next to the carcass is a dead Himalayan chough, which is a scavenging bird. So it indicates that the farmers had poisoned the carcass in order to kill the goat. So this is the kind of method they use to kill the snow leopard. And farmers say that we don't have anything against the snow leopard, but we can't afford to lose our goats to this predator, although it is considered a unique and an endangered species. But from the perspective of farmers, it is a threat. So their natural reaction is to eliminate this threat. So our project tries to resolve this conflict. Our approach is participatory. We talk to villagers. We explain to them what we want to do and what we want to achieve. We explain to them our mutual. And when and if we have a consensus, because sometimes we don't have a consensus. Sometimes villagers do not agree with the terms of partnership and their obligation. So we just walk away. But if and when we have a consensus, then we engage in a collaborative project with the villagers. So we basically do three things. We provide insurance to their livestock. So people pay in a small amount of premium, and we subsidize this premium with funding from outside sources. The second activity we have is a corral improvement. We make corrals of local herders predator proof, because a lot of killings happen when snow leopards jump into a corral and engages in surplus killing. A corral is a pen where local herders keep their livestock. And the third activity we have is population monitoring. using analysis, genetic analysis, as well as camera trapping. So this is what on the left-hand side, you can see a traditional corral, and you can see it's so easy for any predator to get into it at night and just decimate the herd. On the right side is a predator-proof corral. Very simple technology, but because the people are so poor, they're unable to afford this, even mesh wire and these wooden poles. So we use indigenous technology to upgrade their corrals, and people pay in kind, meaning that they bring local material, as you can see, stone. So people provided the stone free of cost. They make it themselves, so there is no labor charges for it. So it's in some ways unfair to say that local people have no share in it. They do provide share in terms of their labor. This is another picture of a predator-proof corral. We have built so far close to 5 dozen of these corrals, and each one of them can hold up to, depending on the size, they are usually 50 feet by 20 feet, so can hold up to 250 to 350 animals. These are other pictures. So for the last 10 years, we have built, so this is 2021, so we have built 8 more in the last 2 years. So we have built close to 5 dozen and about $150,000 that we have spent. And so far, we have had no case of corral invasion or even predation around the corral where we have built these predator-proof corrals. The second activity is, or the third activity is the population monitoring using scat analysis. So scat analysis allows us to do 2 things. First, it allows us to see what is the composition of diet of snow leopard, because there's a lot of controversy about how much snow leopards really depend on domestic livestock. Conservationists argue that villagers exaggerate, they sometimes misidentify the predator, or they do not know the real cause of mortality, whereas villagers, on the other hand, claim that snow leopards kill their livestock in great numbers. So in order to kind of resolve this conflict, we said, okay, let's see what snow leopards have been eating. So we did 2 studies so far. One was concluded in 2011 and the other recently. And what we have found in 2011 study that about 70% of snow leopard diet was domestic livestock. So this is a high number, and this sort of, confirms the claims of villagers that snow leopard does indeed take a toll on their livestock, which is a very important source of livelihood for them. It's a source of saving for them. So this is another study that was conducted by a different set of scientists, Italian scientists working in Pakistan in exactly the same area, and they published in the same their study in the same journal 6 years later, and they found exactly the same numbers. So we can, based on this evidence, we can say that in some ways, local farmers are unwittingly subsidizing the snow leopard population. We also conduct, as part of the third activity, surveys using do some camera trapping. Joe, can I ask you to show us the first video of predation? I totally forgot to ask you to show it. Just the first.
मैं इस वक्त जिला हुंजा के गांव मिसगार गोजाल में मौजूद हूं। आज 28 फरवरी 2021 को मिसगार गांव में एक चीता ने हमला करके कई भेड़ बकरियों को शिकार किया। काफ़ी भेड़ बकरियां मुर्दा हालत में पाए गए, जबकि काफ़ी भेड़ बकरियों को ज़ख्मी भी किया है। इस वक्त काफ़ी भेड़ बकरियों की हालत ख़तरे में है। यकीनन न ये चल सकते हैं, न ये कुछ खा सकते हैं। इनकी हालत आप देख रहे हैं। ये मुकम्मल तौर पर हलाक।
So in that video, short video, you saw that snow leopards come right into the village in broad daylight and attack domestic livestock. So it also kind of problematizes this common perception in conservation literature that snow leopards attack domestic livestock only when villagers take their stock in snow leopard habitat, meaning in upper reaches of the valleys. In this case, we can see that snow leopards comes right down into the village and attack a livestock. And another argument that is made in conservation literature is that snow leopards attack domestic livestock only when their natural prey, which is different kinds of wild goats and sheep, have been hunted out by villagers. So kind of villagers ate snow leopard's prey, so snow leopard doesn't have any choice but to attack the domestic livestock of villagers. And that's also kind of not what we are seeing is not the case in our project area where we work and where these predations happen. There's a very healthy population of wild ungulates, meaning mainly ibex and markhor and blue sheep. And the reason is that about 25 years ago, the government of Pakistan started a trophy hunting program, which was hugely successful and has also resulted in increase in the number of these ungulates. And my theory is that because the ungulates number has increased, so has the number of snow leopards, and thus the frequency of attack on domestic livestock has also increased. So they're kind of bimodal relationship. So coming back to my current slide, we conduct snow leopard population surveys using transect and camera trapping. We in fact train villagers how to set up camera traps, and they are mainly responsible for setting them up and retrieving them. And it's an activity that I think gives them a lot of confidence and a lot of pride that when they see snow leopards pictures or videos in them. We also photograph other predators. In this one, I don't know if you can see, there are wolves. If you look about 1 o'clock from the center of the screen, there are 2 wolves there, very nicely camouflaged. And in this picture, you can see how close snow leopards actually come to human habitation. The one on the left, this female is literally, inside the village, and this picture was taken by a villager and who sent it to me, and he said that this snow leopard kept on visiting us and basically stealing a goat or a chicken, every now and then. So again, this kind of busts the myth of this snow leopard being very elusive, although it is elusive, but at the same time, it lives so close to human society, and it depends so closely on human society. I would now like to, and this is another picture from a camera trap, as you can see from the same camera station, with a snow leopard and a female ibex and then some domestic goats. So it's a kind of landscape where there is a lot of coexistence, but at the same time, there is also a lot of conflict, and we are kind of trying to resolve this conflict. These are again pictures from our camera traps. Joe, I would please like you to play the one with a roaring snow leopard video. So this one is a very rare footage that we got 2 years. Thank you, Joe. So again, some more images from our camera trap. In the left in the right bottom picture, you can see a Himalayan lynx, which is a very rare species. So we have snow leopards, we have Himalayan wolf, we have lynx, and about 3 or 4 different kinds of sheep and goats. And this is, as I mentioned earlier, villagers feel very proud that they have now a snow leopard under protection in their villages. And it's mainly because of, I think, the compensation that we have provided to these villagers and have been able to neutralize the negative or the perverse incentive they have to kill, a snow leopard. And just sort of, kind of critiquing current conservation practices, although in literature on snow leopard conservation, the conflict between snow leopard and local farmers is considered as perhaps one of the biggest threat to the survival of the species. But very little amount is actually spent on resolving these conflicts. And this is, I'm just giving you an example from the GSLEP, which is Global Snow Leopard Ecosystem Protection Program, a initiative of the World Bank and Leopard Network, a project that is supposed to run for 7 years and invest close to $150 to $200 million in snow leopard management. But as you can see, the top bullet points, only 9% of the money is actually spent or earmarked for resolving the conflict. And coupled with that, if we really look at the research on snow leopard management, an overwhelming majority of research topics are related to scientific management, surveys, and monitoring, and very little is on conflict and conflict management. So there is a kind of need to, match the rhetoric and the practice, that although we think that human-wildlife conflict is the biggest threat to snow leopard survival, but there is very little research and very little money into it. We think that because of our efforts in our project area, which is relatively small, about 5,000 square kilometer, we have about 22 to 40 snow leopards in our project area. And between 2007 2019, we have paid out $38,000 in compensation to local farmers. And we think that the snow leopard population is doing pretty well in our project area. Joe, could you please play the last video? So this is the latest footage from our camera trap 2 months ago. Okay, thank you. And with that, thanks.
All right, great stuff, Shafkat. That is so, I mean, those videos are so amazing. They're so elusive. So to spot that behavior, getting the camera trap in the right spot, I think that's where I want to start. How do you go about selecting the right spot to put a camera trap?
That's a very good question, because when I show these videos in my class, my students always ask me that why camera and do all these performances. And I said, it's not because they're in front of the camera and performances, it's because we know where they are going to mark their territory and we place our cameras there strategically. So basically, it requires surveying for days and days and trying to figure out different travel routes, different paths, and then look for snow leopard signs, mainly scat signs, pug marks, and scrape marks, and also spray marks. And spray marks, and so snow leopards are, I mean, imagine snow leopards in these vast mountains, and they are so lonely, and they are trying to communicate, right? So they are incessant markers. So they're just marking their territory everywhere, right? It's like communicating, right? Yeah. So you have to pick up the right spots, and it have to really, when you're walking, you have to keep an eye on everything. A rock, if it is discolored, that means that there was some spray mark. You go and smell it, then you put your camera traps there and look for the. So yeah, it's a lot of labor.
All right, fair enough. You mentioned the scat collection program, so we have some people curious about what kind of information can you get from that?
So it's very interesting. I mean, the gene sequencing has really evolved a lot and has been evolving a lot. I'm an anthropologist. I have no idea how it's done. I collaborate with my collaborator at Duquesne University, Dr. Jean Janeka, who's a molecular biologist. So I ask him exactly these kinds of questions. What can we know? So far, I know what we can know. We can know the individual species. So let's say we have collected 10 samples. They could all come from just one animal, one individual, or they could all come from 10 different individuals, right? So you can identify the species, you can identify the sex, and then you can also identify the relationship.
Okay.
So this is now coming up very quickly. But for our purpose, we have been able to develop these techniques to actually sequence DNA of prey remains in snow leopard diet. So we now exactly have to, don't have to rely on visual techniques to, identify snow leopard, poop and see what's in it, and looking at the key and, looking at the hair and all that. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I can see how that's definitely helpful to have that ability to really sequence down.
Right.
Another question from the chat here is about, we saw those 4 together. Was that maybe a mother and some cubs? If so, how old were the cubs?
Yeah, so we are kind of still debating about it, because one of the cubs they all look big, so they are definitely 18 months, but it seems to me that perhaps one of the cubs from the previous clutch, so it was significantly older, especially the 4th one, I think, and that could have been and that one would have been at least 3 or 4 years old. So yeah, so it's a family. So it's a family from the same year, or it could be that the female had babies earlier, and one of the male joined her.
Sure. Very cool. Let's squeeze in one more question for you, and this is more of just how lucky have you been? So snow leopards are obviously really elusive. Have you had many wild encounters?
I've never seen a snow leopard in the wild.
I mean, that just speaks to how elusive.
I always refer people to Peter Matheson's book, The Snow Leopard, because
Yeah, I've got that. Yep.
Yeah, because he never saw one, and he said it's okay. The search goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're bringing them to the world in such an exciting way, showing that behavior and capturing those moments that we just don't get to see because they are such elusive animals.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Well, Shavkat, thank you so much. Thanks for taking us into the world of the snow leopard. I mean, it's great. It's amazing conservation work. Just the results speak for themselves. The lack of predation after the corrals are protected, and all with local resources. And then, the community can take pride in that they have this amazing animal in their community. And when it's not so much of a threat, then it's just more something beautiful and something to be proud of.
Right. Exactly. Well said.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Shavkat, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your evening. I hope you tune in throughout the weekend. It's going to be a busy one. But yeah, best of luck with future research. And I'm sure we'll get some updates down the line.
Sure. Thank you so much again for inviting me. Bye.
All right. Awesome. Have a great night. Okay, let's touch on a few housekeeping things before we jump into our next event. It's already been just a wild start. We've been to 4 continents. We've looked at ocean species, mammals, insects in Patagonia. Just a great way to start this weekend. And we've just scratched the surface. We have so much going on, 72 plus hours, 150 or so speakers, 7 continents, 50 plus countries. It is going to be a wild ride. So thank you for taking that ride with us. Let's just a few reminders here. So the website, globalbiofest.com, schedule is up there, information about speakers, and of course, most importantly, how to donate to the conservation action. So this is a totally non-for-profit festival. Anything that we raise during the weekend through registrations, through the print sale, through direct donations, that's all going to go to various conservation groups. There's lots of different ways to donate. You can see the support conservation. You can find it on the website. And of course, check out the print sale. All the details are there. Some great images from photographers, from scientists around the world. Amazing species captured in incredible ways that I sure can't do with a camera in my hand. So check those out. And you can find the instructions for how to order a print. We'll print it. We'll send it to your door. And then you can put up on your wall a little forever reminder of year 2 of the Global Biodiversity Festival. And you know that purchasing that print went to conservation to help conservation in action. Okay, moving right along. Let's just jump around the world because why not? We can do that. We're going to head to New Zealand and we're going to spend a little time with Andrew Digby. So Andrew has such a cool job. New Zealand's amazing because, you know, with it being an island, so many bird species evolved to fill all these niches that normally would have been filled by other animals like mammals. And so he's a conservation biologist and he's the scientific advisor for the Kakapo recovery, which is an amazing program trying to save a wild ground species of parrot in New Zealand. So I'm going to bring Andrew in with us now and we'll let him take over for a bit. Hey, Andrew, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So great to have you joining us today from New Zealand. I'm in Canada. You're in New Zealand. I don't think it's harder to get more further apart, but we're excited to have you through the magic of technology. And it looks like, well, it's a little hard to tell. Is it sunny out there or a little bit of cloud action?
It's a bit of everything today. Bit of rain, bit of sun, bit of wind. Yeah, the full works.
All right, fair enough. Well, Andrew, I'm going to let you take over. I can't wait to dive into your world for a little bit.
Cool. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, hopefully you can all see that screen. Give me a shout, please, Joe, if you can. So, yeah, kia ora koutou, everyone. That's hello, everyone. Ko Andrew Digby aho, ko te kai tohu pūteo, o Kakapo me tākehei o te papahatawhai e mahi ana. So I am the scientist for the Kakapo and the tākehei conservation programs here in New Zealand with the Department of Conservation. And yeah, I'm really excited to be talking here today. And I'm not quite sure how I follow that from Chefcat. Snow leopards are amazing. They're one of my favorite animals and that's such a cool talk. So yeah, that's really exciting to see some of the work that's going on around the world. But I thought before I talk today, I'll just briefly talk about who I am. Yeah, just because you may wonder why this guy with a slightly weird accent is talking to you about these birds. I grew up in the UK. I had 2 passions as a kid. One of them was definitely wildlife and nature. My brothers probably didn't share that passion quite as much. They got a bit bored when we spent a lot of time at nature reserves. But yeah, I was definitely the nature nerd. And I really loved that passion, but I ended up following another passion for a job initially. I was really keen on astronomy, so I ended up doing a PhD in astrophysics, ended up with NASA doing a postdoc in New York and helped to build an instrument in Hawaii on a telescope to try and look for planets around other stars. So I kind of come from a slightly unusual background for conservation. But when I moved to New Zealand about 15 years ago, I ended up going back to that and decided to make it my career. So retrained as a PhD in conservation biology and worked with Kiwi for a few years. And today I work with these 2 really unusual birds, both large flightless birds only found in New Zealand, the tākehei on the left and the Kakapo on the right. And I do that as obviously as part of a team. There are about 20 of us in our team. We have a team of field rangers who do all the hard mahi, or the hard work on the ground. But we work with lots of other people. We work with people who are specialists in technology, for example. We work with lots of vets. We work with lots of scientific experts from within New Zealand and around the world. And we have a very close relationship as well with Ngāi Tahu, one of the local iwi or Maori tribes. And we work really closely with them in terms of the work on the ground, but also setting the direction for Kakapo conservation. And that's a key part of what we do. So today, I kind of want to talk to you in three parts. And I think what we're talking about fits in quite well with the theme of the festival, the weird and the wonderful. Well, you don't get much more weird than wonderful than Kakapo, one of the most unusual birds in the world. And I'll introduce those to you. Also, some of the challenges that we face as well. So Kakapo conservation is not easy, as like a lot of conservation of other threatened species. And I'll talk to you about some of the management methods that we use, but also the good news as well. So some of the issues that we face, but some of the ways that we've been able to solve them. And this very much is a positive story, actually, with Kakapo conservation and how things have been turned around. So what is a Kakapo? And many of you may not have ever heard of Kakapo before. And I guess they're a bird which doesn't really think it's a bird. They're a parrot, but they're the heaviest parrot in the world. They're the only flightless parrot in the world. They're nocturnal. They're the only lek breeding parrot. They have this weird breeding system. They have the slowest metabolism of any bird. Basically, everything they do is kind of different from every other bird. They really, really do not follow the rules. And they've been on their own evolutionary path for about the last 30 million years. So yeah, they're definitely one of the real oddities of the bird world. And they're only found in New Zealand. And they used to be really, really common in New Zealand before people arrived. They used to be found throughout both the North and the South Islands of New Zealand. And even when early European settlers arrived in the 1800s, towards the late 1800s, they were still so many of them around that they would complain that they couldn't sleep at night in their bush camps because they were making too much noise. And even every bush camp would often have a pet kakapo. They described shaking them from trees like apples or finding 100 of them in a mile. So they're extremely common. But those settlers brought with them some mammals, and New Zealand never had mammals before, apart from bats. So things like cats and ferrets and stoats had a devastating impact on New Zealand's native wildlife, and including the kakapo. So by the time it got to the 1970s, no kakapo populations were known. In fact, many people thought they might be extinct. And so there was some last-ditch searches to try and find them in Fiordland down the south of the South Island, and also Rakiura, the island right at the very tip of New Zealand. And looking in Fiordland was pretty hard. There's some really, real rugged, beautiful terrain there. And the kakapo there were found. There was 18 individuals, all of them male, just clinging on. In fact, one of the birds was found here on this cliff face, 1,000 meters up. For a flightless parrot, that's quite a long way above the valley floor. And that bird, this was called Richard Henry, he actually turned out to be very important. He lived for another 35 years. He's genetically very different and could be the crucial sort of key to the future of the population. Meanwhile, a bit further south on Stewart Island, a population was also found there, and it included females, which was crucial. But those birds were being eaten by cats at a very fast rate. And so in the 1980s, there was quite a bold and controversial move was made to move those kakapo from those places where they're being predated to these offshore island sanctuaries where there were no pests, no of these mammal species. And today we have kakapo on 5 of these island sanctuaries around New Zealand. On Whenua and Anchor Island are our 2 main breeding populations, also Te Kakahu, Pearl Island, and Hoturu in the north of New Zealand. So this is kind of where they are today. Well, what does the picture look like over the last 40 years or so in terms of the population? Well, it's a story of decline and recovery. The formal kakapo recovery program was started in the mid-1990s when there were just 51 kakapo. And today there are 204. So the population is exactly quadrupled in that time. And there's actually been an increase of about 70% in the last 5 years or so. So how has that been done? What are the tools with which this conservation management works? Well, it's based around a bit of technology, transmitters. So every kakapo has a name, and every kakapo wears one of these transmitters. It helps us to find the kakapo, but it also helps us to track their activity. And we also do a lot of really intensive breeding management as well, because kakapo don't breed every year like most birds. They only breed about every 2 to 3 years. So when it happens, we have to optimize it and make it as productive as possible. And that breeding management starts with mating. When a kakapo mates, when a male mates, this is kind of what he looks like. The transmitter on his back detects that motion, switches on a receiver to detect who he's mating with. That transmitter then logs that information and transmits it to a series of data loggers which we have around our Kakapo Islands. So they take that data, transmit it to the internet. So wherever we are in the world, we can tell which Kakapo have mated the night before, who they've mated with, how long they've mated for, and even a quality score of their mating. So this is really key to sort of the first stage of that breeding management. Because then the Kakapo nest, and a nest is a big deal. We want to make sure it's successful. So we put a lot of monitoring equipment in. We put an infrared camera, infrared sensor across the entrance, a proximity sensor so we can tell when the female is arriving and departing remotely. And we can even tell the activity of the female as well. So this is a graph of the activity for lots of different females. We can just tell if their incubation is being successful. We can even look at little things like this where there's a dip in activity that was caused because a chick got sick. And we can tell that sort of thing just without even going to the nest. We also feed Kakapo too during a breeding season, and that's really important to make sure they're in optimal breeding condition. And the way that we do it is with a series of these feeding stations. Every Kakapo has its own feed station, and it's connected to a data logger. This is Lisa at her feeding station. She's moving in real time. I don't know what the video looks like you're in, but she's moving very slowly. Kakapo tend to do everything quite slowly. The data logger recognizes it's her from a transmitter, and so it opens the lock on the lid, so then she can get in to feed. She's also standing on some scales, so that weighs her and it logs her weight, so that we can then get that information remotely too. But Kakapo are kind of, the males especially, are pretty greedy. They try and steal each other's food. So this is the same night, another bird comes along. This is a male, and he's not the bird we want to feed at the station. So the data logger knows to lock him out. So the lid is locked. He tries to get in pretty hard. This is a thick steel stake in the ground, but he still can't get in, but he's pretty strong. He managed to get a few pellets out, but not enough for a good feed. And so what this does, it enables us basically to feed each Kakapo individually, to put them all on their own diet. Well, why do we want to do that? Well, it all comes down to sex ratio, because initially we wanted a sex ratio of 1 male to 1 female. But in the early stages of the conservation, it was very male biased. There weren't enough females. And it was found that when the females were fed, if they got too heavy, they produced too many male chicks, which was producing this bias. So basically, the females were put on a diet. The feeding was optimized. We tried to keep them within the range between 1.5 and 1.9 kilograms. And then after that, the sex ratio becomes much nearer to parity. Not quite 1, but much closer. So this is an example of some of the methods that we use, trying to use the science behind it to try and manipulate and to try and promote the health of the population. But of course, there are issues. Kakapo are critically endangered. There are 204 of them left. They are on the brink of extinction still. And there's some reasons for that. And probably number one is fertility. They have very low fertility. Only about 60% of the eggs are fertile. Of all of the eggs that have been hatched so far in the program, more than half have either been infertile or dead embryos. Less than a third of them turn into chicks that fledge. So we see lots of embryo deaths. That's at least partially a result of genetic inbreeding. We see poor sperm quality in males as well. That's also associated with inbreeding. So we should do artificial insemination to try and improve the fertility of Kakapo clutches, and also to try and increase genetic representation, because Kakapo don't breed every year, but there's some males who have been trying to mate for decades and have never been successful. So we want to make sure that these birds are represented in future in the gene pool. So we get a lot of help from around the world. We get external experts in, who are experts in artificial insemination. And it's been going on for quite a long time. Since 2005, we tried it and it was not successful. Then 2008 again. But in 2009, the team were the first in the world to be successful at artificial insemination in a wild bird species. But that doesn't guarantee future success, because the next 3 times we tried in breeding seasons, it didn't work again. Until last breeding season in 2019, we produced 3 chicks, one of which is surviving from artificial insemination. So this is quite an important tool that we'll continue to use in the future to try and maintain as much genetic diversity and improve fertility. There's other issues too, of course, and with threatened species, disease is always a problem, always a concern. And if you're eating at the moment, I'd suggest you just shut your eyes or look away if you're a bit squeamish, because I'm just going to show you a disease called crusty bum in Kakapo. It's also called cloacitis. On the left of the screen is what a Kakapo healthy cloaca should look like. The other ones is what happens when it has this disease. This can be fatal, and it's increasing. We've known about it now for about 17 years, but we're getting more and more cases. And we're trying to understand why. There's been a lot of research done, but we still don't know what causes it. Other diseases too. Last breeding season, we had a big outbreak of aspergillosis, which is a fungal pneumonia. It affects humans, but it also affects birds too. It affected the females and chicks, which were breeding on one of our islands. And we ended up having to send nearly 50 of them to the mainland for CT scans and for hospital treatment. And some of those birds were in hospital for 9 months. But it was a huge collaborative effort with lots of vets from around New Zealand and around the world. And out of 21 affected, only 9 died. I say only 9, that's still a lot of Kakapo for us, but it was a much better outcome than it could have been. And we're now working with people around the world, especially some fungal geneticists, to try and understand where this fungus came from, this particular strain, how it fits in with the global patterns from human medicine and from environmental samples. So that's a couple of problems. Disease and infertility are real issues for Kakapo. We have a new problem now too, which is kind of a nicer problem in that we're running out of room. We need more spaces to put Kakapo, because with all of these chicks being produced, a 70% increase in the last 5 years, our islands are filling up. And I'll illustrate that now. So this is Whenua, with one of our main sites, and this is just some GPS data. The GPS trackers were not on all of the Kakapo, only about 2/3 of them over a period of a couple of years. So this is not complete data set by any means, but hopefully it shows you that the island is nearing or at capacity. There's really not much space on here. And the spaces that you do see are actually probably got Kakapo in them just without GPS trackers. So we want more sites. But the issue is that there are no ideal Kakapo sites left in New Zealand. All the suitable habitat has too many predators in it. But we have managed to identify some sites. There's one called Mangatautri, which is a mainland island in the middle of the North Island of New Zealand. It's a large fenced mountain, about 3,000 hectares. And then there's a couple more in Fjorden, where we're hoping to translocate Kakapo to all of these sites in the next 2 years. Resolution is particularly significant for us because it's the site where the first Kakapo ranger started. There was a guy called Richard Henry who in the 1890s moved to this island, lived almost alone there for almost all of the time, and single-handedly rode hundreds and hundreds of Kakapo to this island from the mainland where they were being eaten by stoats. He was a real pioneer in conservation and conservation translocations, not just within New Zealand, but in the world. And we're hoping to complete the circle. 130 years later, we want to put Kakapo back on this island. But the way that we do Kakapo conservation is changing, and it's quite an exciting time for us because Kakapo conservation is famously, or almost infamously, intense. I could not believe when I started and joined the program just how intense it was, how much care and attention went into every chick, every egg, every nest. But we can't continue that. As the population grows, as we have more Kakapo at more remote sites, we cannot continue to be so intensive. We have to be a little bit more hands-off. And one of the solutions is through the technology, and particularly through our remote monitoring systems. Because we have all these data loggers. We have feed station data loggers, we have mating data loggers, we have nest data loggers. And what we've done recently is put them all together and combined them all in this internet of Kakapo things, this radio network which connects all of those devices together. They all transmit data through the network to a central site, which then goes to the internet. And this enables us to monitor Kakapo much more closely, but remotely, without having so many people on the ground, without having to be so close to the birds all the time. We also use drones as well. We've been using drones to transport sperm from the male to the female when we're doing artificial insemination to make it more efficient. We're looking at using drones to track Kakapo more efficiently as well from the air than it is on the ground. And there's little incremental things we do as well. And smart eggs, I guess, is a kind of an example, because when a Kakapo nests, we normally take the real eggs away and we put them in an incubator because we tend to be a little bit more successful at incubating Kakapo eggs than Kakapo are. We replace them with a dummy, and we've made a realistic dummy because we've got a real Kakapo egg, and we got Weta Workshops to make a 3D model. These are the people behind some of the special effects of Lord of the Rings. They made this model, and we now have 3D printed eggs, which are exact replica of a real Kakapo egg. But the problem with these dummies is that the chick will hatch in an incubator, and when the chick hatches, we put it back in the nest. But the mother tends not to feed it very well for the first few days. And so we end up having to feed it in the nest for her, which is really intensive and quite dangerous too. So we think the reason for that is because she doesn't know that a chick is on its way. She's been sitting on an inert egg. So what we've done now is we put little speakers inside these eggs and created this smart egg, put those inside the nest just before the chick hatches in the incubator. So the mother gets a cue. She knows that a chick is on its way. So when the chick goes back in the nest, she will then feed it properly. So that's kind of a bit of a whistle-stop tour of Kakapo conservation in a nutshell. I've just given you a few of the highlights. There's obviously lots more that goes on behind the scenes, but I'd like you to just take away just a couple of points from this. Is one, there are a lot of threatened species in the world, obviously, but this shows that if you have the right approach, if you have the right resources, you can actually turn this around. If you have a dedicated program and you use a science-based approach, that will work. And that's not just Western science, of course, that's indigenous science too. And so Mataranga Maori is something that we really try to incorporate into our program as much as we can. And we work really closely with local iwi. We want to restore the maori, the life force of Kakapo. At the moment, that is not restored. They're in these intensive care units on these islands. We want to restore them to the mainland of New Zealand, where they can form a natural part of the ecosystem, the life in New Zealand that they're used to. But to move to these larger scales, that's where I think we have to rely on technology. That's a real key part to enable us to manage more remotely on bigger scales with less intensity. And we don't want this just to be about Kakapo too, of course. We know that we're lucky that we can divert these resources to these incredible birds, but we want these methods that we develop, the technology that we develop, to be able to extend to other programs, obviously not just in New Zealand, but around the world, so that we can really contribute to the bigger picture of conservation globally. So yeah, that's me. That's just a real quick tour. And if you want to know more, you can check out our website, where we have quite a lot of more information. You can do things like adopt a Kakapo as well if you want to, and you can follow me on Twitter as well if you want to keep up with what's happening in sort of a bit more real time. So yeah, I just want to thank you all very much for listening, especially if you've been watching at some really unsocial hour, and a huge thanks to Joe and the team for inviting me to talk. And if there's time, I'd be keen to take some questions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's definitely time to take some questions. So those who are tuning in, the live Q&A app is there. Let's get some questions in, because it's just, I mean, the technology, like I knew it was an exciting project, but just to see the technology from, you know, the smart eggs right down to the knowing who mated with who and how successful it was, I just, it's absolutely incredible. It must be, you know, knowing how technology can not always cooperate. There must be some good days and some bad days.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I mean, I'm definitely keen on applying the technology. Applying the technology in the field is very different, and that's something a lot of people don't realize. You can't just have a nice gadget like you use at home. Being able to put it in a wet forest environment and have it there for years on end, and still work and not fill up with water, is quite a key thing. And our team, when we work with the Department of Conservation's electronics team, they have learned a lot about how to waterproof things effectively. So that's really key.
Very cool. Simon would like to know a little bit more about the smart eggs. Can you tell us a little bit more about how those work?
Yeah, so at the moment, a kind of smart egg is, they are smart, but they're not super smart. All they have at the moment is a speaker in them, which basically we've recorded chick sound. So just before an egg hatches, the chick inside makes little peeping noises, makes little chirping noises. So it basically plays those back on a random cycle. And we've just had 1 year of those. We're about to do them in the next breeding season, but it looks like they may be having an impact. And it's an incremental change, but it's something that we want to really develop, and we want to go further. We want to maybe make them move a little bit as well, so a little bit more realistic. And also they can log information. So temperature and humidity of nests is important. So ultimately we'd like to be able to incorporate those into these eggs too.
Yeah, of course. What is the average lifespan for, you know?
Yeah, good question.
Of course, but yeah, what's kind of an average lifespan?
The true answer is we don't know, because we've never tracked a Kakapo enough from sort of natural birth to death. But we estimate from transmitted where it's an average of around about 60 years. But it will obviously, that's the average, so we'll obviously extend much higher than that. So probably up to 90, maybe 100 years. And we're doing some work on that at the moment. We've tried quite a few aging techniques, methods that work for other animals don't work for Kakapo. Kakapo never follow the rules. And so yeah, it's something we want to work on, but it's quite an important thing, because we've got some of our population, probably about a fifth of our population, who are unknown age. They're birds we found as adults, were found as adults in the 1980s. So we obviously want to know when we can expect those to die.
Sure. It seems like the smart eggs are a popular topic right now. And Kelly would like to know, so how many would be in an average clutch? And could a smart egg potentially be used to regulate temperature a little bit in the future?
Yeah, that's a good. That's a really interesting thought. A clutch is normally 2 to 3. Overall, it's about 1 to 5. We've had clutches of 5 eggs. A kakapo normally on our islands will struggle to raise more than 1 chick. That's really quite unusual. So normally we end up having to take some chicks away and hand rear them, because if not, they'll just naturally starve in the nest. But the incubation is interesting. We find if a kakapo's got more than about 3 eggs, it probably can't incubate them very well. We tend to take them away because we're a little bit more successful. But yeah, that is definitely possible. You could look at if you could use the egg in some way. But to be honest, incubation temperature, they're pretty good at it. Like that wouldn't make that much of a difference. There's more the chick survival, which is an issue, rather than the egg survival.
Okay, I'm only asking one more smart egg question. If any more come in, I'm not putting them in. But Frank's tuning in. Frank's wondering if there's like an element of smell involved with the eggs, or is that not really a factor?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Kakapo do have a really good sense of smell. And we're very lucky in that they're very accepting of us putting weird things in their nest, including these eggs. And in fact, one of the things that we do is we often foster chicks between nests. So we'll take one mother's chick, give it to another mother, and she accepts it fine. In fact, I've gone to a kakapo nest. She's been sitting on an egg. I've put a chick in. Later on, a couple of days later, I've gone in, taken that chick out and put an egg back in. You can do it while the mother is sitting on the nest. She accepts it. She must know all those things are not hers because they've got such a good sense of smell, but we're very lucky that they're kind of incredibly protective, and they'll kind of incubate whatever you give them and feed it too.
Awesome. All right. Moving away from smart eggs for a little bit. Julianne would like to know, so I imagine where they are right now, it's probably pretty predator free. So if it's not, is there anything being done? And then is there potential for programs to maybe try to remove predators from other areas, maybe other islands?
Yeah, that's critical. And that comes every conservation program in New Zealand comes back to this issue of the predators. We have a lot of predators here which are not meant to be here. The native wildlife has no defenses against them. And yes, there is actually this kind of crazy big scale goal to try and remove a lot of these predators from the whole of New Zealand by 2050. So that's things like rats and stoats and possums. That's incredibly ambitious, but that's actually happening on some sort of smaller scales, and it's building momentum. And there's a lot of local ground sort of grassroots work being done, but also research too. So that's key, and that we hope is the solution for kakapo. There's a lot of places we would put kakapo tomorrow. Perfect habitat, except there's too many stoats or there's too many cats. Get rid of those, and the kakapo problem is kind of solved, apart from these ongoing things of fertility and disease. But yeah, as the population grows, then they'll become less of an issue.
Yeah, and so, you know, we saw the scale, and the transmitter could feed the right bird. So, you know, obviously supplementing the diet. You showed that image, you know, in the fjord up on the mountaintop. The bird clearly took some time to get up there. What are they feeding on at those altitudes?
Yeah, so kakapo herbivores, they basically eat any plant. They'll eat, and outside of a breeding season, they'll eat any type of plant. And there's some of those soils in those mountains, there's some fertile where the slips is actually really good. A whole huge variety of different plant types. It's then in the breeding season is when they switch to a different food, and they actually only breed in response to certain trees fruiting. And that's why they don't do it every year. They only do it every 2 or 3 years or so, when these trees like the rimu tree, when they produce the fruit.
All right. So we'll steal one more quick question here. This might be from somebody who's following along maybe with the project. This is Sierra wondering, Sirocco. How is Sirocco doing? Is there a bird by that name?
Yeah, he's a pretty cool bird. He's actually partially imprinted on people. He got hand reared as a chick on his own, partially imprinted. He's actually New Zealand's official spokesbird for conservation. That's like decreed by the government. He's a real character. He's our kind of advocacy bird. So he lives in the wild. He's a naturally wild kakapo. Every few years, we'll put him on tour so people can actually get to see him. Because that's one of the issues that we have is people love kakapo, but they don't get to see them because they're kind of locked away on these offshore islands. So that's where Sirocco comes in. He's doing fine. He's living in Fiordland, and we're hoping to put him on tour again sometime soon, as soon as we can. But he's doing well.
Wow, excellent. I can just imagine what the tour is like. Maybe backstage passes for a little extra access. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a character. He's cool.
All right, good stuff. Well, I do want to share this link again. I know you shared it, but I think it's worth sharing again. It's incredible work. I mean, the technology alone is amazing, and it looks like it's just going to get more kind of in depth and, bringing the drones in and who knows what else in the future. So check out the work. There's a spot there to donate, so if you're excited by this work and this project and you want to help out, you can head there and donate directly. Of course, it's one of the groups that we're going to send a donation to after the festival. So please do donate to the general fund as well, so that we can send some money to some great conservation organizations all around the world. So Andrew, thank you so much. Huge shout out joining us from New Zealand. What a great project, and just what an amazing species. They're, I could watch that slow motion camera approach over and over again. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Thanks, Joe. And thanks very much, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Okay. Wow, that was so cool. And that technology, using technology with conservation in remote areas, and just keeping people hands off as much as possible too, is really important. So there's where the technology really comes into play. Okay, we have a couple minutes before we bring in our next speaker. So I do want to take just a quick moment here to plug Lenovo EDU. So they're a sponsor for the festival, and they're doing great work in education, creating amazing communities with a goal to create these communities to expand access to engaging and innovative educational resources. So it's inspiring learners and teachers to take education into their own hands. They've got a great field expert series right now, bringing the excitement of learning about the world directly to their community through direct engagement with field experts, through interactive activities, unique digital content, and of course, virtual events like the Global Biodiversity Festival. So we've got a quick little sizzle that I would like to share, and then we're going to spend a little time with Joe. Okay, good stuff. You saw the website there. We'll be posting it throughout the weekend. Do consider joining those communities. I know they've got growing communities in the US, in the UK, and Australia. So great place to meet like-minded educators, share ideas, share what works, share what doesn't. Lots of resources. A great spot to find maybe some videos from the Global Biodiversity Festival or their Field Expert Series. Okay, we're on one side of the Pacific. Let's take a little trip now to the other side of the Pacific. So really excited to be hosting my good friend, Joe Cutler. So Joe is a National Geographic explorer. He's an ichthyologist, and he specializes in freshwater fish. So he just finished an incredible expedition, the Ugui Mega Transect in Gabon, in Africa. So this was an amazing journey, over 1,000 kilometers, pack rafting down this river, along the way doing transects, exploring biodiversity of the freshwater fish species, something that hasn't been done in, I think, over 140 years. And then along the way, Joe was able to do live events with Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. We connected with him at different spots along the river. And we got to take a lot of students out to the Ugui. So I'm going to bring Joe in with me right now. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hey, Joe, I'm doing great. It's good to see you. And hello to everybody. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and happy Global Biodiversity Festival.
Awesome. Well, I'm always up for an excuse to bring Joe Squared back together. So I'm going to get out of here. We'll stick with one Joe for a little bit and let you take us on this incredible expedition.
That sounds good, Joe. I'll see you in the question and answer session. So let me pull up a share screen here and let me know when you can see what I am seeing. Are we sharing it? No, we're not.
No, don't see it yet, Joe. If you can, use the entire screen option. That tends to be kind of the smoothest for sharing.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay. Hello again. My name is Joe Cutler, and today I'm going to be telling you a little bit about some of my recent work exploring one of Africa's last wild rivers. This is the Ugue River in Gabon, and I'm really excited to share some of my experiences out there in a really wild, pristine ecosystem. So, as Joe mentioned, I'm a freshwater ecologist and an ichthyologist, which means I study fish. And I'm also a conservation biologist. And my work studying freshwater fish over the last 10 years has taken me from Mongolia to Malawi. But most of my work has been concentrated in Central Africa, in particular in Gabon. And so, for those of you who need a geographic refresher, Gabon is right on the equator on the Atlantic coast of Africa. It's in the Congolese basin, so it's mostly forested, and it's a beautiful place to explore. But the biggest river and one of the most exciting spots to explore in Gabon is the Ugue. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Ugue, I understand it's not the most famous river in the world, but it is one of Africa's largest. It is the fourth largest river in Africa by flow. Actually, more water flows out of the Ugue than out of the Nile. And the Ugue is considered one of the most pristine large tropical rivers in the world. There's only one dam in the whole watershed, only 4 human inhabitants per square kilometer. So this is really a unexplored, undiscovered, and underpopulated area. So it's very natural and wild, but it's also a bit threatened and it's not very well protected. So I started thinking about a way to explore this great river ecosystem. And it's cool. I mean, from a biodiversity standpoint, on the banks of the river, you can see hundreds or thousands of butterflies flitting about. If you pay attention and you look onto the vines hanging down on the side of the river, you will see these teeny tiny perfect tree frogs, no larger than your fingertip. And pretty regularly, you will run into the giant of the forest. So these are forest elephants, the most rare species of elephant in the world, and 90% of the remaining forest elephants live in Gabon, most of those in the Ugue watershed. So this basin, this river system, is home to some of the last strongholds of large mammalian diversity in Central Africa. But for me, as a fish biologist, I love sticking my head under the water and seeing what is swimming about. And the thing that's amazing about the Ugue and its tributaries is everywhere you go, you see something different. So over the course of my decade of field research in Central Africa, I've had the chance to encounter hundreds of fish species. I've collected almost 40,000 fish in my career and at least 350 species in Gabon. Now, what's amazing about that is we're collecting a lot of species that are completely new to science. So we're 10 to 15% of the fish we catch on our average expeditions are undescribed, new to science. They don't have a name. So we're out there right on the interface between exploration, discovery, scientific research, and conservation, because there aren't very many people who work in this realm. So even a little fish biologist like me can inform conservation decision making. And it's important because as I've traveled through Gabon and throughout Central Africa and the world, I've seen impacts approaching these pristine ecosystems. So I took this photograph just a little ways from the main stem of the Ugue in Gabon. And this is a gold mine, and what they're doing is they're mining in the streams themselves and filtering the sediments for gold. Now you can imagine that this has a pretty bad impact on the local aquatic ecosystem, and all of this is flushing down into the Ugue. In other areas, you'll come to a part of the forest that has been completely clear-cut for timber exploitation. So you can see here, the left bank of the Ugue has been completely deforested. There is nothing left but the red soil. And all of those trees, all of those hardwoods, which took a long time to grow, are going to be floated down the river and exported. And so very little of that money, very little of the resource wealth actually will remain in Gabon, but the environmental impacts are there on the banks of the river. And another major threat to Gabon's freshwater ecosystems are hydroelectric dams. So this dam, the dam at Pubara, is the only large dam in the Uguay watershed. Now that is really rare to have just one dam. Most rivers in California, where I live, have dams on them already. So to have a huge river like the Uguay, mostly free flowing, it's quite rare. But the future of this wild, free-flowing river is threatened as Gabon plans to develop more mines and more dams and exploit more timber on the banks of the Uguay. So in order to assess those threats and study the biodiversity and explore this system so that we can help protect it, I started dreaming of an expedition to survey the whole Uguay River. And so I came up with a project called the Uguay Megatransect, where we would start in the upper Uguay near Franceville, and we'd follow the main stem of the Uguay, paddling down the river until we reached the Atlantic. And this would allow us to stop as we went downstream, survey the biodiversity, talk with local populations, take lots of photographs, and, survey, document, and explore this wild ecosystem. So I flew out to Gabon and I met with my team, which included 7 Gabonese scientists and students and 2 American scientists. And we inflated our big raft and our pack rafts, and we launched down the Uguay River. Now, I should tell you, before I started preparing for this trip, I had no rafting experience. I studied fish, I spent a lot of time in boats, but I had never paddled a big boat before. So going into this experience, I was very nervous, very scared of the white water. But most of the river was calm. You're paddling down a big freeway of water that's moving, and you got these walls of green forest with monkeys and birds and all sorts of life bubbling out of it. Most of it was calm. Other areas, the video got a little bit weird here, but other areas were just spectacular. So this is the confluence of the Uguay River and the Ivindo River. The Uguay is a huge brown river, and the Ivindo is its largest tributary, a huge black water stream that you see in the right side of this video. Where they come together is this incredible mixing of biodiversity, one adapted to the black water forest streams, one adapted to the heavy sediment-holding Uguay. And we had the chance to spend 2 days at this site surveying biodiversity, putting some of the first specimen on the map from this site. And it wasn't always smooth sailing. As we went further down the Uguay, we started to hear the bark and roar of hippopotamus and the slipping of large crocodiles into the stream ahead of us. The Uguay is home to all the threats that you would imagine on a major African river. It has every species of crocodile in Africa. It's got hippopotamus. It's got quicksand. It's got malaria, yellow fever. It's got all the challenges to make your blood pump. And it's also got some really serious whitewater. So as I said, I was not much of a whitewater rafter before getting out there. And you see there's a huge whirlpool coming through, a whirlpool 30 feet wide that can suck down your boat, and then a huge boil. And I'm nervously paddling my way down these rapids that no one goes down. There's no, you can't Google the scouting report on how to best pass these scary waters. So we're going down this river basically unknown. We don't know what's around the next turn. And so we had to be on our toes at all times, prepared for whatever came. And we were able to pass and paddle every bit of the Uguay except for this one rapid. This is the Chutes des Buées, the biggest waterfall on the Uguay. It's a little hard to tell from this drone shot, but there's a 30-foot waterfall at the head of this rapid, followed by the scariest Class 5 rapids that I've ever seen in person. And for that one, we took the dry route, which is the overland route, dragging our raft and dragging all of our equipment over the rocks. it took about a whole day for us to get just around this one rapid, but I think it was the safe choice. And the nearest hospital is a long ways away when you're out on the Ugue River. So after paddling all day, you'd inevitably find some place to camp. And we had the chance to sleep in some amazing areas, on islands, on sand spits, in fishing camps, and in towns along the Ugue. This site was one of my favorites. I named it Hippo Island because as we were pulling up to the beach, there was a whole group of hippos that ran out into the water and splashed away, which was very exciting, but a little bit nerve-wracking considering we were going to be sampling those waters later in the evening. But every day you'd find a cool spot, you'd set up your tent, and then the real work began, which was sampling biodiversity. So after your camp was set up, you'd pull out the nets, whether it was a cast net or a seine net, and you'd start sampling the fish biodiversity. Every fish that you collect has to be identified, counted, and photographed. So we are spending a lot of time looking at these little fish. Now, while we're doing this, while we're sampling, processing specimen, we've got some of our crew cooking dinner. So taking photos of fish, wash your hands off, and feed up or fill up your plate with some food. Tonight's meal was manioc, some lentils and fish, and some red rice, which is pretty gourmet if you ask me. A little less gourmet when you think you've still got a little bit of fish slime and scales on your hands from the sampling, but inevitably you'd scarf down your food as quickly as possible because you'd get back into sampling as soon as you were done eating. Our goal was to sample for an hour during the daytime and an hour after sunset at each site. This would allow us to look at the daytime species and also the nighttime species at each site. And it was amazing to see how different the fish would be at 6 p.m. versus 8 p.m. And so we were able to do this standardized sampling throughout the entire Ugue at 42 sites and really get a good idea of what was out there. And at the end of a long day's work, there was nothing better than pitching your tent and crawling into your tent on the bank of the river and listening to the river lull you to sleep. I never slept as well as I did on that expedition. But we had the chance to survey some really incredible areas. So as I mentioned, some of the forest streams are these black water, very acidic, tannin-rich streams. And the fish you catch in an ecosystem like this are totally different than an ecosystem like this. This is a really small, muddy stream close to the town of Lasterville. And the fish that I caught here were totally different than in the forest. And so as we moved down the Ugue, we were able to document different habitat types, day and night species, but also this longitudinal transect of the Ugue from the headwaters all the way out to the coast. And we were able to see different fish communities as we moved downstream, site by site. Oh, and we caught a lot of fish. On this expedition alone, we caught nearly 10,000 fish. Over 9,600 individual specimen, representing about 75 species. Now you may think, oh, that's not very many, but 75 species in 7 weeks is actually extremely high biodiversity, especially given our limited sampling methods that we employed on this expedition. And one of the cool things that we did was we used iNaturalist to log all of our data. So if you're curious about what we collected at different sites on the Ugue, you can actually log on to iNaturalist. All of this data is publicly available, and you can search our project, Africa's Last Wild River, or the Ugue Megatransect, and you will find our data set. So anybody who's curious to study the Ugue actually has all of our photographs, all of our GPS coordinates for the entirety of the Ugue drainage. So this is a really unique data set. Very exciting. And if you're curious, log in and help us identify some of these fish, because still there are a lot of undescribed species that remain to be named, even in our collection. But of all the fish we collected, of all those near 10,000 fish we collected, I think the most incredible discovery we made on the Ugue revolves around this species. Now, this is a snapper. It's a guinea snapper.
And for those of you who aren't fish geeks like I am, snappers are typical marine species. They live in the ocean. Some species go into estuaries. Some species will move into rivers a little bit. But something's interesting and unique about the Uguay. The snappers, the guinea snapper there, go much further upstream than they do in any other river system. So rather than just going a few hundred miles or a few miles upstream, these fish migrate hundreds of miles up the Uguay. We collected snapper 500 miles from the coast, and we have anecdotal evidence from local fishermen that they may make it 750 miles upstream, all the way to Franceville, where we began our mega transit. Now, what is incredible to me about this is that it shows how connected the ocean and the Uguay are. That a single individual can swim all the way from the open ocean, all the way upstream, almost across Gabon in this giant river. Now, we don't know what it's doing in freshwater. Is it breeding? Is it just feeding? There are lots of questions that still remain to be answered. But what it tells me is that this is a highly connected ecosystem that, if it is disturbed, if that connectivity is destroyed, or if dams are built that block these migratory routes, that species like this snapper, which is culturally and economically important in Gabon, would likely disappear from the Uguay. So I think in terms of the conservation importance, I think that it's really important to keep the Uguay free flowing for future generations. Now, one of the things that I was amazed about on the Uguay, and I went into this trip really focused on the fish. I wanted to go out there, I wanted to document the fish, I wanted to do the science. That was it. But I didn't really think about the opportunity we had. As we floated downstream, we were able to stop in almost every riverside community on the Uguay. So we stopped in towns, villages, little tiny seasonal fishing communities, maybe with one or two families in them. And we had the chance to talk to people and see how they were living and live with them for a few days. And it was amazing how much they relied on the river. They'd wash their clothes out there, brush their teeth, they'd get their drinking water from the river. They'd eat mostly fish, freshwater fish that they caught from the river. They transported their goods on the river and moved about their country on the river. What I found actually most amazing was how attached their history was as well to the river. So when you hear a chief talking about the history of his village or its community, he will tell you how they came either up or down the Uguay and where their relatives are on the Uguay system. And so it was really interesting to me to get this local knowledge and find these local advocates for the ecosystem. And one of the things that I'm really excited about looking forward to the future of conservation in Gabon and on the Uguay in particular is when you're speaking with local community leaders, they understand the value of protecting the Uguay River. Just like they manage hunting, just like they manage forest exploitation, they should manage resource exploitation in freshwater. So I saw a lot of interest and support for freshwater conservation from local communities. And I think looking forward, as we work to develop freshwater protected areas in Gabon, these local communities are going to be a critical component of the equation. And honestly, I think the key to finding a solution that works for everyone and the ecosystem in Gabon. So in total, we paddled about 7 weeks. We covered over 1,000 kilometers and about 750 river miles. We surveyed 42 sites, documented almost 10,000 fish, and became the first team in 140 years to descend the Uguay River. What we found was a rich ecosystem home to some of the world's largest mammals, some of the world's most biodiverse freshwater fish, and some of the most incredible wild ecosystems remaining on this planet. I feel lucky to have had the chance to explore it, and I feel more lucky to have had the chance to kind of share those experiences, in part through exploring by the seat of your pants, but also here with you all today. So we finally made it to the Atlantic Ocean. This was the final stop for us. We made it to the sandy beaches, and I'll tell you, we were really happy and really exhausted. I was cheering and shouting, but I was also limping. The last week or so on the river, it rained constantly. We had developed trench foot because we had been wet for so long. Our expedition photographer had malaria, and we were just dead. We were so tired. But after a few days, we recovered, and we were able to go and share our story with the Gabonese government and initiate some first steps toward freshwater conservation in Gabon. And speaking of first steps, these are our footprints in the white sand beaches of the Atlantic after we had paddled all the way across Gabon to study the Uguay, to put it on the map and help share the story so that we can help protect this wild river. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for tuning in. If you're interested in our project, we've got a really great website at africaslastwildriver.com, and we're on social media as well. And I think I've got plenty of time for some questions, so let me stop sharing my screen and
all right, Joe, good stuff. Another trip down the river. I love these presentations. I learn something new every single time. You kind of ended off with, that last week was tough. Trench foot, lots of rain. It makes it hard to kind of carry on in those situations. You touched on it a little bit, why it's worthwhile, but take us into that explorer's mindset. Why put yourself through that?
Well, there's a couple reasons. I believe as a conservationist and as someone who's worked in Gabon for a long time, that I've got a role to play in fighting for these ecosystems. I knew that if I didn't get out on the Uguay and explore it now, that the dams would be built before anybody could get out and survey these ecosystems. And I wanted to get a really good baseline. So partially just, I was really driven from a conservation standpoint. Also selfishly, it's the adventure of a lifetime. Of course, you're going to go and suffer a little bit to paddle down Uguay River. I have no problem being uncomfortable for a day or a week or a month if it allows you to get out and paddle around a hippo or, catch that 30-pound snapper out of the Uguay River. There are just so many things to discover in this world, and I want to keep paddling down those streams, even if it is a little uncomfortable.
Absolutely. And why not? Forest elephants, amazing fish species, camping on the sandbars. It looks like there's a lot of good times as you're making your way down with your team.
Yeah, we kept the morale up pretty good. And I think we also were very lucky because the rainy seasons were late. So it didn't rain the whole time. The water levels were low, which made our navigation a little bit easier. We only had a couple illnesses. We only had a couple injuries and nothing too seriously. So knock on wood, we were very lucky to be able to get down this river safely, because the last major expedition on the Uguay, they lost 2 people on the way up and 4 people on the way down. So, and by lost, I mean they died. So I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, those are pretty good numbers. I think anytime you can bring everybody back is definitely a good expedition. So yeah, tell us about these pack rafts. I mean, they obviously are super portable, super useful. What's it like to be spending your time in one of those pack rafts?
Well, we had 2 types of rafts. So we had a big gear raft, and then we had pack rafts. And most of the gear's in the gear raft, but then you've got these little teeny tiny pack raft, and I'll tell you, they're incredible. They weigh like 12 pounds. You can carry them anywhere, and you can take them down pretty substantial rapids. So one of the things that we were doing is, you get to a rapid and you safely pass the big raft, you might as well bring the kayaks up a few times and run the whitewater. So we were the only people out on the Uguay doing whitewater kayaking, and it was really incredible. Getting to play around and explore and have fun in some of these unique freshwater ecosystems. So they're really cool. We were using alpaca rafts and an NRS 16-foot Grand Canyon style expedition raft. And And one thing that I was actually thinking about recently was what a joy it was to have everything you need in your life in a contained boat.
Yeah.
So all of your problems, all of your issues, all of your stress, it's in that little boat. And the rest of the world just didn't matter anymore. And so a few weeks into the trip, you've forgotten about politics, you've forgotten about the pandemic, you've forgotten about everything outside of getting down that river safely and collecting those fish and what you're going to eat for dinner. So it really simplifies things and makes you appreciate what you got.
It brings me back to our rafting of the rapids on the Potomac River.
The good old days, right?
The good old days. Joe, there's one. Well, first of all, I think this question would be a great wrap-up one. What's next? You did the mega transect. Are you done? Done? What's next?
Well, this summer I'm heading up into Yosemite. I'm going to be doing some freshwater restoration work up there, which I'm really excited about. And I'm in discussions with the Gabonese government about returning to Gabon and fingers crossed taking over a research director position there in Lope National Park.
Wow.
So if that works out, it would be absolutely awesome. And I'd be able to keep my finger on conservation and on the Uguay. And that's my long-term goal looking forward.
Yeah. Make sure there's a guest room for me.
Make sure of it. You're invited anytime, Joe.
All right. Well, I want to end off. I just feel like we need to end with seeing your cast netting skills. I happen to have a video queued up. You did a little promo for us from the side of the river for Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. So I'm just going to pop it in there. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Joe Cutler, and I'm exploring the fish diversity of the Uguay River in Gabon. And when I explore, I do it by the seat of my pants. Hey, looks like I've got something.
There we go. That was in Lasterville on the Uguay River. It's an amazing spot to sample. So if you ever get out there, give me a phone call and we'll compare notes on what we catch.
Very cool. One last share of the website, Africa's Last Wild River. Check it out. Great map data, great images. Follow Joe on social media. Follow the project because I have a feeling it's just getting started. Joe, thanks so much for joining us. We can't wait to follow along. And of course, more live events from the river.
Thank you, Joe. Happy Biodiversity Festival.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Joe. We'll catch you later.
All right. Ciao.
All right. Okay. Now we've visited a lot of speakers from different countries, different continents. Why don't we mix things up? Let's bring in a host from a different continent. So I'm going to bring in Peter Ong, but before I do, I'll just give him a brief, quick little intro. So he is on a mission to find out how are Malaysia's primates doing. So through Project Monyet, which means monkey in Malay, he is doing that. So with a background in theater and a passion for photography, he's collecting high-resolution photos of the 25 primate species in Malaysia. And these images are really important for researchers and also for outreach and publications. So he's passionate about engaging Malaysian youth and does this through the Roots and Shoots program and helps spread awareness of primates as well as introducing those youth to the wealth of Malaysia's biodiversity. So coming to us from Malaysia, let's bring in our next host. Peter, how you doing?
Hey, Joe, how are you?
Good. Great to have you joining us. We're excited to let you take over for a little bit. I can see our next speaker ready to rock and roll backstage. So I think that's enough for me. Let's get a new voice in here.
Thanks, Joe. Take a good break and we'll see you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Peter.
All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone from around the world who are tuning in right now to the Global Biodiversity Festival. My name is Peter Ong, and I'm coming to you live from Malaysia. And right now, we have just been literally around the world. We have started the festival in the Philippines, went on to the UK, to Chile, to Pakistan, to New Zealand, and just now you heard a speaker from Africa. And of course, I would like to bring you guys to visit wonderful Malaysia. And joining me this morning is Benoit Goossens, who is coming in from Sabah. Let me just bring him in shortly. Here you go. Hi, Benoit. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Very good. Very excited.
How are things at the Kinabatangan?
Not too bad. It's raining. It's raining a lot at the moment.
Okay. Well, Benoit, please take us away.
Okay. Let me share my presentation. Okay. So just to start a little introduction about myself, I'm the founder and the director of a very small research center located along the Kinabatangan River on the east coast of Sabah, Malaysian Borneo, called Danau Gering. And for the last 20 years, logging and agriculture development have dramatically changed the landscape. And the Kinabatangan is the perfect field laboratory to study the impact of fragmentation on wildlife, and also the species responses to human-driven landscape changes. And so, as you can see on the map, those are the changes that happened since 1973 until very recently. The green that is there on the map, left on 2014, is actually the Lower Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary and some forest reserves. So you can see that it's now extremely fragmented. So what we did for the past 12 years is to look at wildlife responses to landscape changes. We used 13 different species on which we set up satellite collars to look at their movements in that highly fragmented and degraded landscape. And here is an example of some work that was carried out by one of my ex-PhD students, Danica Stark, on the home ranging and habitat use of proboscis monkeys along the Kinabatangan River. And you can see that within a home range, which is here in yellow, you can see the areas that are most intensively used of high intensity, and they are here shown in navy blue. And you can see that they did not necessarily overlap with those that are the most visited areas, which are areas of high recursion in red here. We also found out that actually sleeping sites were not only restricted to riverbanks like we thought it was. So you can see, for example, here that proboscis monkey group was sleeping a lot within the forest fragments. Same here, for example, here you can see quite deep into the forest. So that was extremely interested. And we also found out that the proboscis monkey were not using their home range evenly. So these regions of areas of high intensity were around the edges here, like, or outside also of the range, while the high recursion areas were found more in the middle of the home range. We also had a project on Sunda clouded leopard that was led one of my PhD students, was based at Oxford University, and O'Hearn, and look also at home ranging and movement patterns of Sunda clouded leopards, this beautiful carnivore, the biggest carnivore in Borneo. And we looked at the movement patterns of 4 clouded leopard individuals, 3 males and 1 female. You can see here on the map, each has a different color. This is the first ever clouded leopard satellite colored in Borneo. And you can see that the movement paths were almost exclusively restricted to closed canopy covers, though they were not using the old palm plantations and traveling through old palm plantations, which is here in white. So we use those satellite data to actually model the resistance of the clouded leopard to the forest canopy. And so we showed that the low resistance, which is shown here in dark blue, was only mostly for forest with high canopy closure. And high resistance, which is shown in red, bright red here, was mostly in old palm plantations with low canopy closure. So you can see that actually clouded leopard are mostly going into forest. And then what we did is that we applied that to the whole state of Sabah, and we built a landscape resistance map for the clouded leopard movement that was applied to the full extent of the state of Sabah. And we can see the low resistance that is in dark blue is found primarily in selectively logged forests. And the high resistance in red and yellow, mostly here, was found in non-forest, which was characterized by old palm plantation. So those results show a loss of functional connectivity between the major forest blocks in Sabah. We also carried out a statewide survey of Bornean banteng, which is now the most endangered mammal in Sabah since the Sumatran rhino got extinct. There are about 300 individuals left in Sabah, and we carried out a large camera trap project, and we identified 4 broad management units, one located in the northern part of Sabah, one on the east coast in the Tabin Wildlife Reserve and Pulamba Wildlife Reserve, and then one major one in the central Sabah, central forest block, and then a small population on the west coast here in Sipitang Forest Reserve. So we saw that the distribution was limited to natural forest and also industrial tree plantations like mature rubber and acacia. And the forest fragmentation between and within units was happening mostly because of monoculture plantations. So we found out that there was no movement between those 4 management units. And then finally, I'm showing you some results of our large satellite coloring project on the Bornean elephant that we carried out since 2008, and we colored elephants in 3 managed elephant ranges: the Central Sabah here, the Lower Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary, and then Tabin Wildlife Reserve. And we colored about 40 individuals over 10 years. And what we show is that elephants were mostly found in degraded landscape. The degraded landscape were actually very important for them, and they were mostly found in forest with a low canopy height, about 13 meters. So we also show that areas of higher suitability for elephants are largely located on the peripheries of the currently forested areas. And so we used a combination of satellite data, but also light detection and ranging LiDAR data that was carried out by the Carnegie Airborne Observatory. So all this information that we have collected, scientific information that we have collected on these 4 endangered species, were used to draft state action plans for those species. So in 2019, the Sabah Wildlife Department, the Sabah state government published 3 action plans for the banteng, proboscis monkey, and clouded leopard, and a year later, state action plan for the Bornean elephant. And so what we use, for example, we use our elephant data to inform the government for example, about the impact of a second bridge that they wanted to build over the Kinabatangan. And we show that this bridge would have a detrimental impact on the elephant population there. And thankfully, the government in 2018 decided to scrap the bridge. We also informed the government about the impact that the Pan-Borneo highway could have on the wildlife and some alignments. So we provided movement data, also camera trap data of endangered species to develop proposals for road alignment changes for the Pan-Borneo highway. We proposed potentially eco-links or overpasses to mitigate the impact on wildlife. And then we also were very active in terms of implementing those plans. And one of the main recommendations was to increase the capacity and effectiveness of the state's agencies in combating wildlife trafficking and poaching. And so Danau Garing Field Center was committed to assist the Sabah Wildlife Department, but also other states' agencies to implement those plans. And so together with the Sabah Forestry Department, we applied to the Sime Darby Foundation in Peninsular Malaysia to increase the size of the Protect unit, anti-poaching unit. And we were successful in raising a bit more than $1 million to support this anti-poaching team. And then more recently, we also applied for some funds from the US State Department's Bureau of Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs in the US to set up an intelligence unit for the Sabah Wildlife Department and boost enforcement and forensic capacity to deter wildlife trafficking in Sabah and provide training and equipment to that unit. So we were successful in raising a bit less than $1 million. The project is still ongoing, and it's pretty successful despite the pandemic. So it's been quite intensive. And what we would like to do also, and that's something that was also part of the state action plans, is to restore connectivity. And so we have designed a project to offset carbon, but also set up corridors through forest restoration along the Kinabatangan River by the field center and the local community there. So we set up the Regrow Borneo, which is a collaborative project between the Danau Garing Field Center, the Cardiff University's Sustainable Places Research Institute, and the communities, and mostly a Kopel, which is a local community project in the Kinabatangan. And it seeks to balance the impact of air travel emissions through supporting tropical reforestation. And so we are now replanting trees in the low Kinabatangan forest of wildlife sanctuary, and we are also collecting data on forest growth and also on how the biodiversity is actually coming back to those sites. So that's about it. So this is what we're doing. We're doing a lot of research. We try to educate. We have an education team working hard on educating local schools. We're engaging a lot with the public, and we're also trying to protect the wildlife in Sabah. So that's about it. Thank you for your time, and do not hesitate to contact me if you are interested to study at our field center or visit it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Benoit. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Peter.
Yes, so we have a couple of questions actually. Well, I do as well. How has the work been actually on the proboscis monkey at the Kinabatangan recently?
So the data that I show you and I share with you were collected by one of my PhD students, ex-PhD student, Danica Stark. Since she finished her PhD, so we haven't done any more satellite tagging of proboscis monkey, and we have published this action plan, and the Sabah state government has published the state action plan. And so what we are trying to do now is to implement the action plan. And so one of the main issue for proboscis monkey is connectivity along the Kinabatangan, and because they mostly live in riparian reserves, and there's lots of holes in in the corridor. A lot of old palm plantations have been planting up to the river. So we are trying to solve this issue. And together with the local community, we're trying to reconnect the forest for proboscis monkey. In terms of research, I mean, we have done a lot for the past 10 years. And so now we want more to go into restoration ecology and see what is the impact then of that restoration on the species that we have studied for 10 years.
Yes, and how is the reforestation going through the Kinabatangan at the moment? Has more progress been made? Because yes, I understand that there's been a lot of patches, right, in the forest there, which makes it very hard for other primates like the orangutan to get across.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's forest restoration is a big endeavor, and it's it has this positive and negative. And for example, we have been facing a lot of issues with flooding because we are in a floodplain, and restoring forest in a floodplain is can be challenging with flooding. But so far so good. I mean, obviously it's a small project. I mean, it all depends on funding. But we have been restoring now about 5 hectares, and we just started. So we are now hopefully going to increase by another 5 to 10 hectares this year. And the thing is that what we are doing is also monitoring those plots. So we have been setting up botanic plots. We are putting camera traps. We are also measuring biodiversity in those restoration plots. So it's a really long-term project, and but it's very exciting. And I hope that people can support it. So yeah, they can find out about it.
Yes, well, I hope to be able to visit the Kinabatangan again once this movement restriction order is lifted here in Malaysia.
Yes,
maybe you could also tell us a little bit more. Maybe you can also tell us a little bit more about what's been happening with the anti-poaching work that's being carried out now in Sabah, because maybe some of our viewers don't know, but Malaysia is actually one of the global hotspots for the illegal wildlife trade. So what have been some of Sabah's steps taken recently to combat this terrible threat to our wildlife?
Yeah, so I think the government and the two main agencies responsible for wildlife in Sabah have been very active. I mean, so those are the Sabah Wildlife Department and Sabah Forestry Department, and Danau Gang Field Center is working with both agencies. And the Sabah Forestry Department has set up this large unit called Protect, and they are doing a lot of roadblocks and a lot of anti-poaching activities, but also anti-logging activities in the forest reserves in Sabah. They've been quite successful. They have made a lot of arrests and a few prosecutions as well. And so the team now has increased to 50 rangers, and they have been fully trained. and they are on operation almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then on the other, so then the Sabah Wildlife Department, which is in charge of all wildlife in Sabah, has now been setting up this this intelligence unit. So we have been helping them with that by setting up, by raising funds first to set up this unit, and also to train crime analysts. Because the problem is mostly gathering information, all that information in one place. And so we have been also helping to set up a working group, a task force, that all the enforcement agencies are joined. And so there's there's a lot more connection now between those agencies, and trying to work together and communicate, and they're doing operations also, joint operations. So we hope that in the future it's going to be harder and harder for traffickers, at least in Sabah. And one also very important thing that we are trying to set up is a forensic laboratory. So because currently Sabah has to send all their samples to Peninsular Malaysia, so in terms of logistics, not always easy. So now we are setting up a forensic laboratory in Kota Kinabalu, and training a forensic officer and a forensic unit as well to collect samples. So hopefully it will facilitate prosecution.
Thank you so much. That's really, really good news, actually. You mentioned earlier that you have currently 50 rangers in Sabah. Are they mostly Sabahans? Are they from the local villages around the Kinabatangan?
It's not me. It's so those rangers are attached to the Sabah Forestry Department. The program, the Protect unit, was actually started in the beginning by WWF Malaysia with the Forestry Department. What we did at the Danau Field Center, we facilitated to increasing the size of the team. So initially they had 25 rangers. Now, thanks to our support and the support from the Sime Darby Foundation, they have now 50 rangers. And they're not only working in the Kinabatangan, but they are working in the whole state of Sabah, in all the forest reserves and protected areas. And they are all Sabahans, all of them. 48 boys and 2 girls.
Wow, excellent. Is there are there any plans to recruit more in the future?
Yes, it would be good, but then it requires the commitment of the government to continue paying the salaries, because at the moment, obviously, the Sime Darby Foundation is supporting the salaries for 25 of these boys and girls. But after the funding ends, the government will have to step up and continue paying those guys, and that's where sometimes the problem is. So before we can increase the size of the team, we need to make sure that those 50 guys are still, paid, and then potentially with maybe additional funding, we can increase the size of the team. Or we could also look at maybe wildlife department having something similar, or other agencies.
So if members of the public would like to help Danau Girang, or to be involved in the work that you do, what steps can they take?
They can contact us. They can visit our website, dgfc.life, L-I-F-E, and then they can contact me. We accept interns, volunteers, if they're interested to spend some time with us. We actually work with Roots and Shoots Malaysia also from this year. Welcome Malaysian volunteers to help us. And then they can also help with the forest restoration program, and with Kopel, this local community, to help with forest restoration. They can support Regrow Borneo. We have a Just Giving page, so they can check that. We're happy to receive anyone, obviously after the pandemic ends, hopefully.
I know this pandemic has really thrown a spanner in a lot of works.
It's been very hard, very hard.
Yes, but we're definitely, I mean, on behalf of Roots and Shoots, thank you so much for accepting our volunteers. We are looking forward to sending them over to you very, very soon. And thank you so much for joining us here on Global BioFest.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Stay safe and take care.
You too.
Right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in so far to the Global BioFest 2021. Up next, we have a speaker from India, Kriti Karand, who is a wildlife and who is going to talk to us a little bit about human-wildlife interactions through mitigation, compensation, and education. But before that, let me just play you a little sizzling clip from our sponsor, Lenovo EDU. All right. Thank you again to everyone who's been tuning in so far to the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. Now, I'd like to bring in someone from India. She's been doing a lot of work towards building tolerance towards wildlife and also reducing human-wildlife conflict in urban areas, which is an important topic in India. And also here in Malaysia, we've had a lot of experiences with human-wildlife conflict, especially because of the expanding urban areas. But let me just bring in Dr. Kriti Karand to say a few words. Hi, Dr. Kriti, how are you?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How's the morning been so far?
Early, but I'm excited to be here and thank you for having me.
Excellent. Well, take it away. The stage is now all yours.
Thanks. I'm just going to share a screen very quickly. Hope you guys can see this. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. It's a very difficult time in India today. The COVID pandemic is spiraling out of control. Many of the communities we work to help, empower, and enable are struggling. And I hope through this talk, you will appreciate what a remarkable country India is, how resilient we are, and how we're going to get past this. So if you look at biodiversity across the world, the first thing that comes to mind is extinction. And where does extinction happen? How does it happen? I started to look at this for India over the last 200 years, documenting what had happened to India's wildlife. And my research established that starting in the 1820s all the way up to the 1950s, there was widespread hunting of wildlife. People went out on shoots, shot tigers, rhinos, elephants, bear, what name you, in these large hunting parties. And they shot tigers from cars. And this had direct consequences. An environmental historian has estimated that we've lost over 80 to 100,000 tigers in a 100-year period, several thousand leopards, wolves, and many other species. And we also lost this beautiful cat, the cheetah, which was declared extinct in the 1960s. So I think there was this rapid collapse of megafauna that took place. And what has happened as a consequence of it is that lions are gone from 96% of India, tigers are gone from 67% of India, wild dogs are gone from 62% of India, gaur are gone from 60% of India, chinkara are gone from 58% of India, rhinos are gone from 55% of India, elephants are gone from 43% of India, sloth bears are gone from 38% of India, leopards are gone from 36% of India, and even pigs are gone from 25% of India. It's a remarkable story of how wildlife has collapsed across the country. But a lot of conservation has taken place. Post-independence, particularly starting in the 1970s, India put in a lot of efforts. We established parks, we set up Project Tiger, Project Elephant, and really put in a concerted effort to bring wildlife back. And in some sense, bringing wildlife back has worked in certain parts of India, and we see high human-wildlife conflict because of that today. India is one of the 17 megadiversity countries. But what sets us apart from the rest of the planet is that we have less than 5% of land set aside in protected wildlife areas dedicated solely for nature. This land is also shared with 1.4 billion people struggling to cope and coexist with wildlife. We truly are a melting pot for wildlife. We share species with all continents around the world, wolves, bears, and foxes with North America and Europe, lions, bustards, hyenas with Africa, tigers, rhinos, and a whole bunch of other species with South and Southeast Asia. But conflict is a serious issue. And what do I mean by conflict? It's people losing crops, it's people having their houses injured, and in retaliation, electrocuting elephants like this one. It's also people having their livestock injured, livestock killed, and chasing leopards and poisoning tigers. This is the very reality that we have to confront and address and hope we can empower people to cope with. So as a 37-year-old conservation organization in India, we have several things that we focus on, starting with empowering people. People are a huge part of these wildlife protected areas. An estimated 50 to 100 million people depend on these parks. And they live very difficult lives, a high human-wildlife conflict, very poor access to healthcare, education, and most things that most of us take for granted. Over the last 12 years, we've done research across India documenting that India has a reported 80 to 100,000 incidents of human-wildlife conflict, to which the government pays compensation. But our research has also established that less than 30% of people are filing in most places. So the estimated numbers are actually much, much higher. To address this, we've done several things. We've worked with Vidhi Center for Law and Policy to evaluate which states are managing conflict, how are they managing conflict, looking at existing policies and how to improve them. And we believe that although there are many, many effective procedures in place, we can standardize them, we can improve them, and we can certainly improve the transparency and the efficiency of the claims process. One such project that I'm very proud of is the Wild Savvy program. Launched in Bandipur and Nagarhole 5.5 years ago, we have now assisted file almost 18,000 claims of human-wildlife conflict. People call us when they have a leopard on their roof, an elephant in their farm, and any other challenge they face. Our field staff get to the situation, help file the claim, and the government pays the compensation today. After we started implementing the Wild Savvy program, we noticed that kids living around these parks are not excited about seeing tigers, are not excited about seeing elephants. And we launched this conservation education program called Wild Shale, Shale meaning school. Before the pandemic hit, the program reached 407 schools in and around wildlife parks. We reached 20,000 children. And today, we hope once the pandemic is over, we can scale to reach 3,500 schools and 200,000 children to get them excited about wildlife, to give them ways to cope with conflict. And to me, the true success story is us implementing Wild Savvy for many years and yet not getting calls from certain villages. What happened when we got Wild Shale going, we had kids tell their parents to call the Wild Savvy team. And I think this is how conservation needs to work, not in pieces, but connected to each other. And most recently, we've launched the Wild Suraksha program. Last year in March, as the pandemic was flattening the world, our team thought very hard about what can we do. We were about to launch a public outreach safety program focused on conflict. How do you stay safe from elephants and tigers? What do you do if someone is injured? But we realized that we had to go beyond the large animals. We had to look at wildlife diseases. We had to look at zoonotics. So we dug deep, did our research, and established that in the Western Ghats in southern India where we work, there were 6 common zoonotics, include COVID-19. In September, we launched this program, and I'm very proud of my team for working in these extremely difficult conditions. We've gone out there, conducted 150 workshops in the most remote rural communities, walking people through what is conflict, what are zoonotics, why does it happen, and how do you stay safe. Thanks to our effort, we have 4,000 people who participated in these workshops from community organizations, government, forest and health departments, and primary healthcare workers. And now, as India is seeing the worst of the second wave, we're launching an extension to the Suraksha program, which is to actually help the primary healthcare centers. We've contacted the people who participated in our workshops. We've assessed and identified which primary health centers are in most need. What do they need? So please help us adopt a primary health center in India today and enable these communities who are living on the margins, coping with conflict, also cope with COVID-19. And how do we do this? We believe very strongly in the in technology and the role it's played. So our amazing tech team at CWS has built Wild Connect, a platform on which all our conservation programs are housed. Our staff working in different parts of India report in daily on what they were able to do and document very meticulously the impacts of our program. We do pre and post surveys with the children in the Wild Chalet schools. We do pre and post surveys with the people participating in the Wild Suraksha program. So fundamentally, we believe very strongly that rebuilding people's lives, enabling them to cope with loss, disease, conflict is a huge way to empower those people who live next to wildlife in our parks across India. The second bit is very much the role of science and technology. We have enabled science and technology in all our work going back 37 years. We started as India's premier tiger organization, looking at how to count tigers, estimate tiger populations, and grew it to elephants, leopards, and a variety of birds, mammals, and amphibians. Today, we've gone beyond iconic charismatic species. We work on a multitude of species, and I think this is important, but we need to extend this to how do you enable and empower people as well. So our focus also now involves simple technological solutions like WildSaver does using a mobile phone. We partner with many organizations to look at innovative remote sensing, to document land cover change and infrastructure impacts on wildlife. We're also partnering with Rainforest Connection in the US to set up acoustic monitoring to see, can we set up early warning systems using acoustic monitoring. I'm very excited about this new project that we're about to undertake. Of course, we believe very much that everything that we do has to be documented. And as a scientist, publications are sort of the benchmark. We continue to publish in the best journals around the world, which document our insights from running these research and conservation projects, as well as document what doesn't work and what works. And the last focus, of course, is that can we aspire for an India where more than 5% is set aside for wildlife and wild places, and how do we get people and wildlife to coexist? We've worked on private plantations of tea, coffee, rubber, documenting incredible bird and amphibian diversity. We're hoping to build a partnership of organizations where wildlife-friendly practices, whether you're an individual landholder or a large company, become the norm. We're working to look at agroforestry as a supplement or replacement to farming in places where there's high human-wildlife conflict and there's climate change. And we're also looking to extend the benefits of tourism beyond the local community, to the local communities, beyond a few people who actually benefit. India's growing economy is resulting in a 400-500 million middle class who now want to visit many of our parks, and our tiger parks are sort of the focus of this. We want to take this beyond the tiger parks and make sure the benefits from tourism reach many more people. And ultimately, it's very, very clear, pandemic or not, we have to create living landscapes that makes space for people and wildlife. We are now focusing very strategically on the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot in India because it's a remarkable richness of life, several critically endangered, and vulnerable species, but also home to 27 million people who come into direct daily contact in wildlife in some form or the other. So I feel that you empower people, you create space, but you ensure that there's coexistence that needs to take place. So our mission today is very much focusing on wildlife and wild places. I started as a scientist 23 years ago. I grew into becoming a conservationist and educator, and now we're having to learn about public health and how to support people during public health emergencies. So I think most of the times in conservation, you start out as one thing and you learn to evolve, you adapt, and you learn that if you don't include, involve, and support people, we're not going to succeed in our mission. And that is never more obvious than the pandemic today. I'm very excited about the work we're doing. I think we have innovative solutions at the Center for Wildlife Studies. We have solutions that can scale not just through India, but can be adapted for other places in the world. What is very obvious is Indians have high tolerance for wildlife. We have a high, deep connect to nature, which has allowed all of these species to persist amidst us. But we also need to solve people's problems. And I think programs like Wild Seve, Wild Shale, and Wild Suraksha do exactly that. Some of them are short-term solutions, looking at conflict mitigation and adaptation. Some of them are long-term solutions, educating children, preparing the next stewards for wildlife. And some of them are responding to something that's taking place, like a pandemic today, through the Wild Suraksha program. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions. I've had one of the most amazing childhood because of my father. I spent the first 17 years just watching animals. It's not something I can do with my kids today. Although our focus, my focus and my inspiration has been to do science and conservation, we have now gone well beyond that to do education and public health outreach. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much again for your presentation, Dr. Kriti. It was very insightful and very, very moving. I know it's a very difficult time for India at this point in time. I have a question, actually. You were talking about the 150 workshops, that you were giving about conflict and zoonotics. How has that been received, actually?
So they've been really received brilliantly, because fundamentally, when you have to involve people in solving these problems, you have to go to the front lines, go to these remote places where actually zoonotic diseases occur and where actually conflict occurs. Being nerdy scientists, we've also done evaluations, pre and post surveys, and which are showing that we have certainly increased awareness and understanding of conflict and zoonotics, who people should call for help, what kind of help they need to get. But I think we also have individual instances, where people who participated in our workshops today, when they have a snake bite incident or an incident with an elephant, they call us back and say, because of what we heard, we are able to respond and react more effectively. And I think even more exciting is the fact that we worked with frontline community organizations, public health staff who were not aware of the sort of the intricate connections between people and wildlife, and so they got more health information that they then take on to all the beneficiaries they meet as part of their regular life and job.
Excellent. Thank you so much. There is a question from the chat group, actually. So the question reads, I understand how agroforestry could be beneficial to insects and birds. Is it also beneficial for the conservation of large mammals, and how?
So fundamentally, the lack of space, and there is a spillover of large wildlife, particularly elephants, tigers, that come outside, and they're coming outside because of multiple reasons. Natural dispersal, coming outside because they've moved through these villages and these landscapes historically for hundreds of years. They're also coming outside because there's tasty food sometimes. And what we're hoping to do with our agroforestry work is that you supplement what is naturally protected by the government by working with local communities to reforest parts of their land. We have two amazing PhD scientists who have looked at willingness of people to do this, and our research has shown that they are interested because they're simply fed up of dealing with conflict, unable to make a living from agriculture, and also are additionally facing climate change impacts. So I think this coalition of creating space has to be built through individuals, communities, and private partnerships.
Yes, it really does take a village, right?
Absolutely, or many villages.
Yes, a whole load of villages all working together. Absolutely. There's another question. So it reads, has it been challenging to get the governments involved in these programs?
It's been a mixed bag. We always do our best to work with the government. The Wild Chalet program has been welcomed by the education department because they know we're going to these government schools where teachers often can't show up and there are very limited resources. The Wild Surakshe program has been also welcomed by the health department because they call us the guys who will go to the last mile villages that they themselves can't get to. So both those programs, we have wonderful partnerships with the education and health departments.
Great, thank you so much. All right, we still have more questions for you. Hello, Dr. Kriti, excellent presentation. How do you evaluate the impact of your interventions?
So we do pre and post surveys. In the case of the Chalet program, we've now reached 20,000 children, and I think over 90% of them have been evaluated. And it's very difficult to do a pre and post survey with a child. It's not like you can just sit down and give them a bunch of questions and have. So we have figured out very interesting visual ways and read out questions and get them to fill. The forms are obviously much simpler than what you would give an adult, but all of these children, before we start the program, we evaluate what is their environmental knowledge, what is their interest in wildlife, and what do they know about conflict. And we're now adding a module on zoonotic diseases. We're also adding a module on health, and we're going to continue to broaden what obviously we have limited time and resources, but we're realizing that the conversation also has to evolve as the challenges in the world evolve. With the adults, obviously it's much easier. We do pre-surveys similarly to establish what do they know about zoonotics or conflict, and we do our follow-up surveys after a certain period of time so that they've had time to absorb and reflect on what they've learned and then passed on to others in the community.
Thank you so much. We have another question. Wow, this is really good. Lots of questions for your segment from Nadia. This is a really interesting one. Since you have such incredible partnerships with diverse parties in your programs, how do you manage these partnerships and expectations?
I don't think anybody can do this alone. And we're constantly building new partnerships because when it comes to zoonotics, we partner with Institute of Public Health and a lot of amazing health organizations in India. For policy, we partner with WIDI. We partner with a ton of US, UK, Canadian, European universities, as well as Indian universities, right? Because that's what makes us better at asking the question. That's what makes us better at answering it. And yes, we have a team of 60, but we're all extremely driven, organized, and passionate. So but we also recognize that we can't do this as one organization, that it has to be partnerships with others. What I'm hoping is to actually build more global partnerships. I think thanks to the Rolex Award for Enterprise that I got last year and the Wild Innovator Award that came just recently, I've connected to so many other amazing scientists and conservationists. I met Topher White because of the Rolex Awards. And today we are working together to look at this acoustic monitoring. And I think, this is the most frustrating part about this pandemic is because you're not out there meeting people in person and having those fun discussions over coffee or a drink and moving it forward. Instead, you're doing all of this on Zoom and there's just the organic chemistry goes away.
Well, maybe we can take a rain check and actually meet in person once this whole pandemic thing has been
Absolutely, Peter.
sorted
I'd
out.
love to. I'd love to.
Okay, we have another question here for you from Richik. Can we convert our farmlands into forest land by taking up the hydroponic techniques of farming?
I'm not an expert on hydroponics. I know people have done this, but I'm not going to kind of go out there and actually talk about it because I'm not an expert on hydroponics. Yeah.
All right. So do you have any last words for the audience with regards to how they can get involved if they want to support you and your work? How do they reach you? What's the best way forward?
Absolutely. We are registered in India. Our website is www.cwsindia.org. You can also write to me at kriti.current@cwsindia.org. We're also registered in the US. So please reach out, please volunteer, please partner, please donate, please support us in many different ways that you can.
Thank you so much, Kriti. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for those of you who are still joining us on this Global Biodiversity Festival 2021 World Road Trip. Well, should I say Zoom trip? Coming up, we are going back into Malaysia, back into Sabah, which is the northwestern part of Borneo, Malaysia. He's a very, very special guest, and I've been privileged to have worked with him before. But before that, a word from our sponsors. Here they are, Lenovo EDU. All right. Thank you very much again, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here with us at the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. We have lots more speakers coming on board with us, but I just want to give a little shout out to what you can do. You can head over to our website, globalbiofest.com, and you can purchase wonderful, amazing prints for sale, and you can also donate to the cause. This is a not-for-profit festival, so anything, all funds raised or profits raised will be channeled towards deserving organizations who are doing incredible work to preserve global biodiversity. All right, and now I would like to welcome Dr. Wong Suti from Sabah. Here he is. Hi, Dr. Wong.
Hi, Peter. We meet again. Small world.
We meet again. Apa kabar?
Bye.
Good morning to you. How are things over in Sabah at the moment? I heard there's been a lot of rain and there's been lots of flooding going on in Sabah and Sarawak.
Yes, the flood is not hitting us in Sanakan, but we do have rains, and especially, our center is at the rainforest, so we do have like afternoon shower and make things cool down. For me, which is a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, great to know, and glad to see that you're staying safe and that you've fully recovered from dengue.
Well, I would say like 85%.
Well, for those of you who don't know, dengue is a disease that's pretty common here in the tropics, borne by a mosquito called the Aedes mosquito, and it does leave a devastating effect actually. And Dr. Wong has just recovered from it.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to survive. I spent like 5 days in the ICU. Not fun. I know how ICU looks like.
Well, good to see that you're up and at it. So take it away, Dr. Wong. It's all yours.
All right. Okay. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Okay. Can everybody see this okay? All right. So thank you, Peter, and thank you for Global Biodiversity Festival's organizer for inviting me to join these wonderful programs. And it is a privilege for me to talk to you about our projects, which is the working with the sun bears, and I named this presentations, the novel approach for sun bear research and conservation in Borneo. So as you know, I've been working with the Malayan sun bear for the last more than 20 years. And then this is a very special bear. These are the smallest bear species in the world. And then for me, they are very special. They have several names. The Malay people call them beruang madu, means beruang madu is honey bears because they love honey. And then the Chinese call them dog bear because they bark like a dog because they, really small size. And then the scientific name Hyla sun arctus bear malayanus, where they are first found in Malay Peninsula. And then they are found across Southeast Asia, ranging from eastern tip of India, eastern tip of Bangladesh, Myanmar, southern tip of China, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Peninsula of Malaysia, Sumatra, and Borneo. There are two different subspecies of sun bears found in these regions: the mainland sun bear, or what we call as the Hylarctus malayanus, double the size of the sun bears that we found here in Borneo. Yeah, and then for the Bornean sun bear, a full-grown adult male is about 45 kilograms, and the full-grown adult mainland sun bear subspecies are about 80 to 100 kilograms. So they are very different in size. They are listed as vulnerable under the IUCN Red Book listing, and then which means that their population has been declining. Conservatively estimates that their population has been declined more than 30% over the last 30 years. So the numbers are still keep on shrinking. Looking at this anecdotal information on deforestation, hunting, and poaching. Although we do not know that how many bears are there across Southeast Asia, but 2 years ago, the West Malaysian Authority, the Department of National Parks and Department of Wildlife and National Parks of Malaysia in West Malaysia announced that there are 300 to 500 sun bear left in Malay Peninsula. Is over here. So their numbers are definitely going down. For me, they are very, very unique. These are collections of pictures of bears that we have here at the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center where we rescued. And then you can see all of them have a unique chest patch, which is like no two bears have. So it's just like our fingerprints. And then this chest patch for them is very meaningful because it is a warning sign to other animals. And then they're extremely arboreal. They are very special bears, by having the small sizes and by living in this tropical rainforest, they can spend a lot of times on trees, sleeping, foraging on trees for fruits and other invertebrates as well. For me, I started my sun bear research work back in 1998 when I was given the opportunity to study the ecology of sun bears in Sabah. And at the times, no one ever studied sun bears during the times. Actually, there was like two other researchers, students studying sun bears. And I was very, very lucky and very, very privileged to manage to study them. I studied at University of Montana. The typical research method by capturing the animals, put radio collar, and then after that, radio track them in the forest to see what they eat and what they do, and all this very basic biology and ecology of the bears. And then what I found out, years of studies is that they play many important ecological roles in the forest. First, they are very important forest planter. It means that they are very important seed dispersers because after they ingest the seed of the fruits that they eat, the seed carried into their guts, and a few hours later, the seed are being pulled out, in the feces, and then germination started. Just like this picture showing that durian, especially the wild durian, was actually dispersed by sun bears. Very important forest planter in the forest. They also considered as forest doctor. Although they eat fruits, they also eat a wide range of invertebrates, including termite. One group of the termite in the forest, like these Microcerotermes, are known to attack live tree. So when sun bear feed on this termite, it will destroy the nest of the termite and then feed on all these edible portions like the eggs, the larvae, and then the termites themselves, and then literally control the termite populations in this forest by preventing many trees killed by this forest. So they are considered as forest doctor and make sure that the forest is healthy and equilibrium in all of this termite population in the forest. And then they are considered as forest engineer household. One of the food items that they love to eat is honey, and then in the forest they feed on the honey from the stingless bee, and stingless bee build their hive inside a hollow tree trunk. And then after they find the beehive, they would excavate with their very strong canine, with a very strong teeth and also claws, and then eventually they dig a big cavities, and then that cavity is later being used by hornbills and other tree cavity nester in the forest as nests. So in other words, they help create nest for other species. Very important forest engineer. They're also forest farmer. When they feed on earthworms and other invertebrates that found in the soil, they do a lot of digging, they plow the soil, they enhance the soil nutrient cycle, just like the farmers plowing the soil before the planting occur. And then lately we also found that they are very important food providers. Every time they feed on a decay wood or a termite nest or excavate a termite or earthworms on the ground, there's always something left behind. And then other animals like bearded pigs, like pheasants, like bone ground cuckoo, like the shama, would actually tag along the tail of the sun bears. And after sun bear left, and they will feed up with all these food items that left behind by the sun bears. And then sometimes they will actually travel together. It's actually quite amazing to see how sun bears tolerate all these animals hanging around them. And then actually in return, these animals may actually give the sun bears extra eye to alert the bears if there's any danger in that area. So it's a mutual benefiting kind of relationship that we see in the forest. Very interesting. They live in this tropical forest across Southeast Asia, and of course, the very prime habitat for the sun bears is this lowland deep tropical forest, where the biodiversity is extremely high. And then recent studies, we also found out that they can actually tolerate a lot of disturbance as long as there's no hunting and poaching. As long as the forests come back, they can live in secondary forests, even small forest patches surrounded by industrial plantations like the acacia trees, in these kind of patches. So they are extremely diverse, extremely robust, and extremely versatile. And then in Malaysia and Indonesia, we are the prime exporter of palm oil. And then during this, of course, they cannot solely live in this oil palm plantation, but they can live in the forest adjacent to the palm plantation as long as they are not hunted down. We also very surprised to find out that they can actually found in this swampy forest, like this nipa swamp forest, where they feed on the nipa palm seeds and so on and so forth. So, but again, their prime habitat is this lowland deep tropical forest, where it produces a lot of big trees, a lot of hardwood. Unfortunately, all these hardwood species and tall trees are considered as valuable timber species for human consumption. So over the years, logging has happened across Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, including Indonesia, and all of these forests are being converted into palm plantation or other agriculture use. So which means that sun bear lost their habitat forever. On top of that, they are also hunted for meat, for gallbladders, for their paws, who consider them as a delicacy and things like that. So seeing these kind of pictures is actually quite sad. This kind of things still happening as we speak. So we need to stop this kind of madness as soon as possible. And sun bears gallbladder, just like other Asian bear species like the Asiatic black bear, are considered as traditional medicines for local people. So they have been harvested. So yeah. So I know it's very graphic to see these kind of pictures, bears being chopped up into pieces there in wet market. And then lately with this developments of highways, roads connect from one point to the other. There are many wildlife being end up killed, including sun bears. So this is another threat. Sun bear cubs are extremely cute. Baby mammals, all baby mammals are very cute, but there are a small group of people have this idea of keeping baby sun bears as pets. We thought they are good pets after killing the mother. And then, so that is another problem that we face over here. And all of these babies, including this, we have singers live in Kuala Lumpur a few years ago, was found to have a sun bear's cub live in her apartment. So she was, of course, fined, being punished, and all of these are illegal. But yet there are people, although very educated people, do this kind of thing. Yeah. So for me, I've been working with wild sun bears in the forest. I see many amazing, wonderful things about how sun bear live in the forest. But when I come out from the forest, I saw many horrible things. They are being, just the picture that I show you, including those bears that was kept as pets. I've seen hundreds of them during the course of the work, and all of them locked up in small cages, and they need help. So by seeing all of these animals that need help, and which is not supposed to happen, the idea of setting up this Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center coming to about back in 2004, and then after years of talking and working with the Sabah Wildlife Department and Sabah Forestry Departments and an NGO called LEAP, L-E-A-P, stands for Land Empowerment Animal and People based in Sabah. And myself, we established this Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center to conserve sun bear through holistic approach. Our initial works, started with improved animal welfare, education, research, rehabilitation, but later on we also include ecotourism, anti-poaching, and in the future captive breedings and so on. Why we need to do all of that? Because everything's interconnected. Everything is needed as long as it is a need for us to help a species. It is a need to conserve a species, regardless whether this is easy work to do. We need to do them all. So right now, after 13 years, the center was established in 2008, and after 13 years, we have a total of 24 full-time staff right now. Of course, some staff come and go. Under the 3 different units, where we have the environmental education unit, we have the bear care unit, and the sales admin unit to run the center. We are located in northern Sabah, like what Peter said, and then station ourselves at the city near called Sandakan, and then our center is actually at the forest edge of this Kabili Sepilok Forest Reserve. And and we are next to the Sepilok Orangutan Rehabilitation Center as well. And then in total, our center have about 5 hectares of land. Half of it is forested area where we build our forest enclosures and the bear house. And then these are the major funders that fund our projects. Very thankful to Sam Darby Foundation, very thankful to Ministry of Tourism Malaysia, and also the Sabah State governments to fund us to make our project possible. So I'm going to show you really quick about some of the pictures of our centers. I hope that one day you can visit our center and see the bears and the center for yourself. So this is an aerial pictures or drone pictures of our center. Behind those forests are our forest enclosures where the rescue bear roam during the daytimes, and the bear houses and on the right, and then the visitor center on the left. Okay, after 6 years of a lot of fundraising and building and constructions, the facilities we finally opened to the public in 2014, and then after that, visitors can come and view the sun bears in their natural surrounding and a safe distance in a manner that this is. Since wild sun bear is so difficult to observe in the wild, our center actually provide a very good opportunity for people to observe the behaviors of the sun bears and so on. We also privileged to have visit by very, very prominent people across the world, like Sir David Attenborough, Dame Judi Dench, and Thomas Lovejoy, who is the godfather of biodiversity, and actually he coined the name biological diversity back in the 80s. So it's very relevant to the theme that we are celebrating, the global biodiversity today. Okay, so we are very lucky to have many visitors visit us. Since 2014, these are the numbers. Like 2019, we have more than 84,000 visitors visited our center, and then 2020, last year, we have to close to the public after March 18 because of the pandemic started in this part of the world. And then the numbers drop. Of course, in 2021, we do not have any visitors. And then the ticket sales also help us because it generates revenues to run our centers. So it's very important source of income and how we sustain our works and pay for all of the works that we are working here because of this ticketing from the visitors that manage to pay for our expenses. Our works are quite a lot, like what I mentioned just now. The very first thing is improve animal welfare. And then we actually work closely with the Sabah Wildlife Department, especially their wildlife rescue unit, to rescue all of the captive bears and pet bear across Sabah. And then for the last 13 years, we have rescued a total of 65 sun bears across Sabah. And then on various occasions, many bears are rescued as a pets in their home. Some of them were rescued from, like, say, mini zoo, private manageria in the past, crocodile farms, And then right now, we still have 43 bears left at our center. And then the rest, like, we have experienced 10 bears die from OH and various occasions, including struck by lightning, out of this. And then we have released 10 bears and also 2 translocated sun bears being released as well. When we receive all these pet sun bears, they are come in all different kind of like 99.9% are very pathetic situations, just like this bear is called Betong, where we received her last year. And then she was very malnourished. She was only like 1.4 kilograms. At first, we thought she was a very young, few months old bear. But after that, we found out that, oh, this is not like, 1 or 2 months old. She's actually 4 months old, 4 or 5 months old, or 4 months or 5 months old sun bear supposed to weigh 10 kilograms. And then she only weigh like 1.4. You know how serious, how malnourished she is, when we receive her. So it takes us a lot of times and efforts to nurse all of these cubs into normal cub to grown up, so all of that, So a lot of work. So every bears have their unique story, and every bears, when they came to us, they all traumatized. And then it takes us a seriously long time to gain their trust, and after that walk them in the forest and slowly introduce them into the forest where they truly belong since cub. And then after a series of training, they were released from the bear house into the forest enclosures. These are the pictures of bears, the very first step introduced or step into the forest after the trainings that they need to do, and then and they can enjoy the forest in the daytimes, and then in the nighttime they still have to be housed in the bear house. So beside the animal welfare, the second important thing that we do is conservation educations. So we work with a series of NGOs, also got funding from various funding agencies to pay for our education program, and it is extremely important to educate the younger generation, especially. Of course, the general public is equally important about the importance of sun bears, the importance of our forest, and so on and so forth. So these are the numbers of school kids that visited our centers. And then for the school that cannot come to our center, we actually conduct education outreach program, visiting their schools, and then tell them, deliver the message, deliver the story about the importance of sun bears, and so on and so forth. We are also a research facilities. Over the years, we have partnership with several universities, either from Malaysia and also international university, to conduct a series of research on wild sun bears and also our captive sun bear at the centers. And then so far we have published dozens of publications. You can visit my ResearchGate to read the list of publications that we have published so far. So it's a very rewarding to see there are younger generations or younger students who have the interest on conducting research on wild sun bears, and hopefully, I can pass my baton to them, and then they can be sun bear biologists or sun bear conservationists and do the conservation work to conserve sun bears. We also run a volunteer program, and actually volunteer program is a big program from our center, especially during the early days where we don't have a lot of funding, but we need a lot of work to construct lots of facilities at our center. So we established this BAT program, Bear Action Team Volunteer Program, where we recruit groups of volunteers from Rally International, Camp International, our expeditions, and other school groups as well to come here and work on a small constructions projects, and it's extremely very rewarding, and it works really well to help us. And then we also have other volunteers, husbandry volunteers, and internship program for school students and general public. And then there are several universities who have been sending the students to our centers to do all these internship programs or volunteer programs. And I'm very proud to say that from until now, I think we have close to 4,000 volunteers come and help us on all the work that we do. Although, we are caring for like more than 40 sun bears at our center, but the work that we need to do is actually quite a lot. We actually need a team or an army of volunteers come and help us. And in terms of rehabilitations, we do a lot of this as well, as you know. So all of the bears that we rescue here, especially the bear cubs, they are all of a mom has been killed. So we have to become the surrogate mother to nurse them, to take care of them, and so that one day they can be released back into the wild. These are the 10 pictures, 10 bears that we have been released back into the wild. So everybody have their own story. We started to release Natalie in 2015, May 16, and that's why we commemorate that day, May 16, as International Sun Bear Day, which we just celebrated last weekend. So it's a very good day for us to remember sun bears, and hopefully we can bring hope to them. And so here at our Borneo Sun Bear Conservation Center, because our forest setting, they can enjoy the forest, they can display their natural behavior like nest building, like foraging in wild food items, all of that. And then when they are ready, we put a radio collar on them, and then we release them. And in the past, we have chartered helicopter to release those bears back into the forest, back to the middle of the forest, So all of these have like good stories, have very important learning experience for us. All of them fitted with a satellite collar, and then we know exactly where they go, how they are doing in the forest. And these are some of the the locations, and also the location pictures where we can plot how much home range that they use for each bears and so on. And then we also have 2 translocation bears, where these bears are conflict bears, try to break into somebody's house, and then we move them, feed them with a satellite cord, and then started to study their movement thereafter. Again, ecotourism that I mentioned is very important. Something that I call conservation ecotourism has actually worked really well here, because one of the products of our conservation work is promote ecotourism, and ecotourism pay for our operations and pay for our work, and also pay for everything else. So hopefully, with the tourists coming back after this pandemic, we can do this. We can do the promote ecotourism and improve people's livelihood, and slow down hunting and poaching, and that kind of bad things happened. Although we have been working specifically with sun bears, our aims is actually quite big into the. It is actually incorporates the whole ecosystem, the forest ecosystems, and then the integrity of the forest ecosystem is what we need to do. So I hope that with our with the work that we do over here at the Bonanza Bay Conservation Center, it can inspire other people to conserve other wildlife species and conserve our forests. Especially right now, we are facing with the threats from, say, global climatic change, and of course, this pandemic is another good example that we need to keep wildlife wild and also live harmoniously with nature. Thank you very much. Yeah, for those of you who are interested on our work, please feel free to visit our website, and here's our website. Yeah, just type in, search for Bonanza Bay Conservation Center or BSPCC, you can find all of that. And we do have a lot of social media for you all to learn about our work. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong. Very, very insightful as always. And yes, I really admire the work that you do. Thank you so much for working so hard and for looking after the sun bears despite the ongoing lockdown that we have here in Malaysia during this COVID period.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is hard. Yeah, but we have no choice but to face all of the challenges and have to keep on going. Giving up is not a choice for us. Yeah.
Absolutely, we keep on going. There's a question for you here. For the release of rehabilitated sun bears into the wild, are there any protocols for pre-release acclimatization and conditioning?
Yes, actually, there's a series of that. Actually, not all bears that we rescue are releasable. We have to first look at, those released bears have to be like trained from cubs. If we rescue a 5 years old or 10 years old bears that has been lived in a small cage, those are not release candidates, only the cubs. And then in the process of growing up, we still need to see the ability of, say, for example, their instinct on finding food, their tree climbing, human avoidance, and all of that. So there's actually a long period of process. And again, not all bears are releasable. Yeah.
How long does the process actually take, Dr. Wong? So let's say you've received a cub. How long does it take before you are confident enough to release it back into the wild?
At least 4 years. So in the wild, we know that sun bear cubs tag along with mom at least 3 to 4 years until they are fully grown, because there's a need for them to be strong enough, big enough to defend for themselves, and let alone all the things that they need to learn. And then because we know that one of the threats when they live in the forest is actually other bears. They live in a bear-kills-bear world, so we have to wait until they are fully grown. So here, all of our released bears, we have to wait until they're at least 4 years old before they can release. Yeah, of course, we in the last stage, they are, we actually minimize the contact. We actually don't encourage them to come back to the bear house. They live and stay in the forest enclosures. All the times, and sometimes they do feeding and a lot of things, a very complicated process. I can spend another hour talking about this.
Well, maybe can you give us an example, for one of the processes? Like how do you encourage the bears to forage in the wild, to learn these foraging skills, which obviously their mother is not around to teach them?
Yes. Okay. So the good thing is that bear cubs still have the instinct. So we have to show them. This is food. This is the forest when they are still young. So therefore, the walking the bear cubs process, when we first rescue a bear cub, and then the next thing is trying to establish bonding with them, and after that we can bring them out to the forest to walk them, and then the bonding established, they actually treat the carer as a surrogate mother. They 100% trusted this person, our staff, and then when they are in the forest, we actually sometimes need to show them that, oh, this is termite nest, and we have to break part of the termite nest, and then once they sniff on the termite nest, they instinct kicking in, and then they just digging and start leaking and leaking. So it's a slow process, and then so because in the wild, last time I have a radio caller female wild bears where I observed her feeding, and then at the time she has a yearling cub which is about 1 year old. She was feeding on the termite nest, and after that she called the cub. She was call the cubs, and then the cubs come here and feed on the termite nest, and then after that she move around. to look for other food items. So there is this kind of process, and we are actually telling them, showing them, or teaching them how to do that. And sometimes we have to encourage the bear cubs to climb trees. So you see one of the pictures of our staff actually climbing the tree. I cannot do that kind of job anymore, but our staff who is like still agile, still young, still strong, can do that. And then once they find out that they can actually climb tree, they are instinct kicking in and they just shoot up. And then on trees, they can harvest fruits directly on trees. On trees, they can look for ant nests. They can look for, termites and other invertebrates that can be considered as food. And if you've been to our forest, of course you've been to our forest, you know that our forest canopy is so spectacular. Average height 50 meters tall, and then every single inch have life, including a lot of vertebrates and invertebrates. And to bears, all of these are food. So when a sun bear climb up a 40 meters, canopy tree, when they found this big bird nest fern, it is like a jackpot. There's so many food items that they can eat. In the forest, anything that move, invertebrates, vertebrates are considered as bear food. The bears have no, they are not picky at all. They will eat everything that can be considered as food. So it is really amazing to see that kind of process.
Fantastic. Yes, I do miss going to Sandakan and definitely miss your center. Hopefully, we'll be able to meet up again in Sabah once this whole COVID situation has eased back. I just want to say that for those of you who are listening in and you'd like to make a donation or help out Dr. Wong, you can check out the website here, bsbcc.org.my. They also receive volunteers and visitors to the center once the COVID situation eases off. Do consider visiting the center. It's a really, really beautiful center surrounded by the lush jungles of Borneo. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Wong. Stay safe and take care.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are tuning in to this Global Biodiversity Festival road trip around the world 2021. We have just had some remarkable speakers from all around the world already, and I'm really looking forward to introducing you to the next speaker. Her name is Paige Strudwick from Australia, and she'll be talking to us about the corals on the Great Barrier Reef, one of the great wonders of the natural world. But before that, let me just plug you in onto a little clip from our sponsor, Leonova EDU. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, again, to all those who are still here with us. It is morning now over here in Malaysia and also Australia. I'd like to introduce our next guest. Please welcome Paige. Hi, Paige. How are you?
Hi. How are you going? Good, thank you. How are you?
Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. It's so nice to see representation from Australia.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right, the floor is yours. Take it away.
All right, I'll share my screen. Alrighty, can you see that one? I'm gonna go ahead. My name is Paige. I'm from the University of Technology in Sydney. I'm with the Future Reefs and Ocean Microbes Lab, and today I'm going to be talking to you about coral propagation and outplanting, and what does it mean for the microbiome of corals on the Great Barrier Reef. First, I would just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I am broadcasting from today, along with the traditional custodians of the land and sea country on which I conduct my research. I pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. The Great Barrier Reef is one of the natural wonders of the world. It is made up of microscopic organisms, yet can be seen from space, and is a UNESCO World Heritage listed area with outstanding universal value. The Great Barrier Reef is one of the most complex natural systems on Earth and supports some of the most biodiverse ecosystems on the planet. It's hard to sum up the biodiversity it holds. From the more than 400 coral species, more than 1,500 species of tropical fish, over 200 species of marine birds, and more than 25 species of marine reptiles, alongside mollusks, sponges, anemones, and microorganisms too small to be seen with the naked eye. Not to mention the vast seagrass meadows and mangrove forests protected by the reef. However, coral cover across the Great Barrier Reef is declining at rates never seen before. And this is a result of a range of stresses, such as outbreaks of crown of thorn starfishes, which decimate coral reefs, eating coral tissue at a rate of 10 meters squared per year, flood plumes and runoff from agriculture and coastal development, and overfishing, which depletes stocks and disrupts the balance of the ecosystem, just to name a few. These pressures are then compounded by climate change, driving ocean acidification and rising ocean temperatures, which often leads to widespread coral bleaching and consequent coral mortality. Consecutive thermal stress events in 2016, 2017, and 2020 caused mass coral bleaching in the northern two-thirds of the Great Barrier Reef, resulting in very high levels of coral mortality and subsequent altered species community composition of coral. For example, 90 coral species, which dominate many reefs, declined by more than 75% at severely bleached sites, leading to the significant loss of 3D structure and major losses of biodiversity. While coral reefs have an innate capacity to naturally recover, this takes time, sometimes anywhere between 10 to 15 years. But the frequency, intensity, and severity of mass coral bleaching and extreme weather events is increasing. For example, there have been 3 mass bleaching events on the Great Barrier Reef in the past 5 years. As such, the time and capacity for natural reef recovery between catastrophic events is diminishing. To add to that, coral larvae and post-settlement survival are often compromised by these chronic and repeated disturbance events. Now, this is all very concerning, and it's clear interventions are required. So what can be done to help? Well, first, we need to understand what coral is. The hard coral structures we see on a reef are the skeletons of corals that house thousands of coral animals, referred to as polyps. Coral polyps are tiny, soft-bodied organisms related to jellyfish and sea anemones. And just like jellyfish, corals have tentacles, with stinging cells used to subdue their prey. As you can see, corals are colonial organisms. All the polyps are there working together and depending on one another for survival. And there's something corals and humans have in common. Similarly to humans, corals have associated bacterial communities, referred to as a microbiome. And as with humans, the coral microbiome is known to be important for overall coral health. There are many bacteria within the microbiome that carry out important functions for corals, such as acquiring and transporting nutrients, protecting corals from diseases and pathogens, and sometimes tolerance to environmental stress. and is similar to how humans might consume probiotic products such as yogurt to increase good bacteria. It is important for corals to maintain a good microbiome in order to be healthy and resilient. Aside from this, corals have a few methods of reproduction, falling under categories of sexual and asexual reproduction that can be utilized to aid reef restoration. So, what are we doing to help? Alongside driving policy changes to address action on climate change, enforcement of marine park zoning, and increased monitoring, scientists, stakeholders, government, and traditional owners are working to protect reefs through a series of active management approaches to buy time for coral reefs during the time required for action on climate change to take effect. Active management approaches generally all involve a direct human intervention and includes methods such as substrate enhancement or propagation and outplanting. With substrate enhancement, the overarching aim is to increase the available substrate or provide more suitable substrate for corals to settle on. For example, using artificial structures in artificial reefs and rubble stabilization techniques. And substrate enhancement also includes mineral accretion, using electricity to encourage calcium and magnesium to precipitate on artificial structures and mimic natural reef substrate to again increase recruitment of corals. With propagation and outplanting, the overall goal is to directly increase coral biomass and coral cover at degraded or high-value reef sites. And propagation borrows techniques from silviculture. It's very similar to taking clippings from a plant to grow new ones. So propagation can either include an intermediate nursery phase prior to outplanting, or in the case of direct transplantation, fragments are located and secured immediately back onto the reef. Propagation and outplanting with an intermediate nursery phase utilizes a natural method of coral reproduction mentioned previously, which is asexual fragmentation. And this method is increasingly being used to manage coral reef declines globally, owing to the low tech and low cost of application. And the first coral nurseries on the Great Barrier Reef were established in 2018 by the Coral Nurture Program and have been really successful. Fragmentation of a coral colony and an intermediate phase within a coral nursery can lead to rapid growth of coral fragments before outplanting to bare areas of the reef. You can see here the rapid increase of coral biomass on this nursery frame within just 1.5 years. And the frames become little mini reef environments, providing habitat structure for lots of different fishes. We can see that also after outplanting, coral fragments continue to show rapid growth, as seen here in these photos, which are only 2 months apart. There's been lots of growth happening, and you can't even see the clip used to secure the fragments. So, what about the coral microbiome that I mentioned? Well, despite the recognized importance of the coral microbiome to coral health, the variable survival of outplanted and propagated corals and knowledge that different coral species show unique microbiome dynamics in contexts outside of reef restoration, it is still not known how the coral microbiome is impacted throughout coral propagation and outplanting, and this represents a significant knowledge gap. My PhD research is aiming to address this knowledge gap by tracking bacterial communities of corals throughout different phases of propagation and outplanting. We aim to contribute knowledge that will allow restoration practitioners to optimize their procedures and propagate corals with healthy microbiomes, most conducive to growth and survival. And this involves tracking coral fragments from known source colonies over time throughout nursery phases and on to after outplanting. as you can see, it involves lots of ferrying fragments around the reef, and you usually have your hands full of many items for sampling and transport. So far, I've found that different corals show unique microbiome responses to coral propagation and outplanting. This is important because it might mean that species-specific considerations are required in future outplanting efforts. Unfortunately, I can't share any more specifics because this research is so far unpublished. So you have to keep an eye out for when it is in the press. But yeah, I hope you have enjoyed the brief view into the coral microbiome with me. And I would just like to thank all of my supervisors, lab reef mates, and the Coral Nurture Program for their help, because none of this would be possible without them. So thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Global Biodiversity Festival. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and via email if you have any questions. And I would love to take some questions now if there are any.
Thank you so much, Paige. That was really, really insightful.
Thank you.
Lovely. Okay, well, I have a question actually. How badly damaged has the Great Barrier Reef become over the years in terms, of a percentage?
So there are figures showing that there's overall approximately 50% of coral covers been lost since the 80s. Recently, the bleaching in 2020 was patchy, and we were saved by quite a bit of cloud cover coming through. But yeah, there's a lot to be done to help recovery between hopefully the next bleaching event. That won't be too soon, but yeah, you never can tell.
Yes, I mean, we've been facing the same problems with our corals this part of the world in Malaysia too. A lot of coral bleaching, but sadly, I mean, we do have as well people who are doing coral planting and trying to revive the reefs, but it does take some time.
Absolutely, yeah. And without removal of the stress that they're under, we are only buying time for them, unfortunately.
Yes, maybe you can tell us and the listeners a little bit more about what goes on in this planting process. Is it some people think it's as easy as plucking off a piece of coral, sticking it to a wire, and just leaving it in the ocean, and in 2 years it's a whole reef onto its own?
So it is fairly simple. There's two main techniques that are used. Obviously, mine is looking at the techniques with the intermediate nursery. One of the main ones that a lot of tourism operators are helping with on the Great Barrier Reef is where they find fragments of what we call opportunity. So where they might have been broken off by natural processes such as storms or hungry fish that have come along. And then depending on the size, they might be broken up into smaller pieces. And we use a spring clip that has been made by the Coral Nurture Program. It's hammered into the substrate. We clean it off a little bit, and then you wedge the fragment underneath. And it is pretty much as easy as that. You come back and hope by even a couple of months, they can have overgrown the clip. So yeah, they do show some rapid growth.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We have a question here. Fallon would like to know, what type of school did you go to? And how did you get to where you are today?
Oh, good question. I went to a regular school. I think I actually went to school in England. And then I went to university in England as well and did an exchange over to Australia. That's where I really found my interest for coral microbiology. And yeah, I pretty much pestered people to let me volunteer in their labs on topics that I was really interested in until I could pester someone to let me do a PhD with them. And yeah, I've been lucky enough to be doing research on my dream project.
Well, there you go, Fallon. Better start pestering people now.
Absolutely.
We have another question here from Danielle from Mauritius. She is working towards educating the youth about coral reef protection and conservation and would love to use your amazing infographics. Would it be possible to get access to it, or can she contact you privately to talk about it?
Yes, absolutely. Send me a email or a message on social media. I also do some infographics for the International Coral Reef Society. So I would love to help out with your project. Sounds great.
Great. Maybe you can tell me your Instagram handle that she can reach out to.
Yeah, my Instagram is P for page, and then it's just Strud, P Strud.
Perfect. So I'm just going to put it up here. Danielle, there you go. You can get in touch with Paige on her Instagram, which is pstrud, and check out all of the wonderful work that Paige is doing as well. We have another question, also from Danielle. I have heard about supercorals. Do they differ from region to region? Would love to know, because in Mauritius, we could have supercorals according to our location.
Wow. Yes. So actually, one of my supervisors, Dr. Emma Camp, is researching supercorals. She did a speech on it for Global Biofest last year. I am not an expert in that field, but I understand that they are found in extreme environments such as the mangroves up on the Great Barrier Reef. So it would be interesting to see how the ecosystems over in Mauritius are different if you have any corals existing in already stressful or usually stressful conditions. And then, yeah, that'd be super interesting to look into.
Yes, speaking of stressful situations, we have another question from Kelly, who's doing similar work in Singapore. The corals in their coral nursery are bleaching, despite them ensuring all parameters to be ideal. So the question is, they were wondering if it could be a microbiome actually. How do they know if the corals are suffering from stress due to unsuitable or insufficient microbiomes?
I would say that do they have potentially corals on the reef that are experiencing similar conditions? There's a recent paper that's come out highlighting that there may be diseases of microbial origin that are overlooked throughout the nursery and propagation process. So potentially you could look into methods of characterizing the conditions that the corals are under and the symptoms that they are showing, because it might not just be bleaching, there may be other signs of bacterial disease, and they could look into that side of things. It's very hard without having some context or source colonies on the reef to compare them to know whether it's really something in the nursery or if it's also something that the reef is experiencing.
Thank you so much. I was just going back over the notes from your presentation, and you were mentioning that, the first coral nurseries of the Great Barrier Reef first started in 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the status now of these coral reef nurseries? Have they successfully recovered? And how much has this led to the recovery of the Great Barrier Reef?
So luckily we haven't experienced much bleaching on our nurseries, and throughout the coral nurture program we've outplanted almost 20,000 corals so far. So there's been some really interesting research coming out tracking growth and survival, return on effort, depending on, I guess, obviously cost effectiveness is a very important aspect of these things. So I think those figures are pretty impressive for just a few years of 20,000 corals planted back onto the reef.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. And I think, as with everything else in conservation, every little bit helps.
Absolutely.
Is there any way people can, if people want to help with the coral nurseries in the Great Barrier Reef, is there any organization that they can reach out to?
So there's lots of different foundations now that are working on these similar projects. I think the main thing is that knowledge is power. So it's just to start having conversations with people and sharing what's really going on. Get in touch on social media, share these things around so more people can find out about it, which helps with the funding down the stream to put all of these things into practice.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, Paige. It's been a pleasure. Stay safe.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Good luck with everything else.
Thank you very much. And that was Paige Strudwick from Australia, sharing with us on the work that she's been doing with the coral reefs at the Great Barrier Reef, one of the wonders of the natural world. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in to the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. We have been around the world, starting in the Philippines, all the way around, and now we're back again to this part of the world in Asia. And Australasia. And coming up next, we have a wonderful speaker. I'm really, really interested to listen to this amazing talk. Her name is Isabel Castro, and she'll be talking about the Kiwi birds, you know, the symbol of New Zealand. They're lovely birds, and I cannot wait to hear her stories and the work that she's doing with the Kiwi. But before that, if you have time, do check out prints for conservation on our website. That's right. We will be selling prints donated by various photographers to raise funds for various charities and NGOs affiliated with conservation. As you know, Global Biodiversity Festival is a not-for-profit festival, not-for-profit event. So any funds raised, you can go to the website as well to donate, and you can be rest assured that your donation would be of great help to many conservation projects around the world. Let me just play you a little sizzler from one of our sponsors, Lenovo EDU. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. So we started today. Today's the first day of the festival. We've been literally all around the world. We started in the Philippines. Then we headed off to the UK, then to Chile, to Pakistan, to New Zealand, to Africa, to Sabah, to Australia, and we're taking a short detour to New Zealand. Please help me welcome our next speaker coming up, Isabel Castro. Hi, Isabel. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you.
All right. So how have things been in New Zealand so far?
Oh, it's been really good. You know, we've had really good time with the pandemic because we really haven't had it very much. So it's been, for us, it's been really good. For our wildlife, it's been really good as well. Because despite not having the pandemic, we still have had a lot of time off. So wildlife is happy.
That's really good news. And I pray that, you know, New Zealand stays safe and, you know, doesn't have to go through the experience the rest of the world is currently going through at the moment.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. All right, Isabel, the floor is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I want to share with you my my screen now. Peter, if you can share my screen because I don't seem to be able to do that. Okay, so let's see if I can share my screen again.
Right, is this the one that you
Not that one, thanks. Just my, I don't know why I cannot share. Okay, yeah, I think I got it. There we are. I just shared the wrong thing. No worries.
Okay, you're good to go.
That's
Take it
wonderful.
away.
Thank you. Anyways, I want to share everyone who's here listening to my presentation. As Peter already said, my name is Isabel Castro and I work at Massey University in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And today I thought that I would like to introduce you to a very weird and fantastic group of birds that collectively are called the Kiwi, and they only exist here in this country. I have had the pleasure of working with these species and to study them for the last 22 years. But before I can talk to you about the Kiwi, I need to talk to you about our country and how this country came to be, because that explains what the Kiwi and why the Kiwi are here and why the Kiwi are so strange. So the landmass that was to become Aotearoa, New Zealand, is split away from the supercontinent Gondwana land. So here is New Zealand separating about 80 million years ago. And from about 55 million years ago, the gap between New Zealand and the rest of the masses that form the land was at least 2,000 kilometers. So that's a really big distance. And any plants and animals that have arrived in New Zealand since its separation would have had to cross such a huge body of water. Now, Aotearoa, New Zealand separated, as I said, 80 million years ago, and then was the Cretaceous period, when dinosaurs and birds were dominating the earth. And therefore, most of the vertebrates that are represented in New Zealand are the animals that were existing in those times. And New Zealand, of course, has a lot of birds and a lot of reptiles. But for example, it doesn't have many mammals. Indeed, New Zealand only has three species of bats. Today, we only have two of those, and we don't have any other land mammals. And what this means is that our animals that live in the terrestrial ecosystems in the land, they don't have any evolved behaviors that consider mammals. For example, our birds don't react to mammalian predators like cats or stoats, and they are therefore very easy prey for them. Because our birds evolve in the absence of predatory mammals, which hunt on the ground at night, they are often flightless and they are also nocturnal. So now that you have some background, I can talk to you a little bit about the Kiwi. So what makes a Kiwi a relict is that Kiwi family branch separated in the family tree of birds down here, about 85 million years ago. And most of the other birds that have appeared on Earth that are existent today, they separated around in this time in here, around 70 million years ago. So the group as a whole, which is called the Paleognatha, is a very, very old group, a relict of that past. And Kiwi ancestors walked the earth around the same time as New Zealand was separating from Gondwana land, those 80 million years ago that I just told you about. So in this picture here, we can have a closer look at this group of the Paleognatha. One thing that is pretty incredible about this group is that if you look at the species that you have here, they are all birds that don't fly or are not very good flyers. They are also super big birds, like the ostriches and the moa. And another surprise that comes out in this tree is that the Kiwi, which is down in here, its closest relative, is actually the largest of all of those birds, the elephant bird from Madagascar, which is now extinct. And one thing that we know today is that Kiwi ancestors arrived to Aotearoa, New Zealand, flying, and they lost the ability to fly once they arrived in our continent. So today, we recognize 5 species of Kiwi. The brown kiwi, this is the species that I work a lot with, the rowi, the tokoeka, which I also work with, the roroa, and the kiwi puku-puku. They all look very much alike, as you can see. They have a rounded body, long bills, and strong legs. They're all mostly nocturnal, even though the tokoeka that lives on Stewart Island has a more flexible timetable and can be found active at any time of the day or night. Now, the weirdness of Kiwi. One of the reasons, the name Kiwi, the word Kiwi, the scientific name of the Kiwi, the apteryx, means without a wing. And one of the reasons why the shape of the Kiwi is so rounded is because the Kiwi has very, 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 very tiny wings that are vestigial. They cannot use them for very much at all. But kiwi still puts his head down in the direction of the wings, as if it was trying to hide the head under the wings like birds do when they sleep. So the other interesting curiosity is that at the end of the tiny wing, kiwi still has a nail that resembles and reminds you of the primitive birds. Kiwi feathers are also quite interesting. They look more like hair than feathers because they have no barbules or hooks between the barbs of the feather. So if you consider that the feathers look like hair and the kiwi are a quite smallish size, it gives kiwi a little bit of a mammalian appearance that many people have mentioned in the different books that have been published about kiwi. Now, another interesting thing about kiwi that makes them quite odd is that kiwi sexes look and behave the opposite of what you would expect in other bird species. For example, kiwi females are the larger sex, and the males are doing a lot of the incubation. And kiwi reproduction is another interesting thing. Kiwi hold the world record in terms of the size of the egg, which is one of the largest eggs in proportion of the female body size. And here is the tocoeca skeleton with her egg inside the abdomen. Also, the kiwi egg has the richest egg yolk of any egg so far measured. And when the kiwi chick hatches, here it is the most developed of all chicks in all birds, and is just a little tiny example of an adult bird, and is capable of complete independence from mom and dad after just a few days of hatching. Now, other things that are interesting about kiwi is that kiwi have these tiny, tiny little eyes. As a matter of fact, the kiwi eyes are the smallest eyes of any bird in the world. And the measurements that have been taken show that probably they can see just as bad as we do at night. So I just told you they're nocturnal before. So what do they do? What kind of senses do they use to navigate and do all the things that they do as a normal animal does when they are awake? So the first sense that I wanted to talk to you about is kiwi olfaction. This is a sense that I had a lot to do because I studied it with my team. And kiwi olfaction, let me tell you, is awesome. Kiwi has a very well-developed sense of smell with large areas of the brain and the face that are involved in this sense. They also have nostrils that are located at the end of the bill here. You can see them clearly in there. And this allows them to get closer to the sources of smell, just like most mammals do, like dogs, for example. And a very important observation is that smell is a sense that can be used at night. In addition to this sense of smell, our team has also found that kiwi uses their long bill to probe food for food in the litter and in the soil of the forest. And we found that in addition of using the sense of smell to find that food, they also have a sense that is called remote touch that allows them to feel the vibrations made by prey 2 or so centimeters underground and help them localize the food. And this is another good news, is that this sense can also be used at night. So what I tell people is that kiwi have a very, very smart bill. Now, why is kiwi this weird? Why do kiwi have such weird senses and weird ways of do things? Well, kiwi has adaptations that allow them to do their job in the forest, or as biologists say, they're adaptations that allow kiwi to fulfill their ecological niche. And a niche is a job, and kiwi have a unique job for a bird. They are nocturnal ground insectivores. This is another oddity for a bird because once mammals took over the world after the dinosaurs became extinct, birds took to fly and no longer spend so much time on the ground. Mammals then took over the job of a nocturnal ground insectivore. And today, many rodents, hedgehogs, and other mammal species do this job in other areas of the world. But in New Zealand, kiwi still does it. So today, Aotearoa, New Zealand still lays very isolated from other land masses, being 4,000 kilometers away from Australia, 7,000 kilometers from Antarctica, and 12,000 kilometers from South America. So today, it's even harder for other species to arrive unaided to New Zealand. And in sum, New Zealand is a small piece of land in the middle of the ocean and is separated from other land masses by immense distances. But despite this isolation, Aotearoa, New Zealand has one of the highest numbers of endangered species in the world. This is a sad thing, but why do we have them? Well, this brings us to the second part of the talk, and you can probably guess what the problem we have in New Zealand is. Humans. The first humans in New Zealand were the Maori that arrived about 1,300 years ago. Europeans arrived much later, and since the arrival of James Cook, the third trip of James Cook in 1769, people started to invade New Zealand and to live here, the European people. Now, the biggest changes that occurred after humans arrived is the amount of deforestation that took place. So in this picture, you can see how the land changed from 700 AD to the 1980s. And by the end of the 1980s, we only had 23% of the forest cover that once we had. And together with the arrival of people, they brought with them hundreds of plants and animals that came from Europe. And amongst those, and particularly bad for New Zealand, have been many species of herbivores. And arguably the worst thing that humans could have done is that they brought a whole lot of mammalian predators. Now, 3 species of rat, sheep, black and Norway, sheep and Norway and Kiore, 3 masculine species, ferrets, toads and weasels, and cats and dogs were brought in. And those are the worst enemies that Kiwi can have. The mustelids, the cats and the dogs, are actually the predators that kill them, and the rats compete for food with them. And because of that, because they affect other species as well, Aotearoa New Zealand's conservation is mostly based around controlling these pests. So let's get back to Kiwi. This picture here shows you the distribution that Kiwi had before the human arrival. And you can see that each of the colors represents a different species, and that species were distributed quite widely around New Zealand. Now, this picture over here shows you the current distribution of Kiwi. So you can see that the distribution has shrunk, and one species, the species that is here in blue, is actually completely gone from the mainland of New Zealand, and we only have small snippets of populations on islands that are protected against predators. So the situation gets worse when you actually look in a more detail at each one of those little pieces. So for example, we're going to have a look at this piece in here that is Northland, because that's where I work. So when you look at Northland in detail, this is the picture of Northland, you can see that in red are the Kiwis, are the areas where Kiwi is present in some numbers. So you can see them in here, and the rest of them are areas where Kiwi are probably gone, or if they're there, they're in small little numbers. So this is a sad picture that we have in here for these wonderful birds. But I have to say, not all is lost. New Zealanders who call themselves Kiwis in recognition of this wonderful bird care about Kiwi, the bird, and particularly one group of Kiwis have been working very hard to keep these birds safe for the future. These pictures show you part of my team, and this is a team that for the last 7 years have been working with me, and they are members of a subtribe, Maori subtribe called Natikuta and Te Patukeha, and they have been helping Kiwi survive into the future. Now, who are these people? Well, these people are Maori people, and they are a subtribe. There are 2 subtribes of the largest iwi in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Napuhi Nation. Maori were the first inhabitants of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they have lived in the country for over 1,000 years, and 1,000 years before Europeans arrived. So during this time, they learned a huge amount of ecological knowledge, and they believed in a strong connection between all living and non-living creatures. Their experts, who were called tohunga, held incredible biological knowledge. Unfortunately, in 1907, an act of parliament in New Zealand suppressed their practices, and this resulted in some loss of knowledge, but also in a widespread secrecy about their knowledge, and that's what we're still living today. Luckily, the Maori signed an agreement with the British Crown that was called the Treaty of Waitangi in English, or the Te Tiriti o Waitangi in the language of the Maori. And although there has been much controversy with the treaty having several meanings, depending whether you read in English or in Te Reo Maori, the gist of the document is that Maori and British would manage the natural resources of Aotearoa New Zealand together. This is something that the Maori call kaitiakitanga, which means caring for the resources, taking care of them. This has not happened yet, as the government of the time and until today did not follow their word that was written in that contract, in that treaty. But Maori have battled incessantly since the moment of the signature of the treaty, and today they're closer than ever to bring to life this treaty. Natikuta and Te Patukeha had a long way in playing the role of caring for the environment with very many projects that protect the animals and plants that they have in their area. And one of such projects is the Kiwi Whakapapa project that examines the genetics of the kiwi in Northland to prepare a management plan that considers genetic diversity. Natikuta and Te Patukeha are working with my research team as well as many other Maori groups that you can see written in there to prepare this management plan and to ensure the kiwi population thrives in the years to come. And then this is the last thing that I wanted to tell you. But before I finish my presentation, I would like you to watch, because I don't want to have the last word. I want the kiwi to have the last word. So I wanted to show you a video. And please, Peter, if you could play my video, that would be fantastic. I think I can. I don't know if I'm sharing my video in there. I hope I am. Okay. And this is the end of my presentation. I just wanted to thank all of the people that have helped me throughout the years, because even though I'm talking to you and I'm telling these wonderful things to you, you cannot do conservation by yourself. So I talk for them, I talk for everyone, but they are here in the back holding me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel. What a treat that was to learn so much about the kiwi that I myself didn't know, and what a truly magical bird, it is for New Zealand to have.
Indeed.
Yes. Well, I have a question for you. I followed your presentation with much interest, and you did mention that the kiwi chick, upon hatching, is actually the most developed chick in all of bird species.
Yes.
How long is the incubation period actually for a kiwi?
Yeah, the incubation period for the kiwi varies a little bit between the species, but is between 80 and 90 days.
Wow, that is serious time commitment.
It is a serious time commitment, and it's a commitment that is mostly by the male. So in different kiwi species have different mating systems. Some of them nest in groups, and some of them nest only as a pair. And in the brown kiwi, which is the species that I've been working with for the longest time, the male is the only incubator. So the female comes and lays an egg, and she goes away, and the male sits on this egg for 80 to 90 days until these chicks hatch. And then once the chicks hatch, he broods them for about 4 or 5 days, and then the chicks go away, and he's free to start another nest or to do something else.
Wow, that is really a long-term commitment.
Yeah, definitely.
So does the male also build the nest, or is it an activity which the male and the female participate in together?
Okay, so this is something that still we need to learn more about. But I have seen both the male and the female put in nesting material, because one of the things that is also interesting about the kiwi that is different from other members of the Paleognatha, from the ostrich and the cassowaries and so on, is that actually kiwi makes a nest. They nest in burrows, and they put a lot of nesting material inside. And both the male and the female bring nesting material in there. And some kiwi would nest in a burrow that they themselves dig, and some kiwi will nest in a tree hole or another hole that has been open for other reasons. Like often, in the creeks, there might be, spaces that have been left from the water passing and stuff like that. So they can go into places like that as well, as far as they are dry. So
Wow,
both of them, I think both of them participate one way or the other.
that's really interesting and good to know that that he has help.
Yes, it does. A little help.
Every little bit of help goes a long way.
I actually have to tell you something. The female kiwi are really grumpy, and I've seen many females will meet when they have a nest with the male. The male is always the incubator, but every now and then she comes and has a look at what's going on. So we have video cameras in front of the nest, and often what you can see is that the female comes to check what the male is doing, and the male might be very cute, putting some material on the nest and things like that, and the female arrives and beats them, kicks them on the head, chases them away, and you never know why they're doing this, but it's very funny.
Quality control by the missus. Very, very important. You also mentioned that one of the great threats that the kiwi faces today is a result of the introduction of mammalian predators brought over by European immigrants. So, of course, today there are domestic cats, domestic dogs, rats that were introduced, stoats. So what are the steps being taken now by New Zealand to control these predators?
Well, New Zealand does quite a few things. One of the things, mostly, it revolves around killing them. So this brings up another layer of problems because you had to think about the welfare of these species, and even though they're introduced and they're negative, they also have a welfare that we need to care for. So New Zealand is an expert on getting rid of these unwanted pests in ways that are quite, I guess, they consider the welfare of these species. And at the moment, for example, we have this major undertaking, which is called Predator-Free New Zealand 2050, which is an attempt to get rid of stoats, rats, and possums by the year 2050, all over Aotearoa, New Zealand. So this is a major thing, and we will have to use a lot of trapping and poisoning and a lot of ingenuity in order to get this thing done.
And how is that going on so far?
Well, I mean, if anyone can do this, it'll be the Kiwis. There is a lot of, there is a few projects now that are, what they're doing first is they're separating peninsulas where they can actually do a rolling front of pest control so that they eradicate the pests in a small area and then join adjacent or so on areas so that slowly you get rid of these pests. And in the meantime, they have many projects that look at issues that come along. For example, how do you know when you have killed the last pest? How do you know that there is no one hiding away, waiting for something to happen? What happens to mice when you get rid of all the rats and the cats and the stoats? Those sorts of things.
Yes, mice are rather sneaky. very, very hard to totally eradicate.
Indeed.
Okay, and another question that I have for you. Before I get to my question, someone has popped up a question in the chat.
Oh, great.
So this is from Yokmui Liu. As the kiwi is flightless and with increasing forest fragmentation, how serious is the issue of inbreeding and low genetic diversity affecting kiwi population?
Yeah, this is a very good question. And as I show you in the last part of our talk, Natikuta and Patukeha and us are working really hard to be able to answer this question. So far, we have worked in Northland, and we have a couple of populations outside Northland that we have examined. And the genetic diversity overall of all of these kiwi populations is relatively low. So we're starting from a situation of lower diversity than we expected, at least that I expected, for some of these populations, which are supposed to have, not a very tremendously bad history of bottlenecks or something like that. So hopefully, what we are seeing from the studies that we are examining is that if you, for whatever reason, mixed populations that are quite far apart with each other, that you actually have better genetics in terms of diversity, in any measure of diversity that we have looked at, than if you have used birds from a single source. So at the moment, what we're doing is we're analyzing our data a little bit more to make sure that we don't, give advice that is not as good. But it looks like the advice is going to be mix your populations, because that is going to increase your genetic diversity. So I think that's the way that we might go.
Yes, we have to always take into account also the sustainability of the next generation, making sure that we have sufficient genetic diversity. I have a question for you, actually, which really this interested me a lot when you brought it up. Kiwi olfaction.
Yes,
that's really, really peculiar.
it is.
Do any other bird species possess that same trait or characteristic, to your knowledge, or is it solely a Kiwi trait?
No, it's not just the Kiwi trait. No, there is a group of birds that are called, the common name of the birds are petrels and albatrosses, and they have a really, really big nose that you can see, a tube nose. They're called tube noses for that reason. And those birds also have a really well-developed sense of smell that we know quite a lot about, and they can recognize individuals with this sense of smell. They can find the food in the ocean at distances of 12,000, even 20,000 kilometers, etc. So they also have a really good sense of smell. But even your pigeon, your common pigeon that you have that you use for sending messages between people, etc., they can also smell really well, and they can recognize the smell of the area where they live. If you make them choose, they can smell and if you, for example, prevent them from using certain types of navigation tools, they will use the sense of smell to find home.
That's really, really fascinating, and something I did not know. So thank you so much, Isabel, for enlightening me. This is really incredible. All right. If people would like to help out with the cause of the Kiwi, is there any website that they can visit? Or
yes, they can look for my name and find my MASI website, and they can then, in there, I have information about our project and how they can donate money if they want to, how they can help us. We don't really want money we want money to get transmitters so we can monitor the birds. So that's basically what we do. So we have a list of all of our birds and how people can help with that.
Oh, fantastic. Can you just read out to me your website, and I'll put it on a banner so that people can take it down?
Okay, so let me get you my website name. It is www.masi.ac.nz/behavior-conservation-group.
All right, so here we are. I hope this is correct. www.mercy.ac.nz.
No, MASSEY, M-A-S-S-E-Y.
M-A-S-S-A-Y.
E-Y.
Right.
M-A-S-S-E-Y.
Okay,
M-A-S-S-A-Y.
A-I. Okay, A-Y. Okay, let's hope I get this correct the second time round. Good thing this is all
That's wonderful. Oh, no, with an E. S-S-E-Y. Not A-Y.
S-S-E-Y. Okay, third time's the charm, ladies and gentlemen. Third time's the charm. So here we go. Good thing it's all
wonderful.
Yes, www.massey.ac.nz/behavior conservation group. So there you go. This is the website that you can check out, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still with us here at the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. If you'd like to make a contribution to help with the Kiwi, please
or ask any questions.
Or ask any further questions, please do check out this website. Isabel is a wonderful, warm person to talk to, and she knows all about the Kiwi, including their wonderful sense of smell, which I never knew anything about. Before you go, Isabel, I have one last question, if I may. Could you tell me more about what it is that because earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that you had a lot of help with the Ngati Kuta and the Patukeha people to help with the Kiwi conservation program. Can you maybe tell me a little bit more about how their involvement, as well as how did you go about getting them to be involved?
Well, actually, they asked me to be involved. I was giving advice on, because I work with Kiwi and I belong to the Kiwi recovery group, I was asked for advice on what to do with the birds in Northland. And they came to this meeting. And when we were in the meeting, they asked me to be part of the work that I was doing and to work with me towards getting this genetic project going. So it was their interest and their request that I work with them. So that's how it all started. And they, one of the things that we agreed on is that from the beginning, they should be part of every aspect of the study. So they are involved in data collecting, well, first of all, in deciding what to do, then in the data collecting. So I trained members of the Hapu. I have now trained 12 people from the Hapu to do Kiwi work. The youngest one was 7 when he started, is in one of my pictures in there. He's now 15 and he's the youngest Kiwi practitioner in New Zealand. And so we started from training them to do that. And now we also have one of them is doing their PhD with us, doing some of the genetic side of things. And we have our team that works with them. It actually has all the members have some linkages with Maori. So it's just been an incredible journey to do that with them. And one of the things is that I am really learning heaps about the knowledge that Maori had about Kiwi and other birds and about New Zealand and about the ecology of this beautiful place. And we are applying that to our research. So it's been an amazing marriage between them and us, and a lot of respect as well. So it's been really, really good.
Wow, that's really, and it's so wonderful to see, local communities getting together behind the cause of protecting local wildlife and also local biodiversity.
Yes.
And with that, thank you so much for your time, Isabel. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and stay safe.
Thank you, Peter. You too.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still here. This is the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021 that is ongoing. Coming up, we have an amazing speaker from Madagascar, Mr. Jonah Ratsimbazafi, who will be talking about, of course, non-human primates back from the brink of extinction. But before that, I'd like to just share with you a few things. So firstly, if you head on over to our website, globalbiofest.com, you'll be able to find a section where prints are for sale. That's right, photographic prints for sale. And it's currently being used to raise funds for conservation projects. Now, Global Biodiversity Festival is a not-for-profit event. And so any monetary help that you can provide, there's also a little area where you can click donate. And any donation would also go a long way to our conservation causes for local protection of biodiversity. You can also check out, again, the prints for conservation. There are some amazing photos there, and they're all limited prints. I believe there are only 25 of each print available for sale. So you'll be in a wonderful company. And also do check out Backyard Bio. Hashtag Backyard Bio. What is Backyard Bio? So basically, everyone has one of these, right? A little smartphone. So grab your smartphone, go out into your backyard for those of you who are under movement restriction orders like we are currently in Malaysia due to the COVID situation, and basically snap away. Take pictures and put it up on your social media of the birds that you have in your backyard, of the bugs that you have in your backyard, of the various plants that you have in your backyard, and just put it up on social media, hashtag Backyard Bio, to promote more awareness of the biodiversity that we have in our living areas. And for those of you who are still fortunate enough to venture further afield than your backyard, you can still do that on your streets, in your neighborhood, in any park. Go ahead, take a photo, upload it, hashtag #BackyardBio, and don't forget to hashtag us as well, Global BioFest. And we cannot wait to see your posts and what you have in your backyard. But before I bring on the next speaker, let me just play this little video for you from one of our sponsors, Lenovo EDU. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us here at the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021. And now we have a speaker all the way from Madagascar. I'm very, very interested to listen to his talk because he's going to talk about saving our cousins meaning our non-human primates, from the brink of extinction. Please welcome Jonah Ratsimbazafi. Hi, Jonah. How are you?
Hi. How are you doing, Peter? Hi. Hello.
I'm doing great. Thank you. It's lovely to see you. How are things in
Lovely
Madagascar?
to see you too. Yes, I'm here in Madagascar, and if it's in the morning where you are, like in Madagascar, it's morning now. Good morning. If it is afternoon, good afternoon, and it's evening to where you are now, good afternoon, and if it's night, good night. So it's a great pleasure and a great joy and a great opportunity for me once again to talk about our cousin, the non-human primates, to you today. It's a great joy. I mean, because if I say let's means I need you. It's not just me. I need you to work together to save our non-human primates. And the thing is, why we have to save our non-human primates from the brink of extinction, because it is important to know, next slide, please, to know that non-human primates, they are the most threatened mammals in the world. They are the most threatened mammals in the world because their habitat are disappearing, and they are very important to us because they are closely related to us human, and they play very crucial role in the ecosystem, in biodiversity, for example, as seed dispersers, as agent pollinator, and they need our help because we are their voice. We are the voice of those who are no voice. They can defend themselves. So they need us. They need you. They need me today before it is too late. Next slide, please. And do you know that we don't know yet? We have only this planet. But looks like we are living on this planet as if we have another planet to go. There is no another planet to go. This is our planet. But what's happened to our planet? We all know. We are destroying our planet, and we cannot let that happen. We have to do something. You have to stop destroying our planet and saving our cousin. Next slide, please. And let's say, just if the extinction rate is just 0.01% per every year, you know what? How much species may you lose? At least 10,000 species. And if you just look at what happened to our cousin, the gorilla, it's sad. They are dying. I'm not talking about the disease yet, like Ebola. In some sites in Africa, there are some, almost 80% of the gorilla population died because of Ebola. And we don't want that happen again to save our cousin. When I say non-human primates, that include chimpanzees, orangutan, gorilla, macaque, prosimians, and like lemurs. And if just like a country in Madagascar, 28,000 lemurs are kept illegally for people who has no authorization. And if that continue, we are going to have an empty forest. Next slide, please. And this is what's happened. Bushmeat in Africa, in Asia, in Madagascar. Even the law said it's strictly forbidden to hunt lemurs, to keep them as pets. They are still pets. And lemurs, non-human primates, our cousin, are facing a tremendous problem. And if you lose them, what's going to happen? What will happen to us? Of course, the non-human primates in many countries, in South America, in Asia, in Africa, in Madagascar, they bring us, they improve our life, they improve our livelihood by attracting tourists. And that's all gone. You lose money if that's continue. Next slide, please. The problem is deforestation, fire, mining. All of these contribute to make them threatened. In Madagascar, for instance, we have less than 10% of the original forest left. If the speed of the current deforestation continue, there is no forest left in this country. And that's in Africa, in Asia, how much forest we lose every year. And we want that happen again. We have to stop that. And who can do that? Me, you, all of us. Again, before it is too late. Next slide, please. Another problem related to the extinction of non-human primates, our cousin, corruption, bad governance, and poverty. If people are starving to death, natural resources, the forest is always the easiest resource to go to cut down the trees. And we have a saying in Madagascar, starving stomach has no ears. So lemurs, non-human primates, instead of going extinct, they could help us in raising money, in improving our livelihood. And that is possible. There are many threats that are facing today. Next slide, please. But our behavior is exactly like this man beating the dog. People don't say, oh, I don't hunt. I don't have lemur pets. I don't have monkey pets. But if you turn your back on those who do not have the strength to defend themselves, and animals, remember, an animal cannot defend itself, but you can do something for them, but through your ignorance and your silence, these animals will die. Next slide, please. So if you look at the problem related to the conservation of the non-human primates, it's huge, it's big, and we are small. but you can do it. Trust yourself. Never give up. You have to do it. Next slide, please. It is a challenge, but you are up to the challenge. You have to move forward. You have to work together. That's what you can do. Now it's not time to waste your time. You have to move forward. We want to find the lemurs. You have to find the gorilla. We have to find the chimps, the orangutans, the macaque for our next generation by working together, by fighting, because it's a common fight. Remember, it's a common fight. You don't want to lose them from our habitat, from our home. We have to save them. You have to work together. If it's like a taxi, Bruce, you have to push it to work again, to start again. Next slide, please. And here, I just want to show you the mega diversity top countries for primates. Brazil is the first, Madagascar is the second, Indonesia, Republic Democratic of Congo, and so on and so forth. But Madagascar is only 7% of the size of Brazil. But in terms of endemicity, Madagascar ranked the first. Unfortunately, as I said, we have few forests left. 95% of our lemurs are on the brink of extinction right now, but you want them to disappear. And that's why I'm here. That's why you have to work together. That's why I give this presentation, so the old can hear me, the old can hear us. We can strengthen our strength. And here, let me tell you, thanks to Houston Zoo, who helped us to save our lemurs in their natural habitat, and the other organization. Next slide, please. And to save the lemurs, to save in Madagascar, I teach at the university. I teach primatology, where they are so important. I teach at the different opportunity, at any opportunity I can do. I talk about lemurs to speak about their importance, to bring people together to learn, because if I don't know, they cannot say them. If you don't love them, they cannot say them. And that's why I am everywhere. We are everywhere. You should be everywhere. Next slide, please. And we managed two protected area in Madagascar, Marmisa on the left and Manumb on the right. Those are in the rainforest, but they are threatened to extinct. But during the last 4 years, there's zero pressure in Marmisa, because we work with the local community. The local community are involved to save the lemurs, to work together with us, because that's the only way. If humans is part of the problem, they must be part of the solution. They must be part of the solution. So we find a good result. So if it works in Madagascar, why not in another site? And that's what you have to do. That's what you have to build the ring before it's too late. Next slide, please. It is simple. You should not follow when you can lead. Go to lead wherever you are, at your work, in your community, in your country, wherever, to the world. Go and move. Don't follow. Just, you cannot follow when you can lead. Just lead and show them that you are good leaders. You can bring people. They can hear, they can listen, they can learn. Next slide, please. And one of the activities that we are currently doing since starting on October on 2014, we have what you call the Old Lemur Festival, during which everywhere where their country, where there are lemurs, we celebrate the Old Lemur Festival. And the objectives are, next slide, please. The objectives are to raise awareness about the value of this unique heritage among scientists and the public, and to awaken love and pride of endemic lemur species among people of any age, gender, or social status, to improve the economy through tourism and its benefits, and to promote lemurs conservation education. And that is why the objective of the Old Lemurs Festival. Next slide, please. Locally, we bring small children, kids, to visit Lemurs Park, for example, so they can see very close the lemurs. And I believe that those children when they grow, they become a good scientist, a good protector of the lemurs. So they are the advocate, the young future advocate, spoker of those animals, of those lemurs, of those chimps, of those non-human primates, or those our cousin. Next slide, please. And of course, as I said, ecotourism. Ecotourism can be developed, and ecotourism doesn't hurt anyone. They can come to enjoy as a recreation place to watch lemurs very close. Even the head of the country, like Merkel, they love lemurs, and that's what you want to develop everywhere, so people can see. And this is a good example of the benefits of ecotourism. Next slide, please. Like, for example, next slide, please. Like Costa Rica. Do you know Costa Rica is not a big country in Central America, of America? They can get 1.9 billion just from tourism. That's lots of money for a small country like Costa Rica. So that means that the country can get direct benefits through developing ecotourism. And that's what you want to spread all over the world to save our cousin. So you can visit the zoo, you can visit the park in their natural habitat, and thus you help the local community to improve their livelihood. Next slide, please. And that is what my job right now. I am very pleased to share that I'm just elected as the first African president of the International Primatological Society, which will be a tough work because I have to convince people how important are primates. We have to work together with the local authority, with the local community, and with you, with everyone. And that is my job as the president of the International Primatology, to talk once again to save our cousin from the brink of extinction. Next slide, please. So this is a choice. On the left, it's dry. On the right, it's green. Our planet tomorrow is in your hand. It's our what are you doing, what do you do today? It's our choice. There's only two choices, either on the right or on the left. On the right, green; on the left, death. I believe and I trust that you join me to go to the right, so our children, our generation, can still see our cousin, and we should be proud of being part of saving our cousin from the brink of extinction. Last slide. And thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonah. That was a really lovely and insightful presentation.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, just a few questions for you, actually. I noticed on your slides that you bring youth to see the lemurs. How do you find their reactions? Do they get very excited? You know, have they said that they would want to do projects to help the lemurs going forward?
Yes, they do. And for the lemurs, and on the lemur side, you can see when they're used to see the tourists, they can come. They are fine. As you can see for the little children watching very close. But we also need to be careful for those lemurs, because the zoonose, the disease. We don't want to transmit disease from the human to the lemurs, to primates, because there are more than 30 kinds of disease between non-human primates and human primates. And for the organization, like as I said, like Houston Zoo, like ReWorld, like Conservation International, there are many organizations really happy and pleased, ready to help us to save our lemurs. And we hope that that can be possible in everywhere, in Africa, in Asia, in South America. And thanks to you for this opportunity. Again, I should tell you that from the beginning, because this is really a worldwide presentation, and people really aware. And I wish that this not only it will continue in a small scale, and that we'd like to do after this presentation. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much again for your time, Jonah. Thank you very much for joining us, and stay safe.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. You have a nice day and a wonderful event for this Global Biodiversity Festival. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for my friend staying up late in that night to listen to us, to listen to me. Appreciate my friends. Love you all. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Jonah. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are still with us here at the Global Biodiversity Festival 2021, we still have a load of speakers coming up with